Flat number 9, Hygiene, Tijen and Sue. House cleaning sessions fall into two types, those that stem from yesterday and proceed into tomorrow, and those that have neither a yesterday nor a tomorrow. So utterly different they are from each other in terms of both causes and consequences that where there is one, not even the name of the other comes up. Accordingly, women who do house cleaning also fall into two types, the traditionalists, with a strong awareness of yesterday and tomorrow, and the radicals, with no notion of either. When the traditionalists clean their houses, they know too well that this will be neither the first time nor the last. The cleaning done at the moment is an important and yet ordinary hoop of an extended chain that advances at regular intervals. The last house cleaning stint has usually been done only a week or 15 days previously and will be repeated within a week or 15 days. Hence every cleaning day is part of a solid routine and more or less the same as the one before. It always commences and ends in the same way. First the windows are cleaned and the rugs shaken out, then the floors are swept, starting always with the same room and proceeding in order. The furnishings are dusted without altering priorities. The kitchen always receives great attention. Tea and meal breaks are taken at approximately the same hours, and finally, in the last phase, the cleaning is completed when the bathroom is given a once-over. Since the traditionalists have such firm ties with the past and their confidence in the future is just as strong, there is no harm in leaving the unfinished parts until the next cleaning episode. The cleaning of traditionalists is not a bustle performed in the name of keeping the house in order, but the very mark of order itself. As for the radicals, in the eyes of these who are less in number and more scatterbrained, every cleaning operation is unique and absolute. It does not matter one single bit if they have done cleaning 15 days, a week, or even a day ago. Since there is not, in the map of their lives, even a single suspension bridge connecting the two separate cleaning days, the cleaning of the past remains there. Thus they always go through their houses as if they had never gone through it before. They set on the task as if held responsible for cleaning it for the first and the last time, as if making a damp den, long uninhabited by anyone except the genies, livable. It is hard to predict when and where they are going to commence cleaning, since any impetus at any moment can incite them into action, be it a melon seed stuck on the switch, soot on the curtains, lime traces in the sink, oil drops on the tablecloth, forgotten liquid at the bottom of a glass that has turned moldy, a bit of mud on the floor. The tiniest detail can suddenly provoke the radicals to launch an all-out cleaning stint. As such, all cleaning activities are different from one another, as no one, including themselves, knows where to start and how to proceed. Actually, at the outset they might not even be conscious of embarking on yet another cleaning mission. They could find themselves cleaning the whole kitchen when they are supposed to be simply washing a glass, the whole bathroom when scrubbing the sink, or the whole house when wiping the switch. Their cleaning has neither a before nor an after. For the traditionalists, house cleaning is one of many such bouts of activity. For the radicals it is the one and only. Rather than bringing order, the cleaning done by radicals is the very reason behind the chaos in the house. Hygiene Tijen was one of the radicals. Perhaps she had always been so. But her radicalism had reached in the last 3 years a level that was worrisome to those around her. Not only was she capable, either by herself or with the help of a cleaning woman, of turning the house upside down at any time, she could also devote her entire day at other times to scraping off the burnt oil deposits wedged in the handle of a single pan. Stain or rust, dust or soot, crumb or residue, mildew or dirt, she couldn't stand to see any of these. When she deemed an object could not be cleaned enough, she had lately acquired the habit of opening the window and throwing it out staunchly, believing that filthiness was an invasion by microbes. What she really wanted to get rid of at such impulsive moments was not the objects she threw down, but the microbes emanating from them. The tiniest amount of dirt would never stay still but would generate microbes that every minute increased 3, even 5-fold. So she immediately threw this hive of microbes out of the house. Not only the residents of Bonbon Palace but also quite a number of pedestrians happening to plow the street at the wrong time had been witness to Hygiene Tijen's catapulting of items. First she had thrown a burned-out pot out of the window, upon failing to cope with the feeling that she would never, ever be able to remove the tarry marks that betrayed the snow-white rice. Then, she had hurled out an old rug after whisking it for hours upon becoming anxious that she could not at all get rid of the dust and the tassels. Yet just like her cleaning, her way of throwing out items also lacked consistency. When she hurled an object, sometimes she would utterly forget about it, abandoning it in the garden to its fate, whereas some other times she would instantly regret her actions and ask for it to be returned. Then, it fell either upon her daughter, husband, or the cleaning lady on duty to go down to pick the item. Since she hadn't stepped out of flat number 9 for about 4 months, there was only one person who could keep up with her pace, Meryem. Their relationship was a perpetual ebb and flow. With her constant bagging and caprices, Hygiene Tijen too often offended Meryem, who, though not at all irked by the amount of work piled in front of her, was extremely sensitive about how she was treated. When Meryem quit, Tijen would hire other daily cleaning women in rapid succession, ending up woefully yearning to get Meryem back and eventually managing to do so with pleas and a wage increase. These days Meryem had again signed an armistice. Though they were at peace now, Hygiene Tijen was worried about the advancing pregnancy of her most trustworthy sanitary soldier. She would evidently have to stop working before long, at most in a couple of weeks. However, the sour smell of garbage engulfing Bonbon Palace worried Hygiene Tijen even more than the thought of being left without Meryem. She could not stand this smell. Like never before, nowadays she regretted marrying her husband heedless of her parents' advice and thus having to forego a considerable inheritance, as well as the prosperity she once used to live in. Along with the garbage smell, her misery also escalated day by day. Every morning as she opened her eyes into this smell, she felt like throwing up and slammed open all the windows, without realizing that in so doing she scared everyone below into thinking that a new set of items would start to rain down. Before long, unable to judge if the open windows decreased the smell inside or not, she would close them all again and repeat this pattern at least 10 times a day. Hygiene Tijen's nerves, which were already strained to their limits by the garbage smell, had entirely snapped the moment she read the letter sent by the school administration. The teacher writing the letter requested that as a favor to the other children Sue should not be sent to school until it was ascertained that she was rid of her lice. Since that day, the washing machine worked non-stop. Sue's clothes were all kept in bleach and a feverish cleaning routine reigned in the house. Hygiene's soldiers were fighting a war at dozens of fronts against an enemy immensely fecund and invisible to the naked eye. Yet the cleaning militia, too, were everywhere. Each had taken up a position at a separate location. There were cleaning fluids, some in spray form, some liquid, and still others you left to dry, with separate ones for the windows, metals, wood, marble and tiles, brushes, a different one for the sink, toilet and the tub, lime removers, rust removers, stain removers, floor wax, silver polish, sink drainer, toilet pump, a vacuum cleaner, with different hose accessories for liquids, dust, curtains, armchairs, rugs, corners, air filters, carpet sweeper, mop, duster, pail, brush, sponges and coated sponges, separate for smooth or rough surfaces, detergents with cider, lemon, lilac and Pacific Island smells, throat-searing disinfectants, cloths for the floors, walls and dusting, mothballs, lavender pouches, garment bags, soap pieces, all had been mobilized and, along with special shampoos from the pharmacy, were defending flat number 9 of Bonbon Palace against lice shoulder to shoulder at every possible corner. Flat number 5, Hadji and his son, daughter-in-law and grandchildren. Please grandpa, please, repeated the 7.5-year-old while looking sideways at his siblings. The other 2 children were glued to the TV. Though the program they watched had ended about 10 minutes ago, they had not yet been able to detach themselves from the vacuum left by the coquettish announcer with the rosebud tattoo. Still, Hadji considered the demand of his older grandson the joint wish of all children. Well, okay, let me tell you the tale of the fisherman Suleiman then, he said, as he put aside his 4 books, the number of which had not changed in years, the second one entitled Interpretations of Dreams with Explanations. During the old days in the Ottoman Empire, there lived in a cottage a fisherman named Suleiman. He was so poor his hands had not touched money even in his dreams, but he had a golden heart. He lived alone without getting mixed up in anything, not hurting even an ant. Those were the most wretched days for the Ottomans. It was the period of the rule of women, a time when the country had hit the bottom. The concubines in the palace pulled 1,000 tricks every day. So many innocent souls were strangled because of them. The bodies of the victims were thrown into the sea from the palace windows. The corpses would bloat in the water for days, sometimes getting caught in fishermen's nets. The 6.5-year-old, unable to adjust to the spirit of his grandfather's tale after the vivacious morning program he had just watched on TV, swallowed hard as if to get rid of a bad taste. The little girl right next to him had bent her head down, thrust out her lower lip and sat still, almost petrified. One night, Suleiman went out fishing. Luckily, oodles of fish were caught in his net, but he was such a soft-hearted fellow that he was unable to kill any, and instead returned them one by one to the water. What kind of a fisherman is that? Croaked the 7.5-year-old. So Suleiman was going back to his cottage empty-handed, continued Hadji, having no intention to quarrel with him this morning. But all of a sudden he noticed a white protrusion on the water. Though it was dark, there was a shadowy moonlight. He paddled in the direction of this shape, and when he was close enough, saw a corpse floating on the water. Had he been some other fisherman, he would have just let it float there, feeding the fish, but being the good man that he was, Suleiman could not do so. After some struggle, he pulled the corpse into the boat with the help of his oar and uncovered it. What did he see but a young and very beautiful woman? There was a dagger thrust right between her 2 breasts, and yet, if you looked at her face, you would think she was alive. She smiled sweetly, as if not at all angry at her murderers. Her lips were like cherries, her eyelashes arrows, her nose an inkstand. As for her hair, it curled all the way down to her heels. Our fisherman Suleiman could not take his eyes off this beauty. The ringing of the phone ripped the story apart. The 7.5-year-old grabbed the receiver with hands that were becoming more contorted and inward curling by the day. Yes, they had finished their breakfast. No, they were not being naughty. Yes, they watched television. No, Grandpa was not telling them one of his tales. No, they had not turned on the gas. No, they did not mess up the house. No, they did not swing from the balcony. No, they did not play with fire. No, they did not go into the bedroom. He swore. It was true that Grandpa was not telling a tale. His mother must have had a gnawing suspicion that day, since she insisted, if your grandpa is telling you kids a tale, just say, "It is warm today. I'll understand." The 7.5-year-old turned and intently looked at the old man, who was looking intently at him. Without taking his eyes off the old man, the child murmured distinctly, "No, Mom, it isn't warm today." He placed the receiver back, waiting for a couple of seconds to pass so that he could enjoy this game he played every day. He tilted back his large head, the growth of which could not be stopped, and urged with an indistinct smile, "Come on, Grandpa, continue." Only this time, his voice sounded not as if he were making a request, but rather as if he were giving his approval. Fisherman Suleiman could not possibly leave the corpse of this mysterious beauty back in the water, continued Hadji, trying hard to beat the distress of taking refuge in his grandson's compassion. He took her to his cottage and watched her all night long, heartsick with sorrow. At dawn, he dug up a deep grave in his garden. He did not at all want to part with her, but nothing could be done about it. The dead are under the earth and those alive over it. This is how it will be until the day of judgment, when we will all gather together. Couldn't he just not bury her? Blubbered the 5.5-year-old. No, jumped in the 7.5-year-old. If you don't bury a corpse, it'll stink. It'll smell so awful you can't stand it. But it smells awful here too, whined the other one, thrusting her lower lip out even further. Maybe there's a corpse in here too. Did you ever open the closet and look inside? There's no corpse here, roared Hadji, seeing daggers in front of his older grandson. It just smells of garbage. No wonder it stinks when the entire neighborhood dumps its garbage in our garden. Yet, as the building administrator, I'll certainly find a solution to this problem. Don't worry. He sat the little girl on his lap. And listen, the beautiful woman in the tale had not died anyhow. Before burying her in the soil, Fisherman Suleiman said, "Let me remove the dagger on her breast." The moment he took out the dagger, the woman moaned. She had not died after all. The dagger had reached the bone but not the heart. Trying to find solace in this unexpected explanation, the 5.5-year-old gave a crooked smile. She cowered on her grandpa's lap, and certainly would have felt a lot more comfortable had she not felt her older brothers gaze upon her. Our death is written on our foreheads. Even if they thrust a dagger to your heart, you won't die if it is not so written on your forehead. When the poor woman came back to life, she asked Fisherman Suleiman for a cup of water. Then she started to talk. Apparently she was a concubine at the palace. The Sultan liked her the most. The other concubines were so green with envy and their hearts were so tainted with evil, they had decided to kill this innocuous soul. Buying off the harem eunuchs, they had made them stab the beautiful concubine's white chest. She told this story in tears and then said, "If you take me back to the palace, our master the Sultan will surely reward you with heaps of gold." Upon hearing all this, our Fisherman Suleiman became lost in thought. He didn't want gold or anything. He had fallen in love that night. This beautiful concubine slept in his bed in the cottage, but fisherman Suleiman slept outside in his boat. Sometime in the middle of the night the devil approached him. "Don't take the woman back," he hissed. "How could one take such an attractive woman back? Let her be yours. She could stay here, wash your clothes, cook for you and be your wife." "That's exactly what the devil whispered." Hadji silently studied his grandchildren as if expecting them to put themselves in the hero's shoes. Yet, that pertinacious smile on the face of the 6.5-year-old hinted his mind was not on the moral dilemma of the tale but on the parts that promised sexuality. As for the 5.5-year-old, she was busy adding another word, concubine, into her wallet of words newly learned. Once again, the 7.5-year-old was the only one left. When his grandfather's eyes turned to him, he slurred sarcastically. "Of course he didn't take her back." "Of course he took her back," thundered Hadji. "He personally delivered her to the palace." The Sultan was delighted. "You can ask for anything from me," he declared, but Fisherman Suleiman asked for nothing. He left the palace gates as poor as he had entered them. There ensued a prickly silence. Finally convinced that the tale was over, the 6.5-year-old hollered, "I'm so hungry." The 5.5-year-old, closing the wallet in her mind, jumped off her grandfather's lap. Osman first. While the pot warmed up on the stove, they set upon building their tent, piling sheets, pillows and bedspreads in the middle of the living room. Only the 7.5-year-old, he alone, kept sitting where he was, maintaining his composure. He had picked up an illustrated novel and pretended to be reading it with interest, but his moss-green eyes, that looked contracted as they failed to keep up with the growth in his head, were fixated on his grandfather and siblings. Every passing day, he detested them more. Flat number 7, me. Ants raided my balcony today, or perhaps it was just today that I noticed. Ants had raided my balcony. They never remain still, in step with commands that only they can hear. In orderly russet strips they now march back and forth between the dark fissure at the wall and the hot dog I had forgotten on the coffee table. I cannot figure out where they came from and how on earth they made it to the 3rd floor. This apartment building is teeming with all types of bugs. At nights they keep me company whilst I down a few drinks. My father's curse, I guess. Either his curse or his genes. Back in those days when I assumed my drinking had nothing to do with his, I thought my father's greatest problem in life was not to know how to drink. Ever since I realized how badly my drinking habits resembled his, I started believing instead the problem was not his drinking but his not knowing when to stop. He couldn't break it off, it was that simple. At the outset, he couldn't possibly foresee where to stop, and once he arrived at that point, he would have gone too astray to care about stopping. After he had polished off a few, it didn't take him long to pick up the pace. Before long his bloodshot eyes searched for a road sign. A clear sign, a concrete warning, slow down, fine. Gravel at 10 meters, or slippery surface. Sharp turn. Graded road. It was at those times that he needed most someone to come forth and tell him how he looked from the outside. Only we could do that, being closest to him, but we never really tried. Both my mother and I would take our place at the table with him, fill our plates with appetizers, peel apples, dice oranges, make lanterns out of orange peels, and simply wait for what was going to happen. My mother had convinced first herself, then me, that my father should not be disturbed while drinking. She was so diffident when she was around him, and perhaps rightly so, but even at that age I knew this was not the only reason for her behavior. Though it certainly pained her to witness my father's collapse, I couldn't help but think that she also secretly, unknowingly, enjoyed it. Observing him squander every night the grandeur he would not even momentarily be bereaved of during the day gave her pleasure. That is why she set those rack tables lavishly garnished with appetizers and mises, each more delicious than the other every night. Every night for 12 years. After all, my father was too much of everything. He was too handsome, too dexterous, too pedantic, too intricate, too egotistical, too unflappable, too frivolous, too much for me and my mother, too much for the housing complex we lived in, the army he served at, the towns he was appointed to, the animals he failed to heal, too much for the life he led. I cannot tell for sure if there ever was a time when I loved him, but I do remember being proud of him once. As a kid I was proud of him because he was tall and handsome, far too much. Back in those days, oodles of stories circulated about children being kidnapped and raised by the gypsies, and I remember thinking of my father being one of the kidnapped kids thereafter accidentally mixed in with us. He was so unlike everyone else. We all had similar features, brownish hair, average height, and the same laughter. When annoyed, we averted any eye contact, even our stormiest moments looked composed. So patient, ordinary and meek we were, men and women all the same. However, amidst us there he was, with a height that did not fit through doors, a head of hair that turned burning blonde under the rays of the sun, piercing hazel eyes that darkened when sad and always looked you directly in the eye, as if to get you to account for your actions, a temperament that swayed between opposite poles and a checkered record of outbursts, flaws and failures piling up day by day along with his sins. If my father had not been so handsome, robust and self-assured, my mother would have probably been more at ease. That malicious angst furtively gnawed at her bliss and cast shadows in her eyes, shadows that could be deciphered even in her engagement photos where she stood fretfully smiling on his arm, wearing an aquamarine engagement dress with a huge synthetic magnolia attached to her collar. She must have abhorred the hypocrisy of time. First having me, next my brother, then 2 miscarriages one after another, and finally the daughter she so much wanted, raised spoilt and turned in the end into a replica of herself. I have always found pitiable the way in which middle-aged women who were once beautiful vent half coyly, half superciliously, how beautiful they were in their youth, showing every one, each and every time the same old photographs to make their claim credible. Even more pitiable than that is when their children, especially their sons, show the same photographs of my ma was so beautiful when young in a rather coy, but mostly supercilious manner to their own acquaintances, especially to the women they fall in love with. As for us, because of my father, or maybe I should say thanks to him, neither my mother could play this game, nor my brother and myself. If my father could ever have been any different, my mother would have probably found it easier to come to terms with the evanescence of youth. Just like all those housewives around her with their 2 or 3 children, middle income, middling life, and the poison of their many compunctions seeping out from either their tongue or their gaze. Those women and their husbands were normal. What was far from being normal was my father's condition. They were married, their lives, children, money, home, frustrations and past were all identical, but the passing years had treated my mother and my father very differently. While my mother had soon become worn out, my father would even decades later still look as young and robust as he had been in their engagement photos. I can't blame Ma for failing to bow to the ephemerality of her youth when next to her was a youth that never faded. There was nothing she could do, and in the fullness of time the lenses through which she viewed herself became more and more hazy. Since the photographs she could have otherwise exhibited to prove how beautiful she had once been were bound to disclose not only the drastic change in her but also the complete lack of change in my father, unlike the other housewives with 2 or 3 children, middle income, middling life, and the poison of their many compunctions seeping out either from their tongue or their gaze. My mother kept no photo albums in our guest room. Being too busy priding in and imitating my father, for a long time I must have failed to notice my mother's fretful nature. From every new branch of age I perched on over the years, I watched my father with admiration. When he put on his uniform, his face acquired a deliberate toughness, just like those of all the other soldiers. Yet, unlike them, his was a deliberation that could dissipate and a toughness that could thaw at any moment. The clues of this transformation were already there during the day. That stern stare of his, which glazed over as if he needed to prove that he took care of animals not because he was fond of them but simply because it was his job to do so, would soften, if even for a moment, when he healed a colt, relieved the pain of a cat whose jaw had melted in the acid-filled hole it had tumbled into, or gave a weasel attacked by dogs the final piece it yearned for. At any one of those moments, I could perceive how bored he was from incessantly taking, often putting on 2 contradictory faces. A contradiction reflected in the 2 professions he carried out simultaneously, veterinarian and soldier. As he ran around all day long hurling orders left and right with that impressive air of his, he awakened among women an admiration tainted with envy and among men envy tainted with admiration. Yet inside the uniform he wore he kept another personality, as if carrying around a baby porcupine he could not heal, someone who purported to live beyond sorrow and pleasure, was scared silly of death, could not bear to afflict or be afflicted by pain, could not easily recuperate when confronted with injustice, someone who knew, not rationally but intuitively, that he was doomed to screw up. Sometime somewhere, someone unsteady and tender, troubled and untrustworthy, pessimistic and enraged, aggressive and alcoholic. As long as the sun was up in the sky and he was doing his job, he could indeed hide the baby porcupine. He was so captivating and striking at such times that even my mother liked to grab one of us 3 to stop by his workplace with any old excuse. Both my siblings and I were thrilled to be next to him during the day. Alas, these were the times when we saw him the least. Then night would come along and, as his aura would lose its sparkle and his face its appeal, my father would metamorphose. My mother had made a division of labor the rationale of which I could never grasp. According to her scheme, while my father drank, each one of us had certain tasks to perform and roles to play. My brother and sister were to quietly watch television and go to bed early, whereas my mother and I were to stay at the table and act as witnesses. Since my father hated to be alone at the rack table, we watched him in shifts. First it was my turn. As soon as he sat down at the table, I took my place across from him. My mother would then be busy deep frying the pastry, mixing the sauce of the meatballs, or carrying out to the table the appetizers, each prepared in a more burdensome fashion than the other. Meanwhile, I would remain at the table and answer my father's questions. He always asked the same questions, which were all about school, and always cut short my answers to tell his, which were all about life. That wouldn't offend me at all. As a matter of fact, this first phase of the evening was the most enjoyable time of my father's soliloquy. When Halfway through the first glass, he would be so cheery and chatty that, even though I knew to the letter what was going to happen soon, I couldn't help but feel blessed to be there with him. Then my mother would come and sit next to my father with an expression that barely revealed her thoughts, and as they started chatting about the events of the day in a muttering, monotonous voice, I would go to my room to do my homework. 2 or 3 hours later, when I returned to the table, time would have elapsed, my mother's eyes would have drooped with sleep, and the chat would have long come to an end. Thus begun the third and final phase of the evening, the phase when everything gorgeous rapidly rotted, the phase wherein the baby porcupine scuttled over the table, and I, upon touching its quills, got offended. Depending on the day, my mother would either walk around the house grumbling, curl up crying next to my sister and sleep there that night, or, if all was fine and dandy, wash the dishes in the kitchen humming a cheery song. However, whatever she chose to do, she'd never return to the table, delegating to me the task of keeping my father company until the very end of the third phase. Yet this was the longest part, the longest and indisputably the most grueling. The ice in the bucket would have now turned into a lukewarm, cloudy water afloat with cigarette ash and breadcrumbs. The meatballs at the plate would be cold and congealed, the fine chopped onions in the salad a smelly squander, the ashtray filled to the brim, the leftover appetizers would have lost their delicacy, the sliced melons their freshness, and my father his grandeur. When I think about it after all these years, it seems bizarre that even though I was the only one among the 3 siblings who witnessed our father's most disgraceful moments, it was again I who took over his bad habits. My younger brother drinks and smokes once in a while, only when he has to mingle with drinkers. As for my younger sister, she ended up becoming one of those women who never frequent smoke-filled locales, who sulk when someone smokes around them, regarded drunk with dismay, an alcoholic with disgust, and a hobo by changing their route, deeming in the final analysis every drunk an alcoholic and every alcoholic a vagabond. To top it all, she transferred these festering habits to her little daughter in their entirety. Whenever I attempt to light a cigarette in their house, my little niece reacts like a tiny robot whose buttons are being pushed, and, wrinkling her nose in visible repulsion as if she had just seen a dead rat, starts to deliver a memorized speech about the dangers of smoking. It boils my blood to see people, especially kids, embrace with such rehearsed passion a statement that is not even their own. At their house there isn't a single ashtray I could use. Inside the ostentatious walnut cupboard in their living room, in addition to all sorts of hefty drinks with different glasses for each type of drink, there are dozens of porcelain, marble, crystal, silver, gold-coated, steel, bronze, wood, beaded, miniature painted, marbled, statue-like, toy-like, kitschy or far too classy ashtrays bearing the emblems of the resorts and foreign cities they have visited as a family, but when it comes to flicking the ash of my cigarette, there is not a single ashtray in use. I wonder, from among her 3 children, did my mother keep me away from my siblings and close to my father at nights because among her children it was only I who resembled him? Or, on the contrary, did I, among the 3 children, end up resembling our father because she kept me away from my siblings and close to him at nights? Put differently, is this my father's curse for the day I left him prone and alone at the table during yet another third phase wherein I could no longer stand his offhand and uncouth words? Or is it because ultimately he and I are simply the hoops of the same genetic chain where numerous industrious genes in tidy strips march on ad infinitum in accordance with predetermined codes? I must have been 12 or 13. When my brother had the mumps, we shut ourselves in the house for days, forever stuffing ourselves with Easter, watching TV glued to our seats and only ever getting up to go to the Bathroom. In one of the old Turkish movies we watched back then, the leading actress, who was secretly in love with the man her sister was about to marry, vomited blood onto snow-white needlepoint bordered handkerchiefs and was diagnosed with tuberculosis. During the scene where the physician told her she would die soon, my brother and I had burst into laughter, spewing out oyster dust. The film was outrageously ridiculous and just as surreal. It belonged to a stale age and was miles away from credibility. It was no more possible to believe in the death from tuberculosis of the actress on the screen with a face paled with makeup, hair whitened with flour and eyes sloppily empurpled than it was to believe in the death from cirrhosis 6 months previous of our father. Toward the end of the film, my mother came back from the market with my sister. Since neither had had mumps, they were supposed to stay away from my brother. Still, my mother sat right in between us with a doting smile. Holding our hands in between her palms, she muttered in a hesitant yet composed voice that she was about to remarry. On screen, the actress with the tuberculosis stumbled down as she tried to descend the stairs to join the crowd celebrating the marriage of the man she loved and her sister. She collapsed coughing. My brother and I bent double in laughter. My mother laughed too. Still standing by the door, my sister stared at my mother with astonishment soon replaced by tears. We chuckled again, but this time my mother did not join in. Tilting her crumpled face, she blew her nose into her needlepoint-bordered snow-white handkerchief. Perhaps there was no handkerchief after all, but it has been seared as such in my memory because that was the way I wanted to remember it. All the oyster dust we had been spewing out lifted off with a sudden gale and swirled in the middle of the room like a gauzy snowstorm, escalating in anger until no one could see one another anymore. It then drizzled down, forming a canopy over us all, delicate and yellow. Like everything was surreal. When someone in the family dies unexpectedly, his belongings render surreal not only death or the God who deems that death befitting, but also the lives of the ones left behind. Since my siblings had spent less time with my father and had not seen him surrounded by his belongings in his nest as much as I had, they probably did not experience this alteration as much as my mother and I. When night fell and the table was set, my mother would involuntarily start cooking her usual appetizers, and I would take the same place always at the same hour, with a stale sense of duty. It was then that my father's belongings prevented us from acknowledging that the emptiness which sat on the chair across from us was death, and death was real. It was not only his emerald green spiral-striped rack pitcher, his leather wallet embroidered with a horse's head, or his chiseled lighter that always flickered unevenly even when its gas had been refilled and its flint changed, that prevented this. Nor was it his snuff box embossed on the lid with a purple-bodied and russet-winged owl, whose mistakenly connected eyes made it appear neither ill-omened nor wise, but bewildered at most. As long as the living room and the house stayed put and we were unable to leave, there always would be a surreal side to my father's death. Eventually, when it became only too apparent that just as we couldn't move into another house, neither could we fend off this confusion, my mother and I ended up in a tacit partnership that involved our dressing up the ghost of my father and making it sit down at the table with us at night. Yet this secret collaboration, which could have brought us closer, in the end, irretrievably separated our paths. For what she did next was nothing other than being a complete spoilsport. As she served my father's ghost at the table, she increasingly depicted him not as he had been, but as she had always wanted him to be. Being the good housewife that she was, she aspired to sweep away from her collective memory all the traits of her dead husband she had never liked in the first place. When she had finished with her sweeping, sitting at the table with us was this facsimile of a man as colorless and lusterless as a droning elegy. A man who had always worked for the good of his family, had no other luxury than sitting down with his wife at night to down a glass or two, kept whatever venom he might have to himself, never faltered, never complained. It was as if he hadn't been made of flesh and nerves. My mother so loved this bogus apparition, and so wholeheartedly believed in it that when she decided to remarry 6 months later, the man she chose as husband for herself was exactly the same as the ghost at the table. All through this period, every crumb of information she swept outside her memory I collected one by one, less because of my devotion to my father than because of my fury towards my mother. In the end, however, the alternative ghost I had tailored did not turn out to be any closer to truth than the one she had created. All in all, my father was neither as distinguished as my mother later convinced herself, nor as ignominious as I claimed in contrast. Still, both of us tenaciously embraced our respective delusion. In point of fact, it cannot be considered total deception since we were merely covering up each other's partial unfairness with our own partial righteousness. It was as if the same cadaver lay in two different graves. Buried in one grave were my father's mornings, and in the other, his nights. Whenever we wanted to recall his memory, my mother visited one grave and I the other. Years later, when Aishan had conducted with a British colleague a survey in 3 Istanbul neighborhoods on how popular Islam shaped everyday life, she had mentioned in surprise seeing 2 graves for the same saint, a fact that none amongst her sample groups found odd. I did not either. It was at around this time that I finally surrendered to the unremitting requests of both Aishan and my mother to meet one another. On our way back from a visit to my mother, Aishan, apparently unable to identify the father she had heard about from me with the first husband she had heard about all day long from my mother, had already reached the conclusion, as always happens in such situations, that one of us was lying and that this lie was addressed especially to her. After a brief hesitation wherein she tried to track down the real personality of the deceased, she drew the conclusion that I was the one who lied and did so solely to justify my condition. What was meant by my condition was my escalating alcohol consumption. What Aishan did not know then was that I did not have such a problem until we got married. Not that I blamed her or our marriage. I cannot determine a starting point anyhow. The only thing I do know is that after a while, my life drew a circle of illusion returning to the beginning, and I found myself on the chair my father once sat on. However, there were significant differences. Aishan was not like my mother. She did not set lavish tables for me, and neither did she remain passive. She pretended to take my condition lightly and then was offended. She approached me compassionately and then was offended. She got upset and then was offended. She threatened me and then was offended. She belittled me and then was offended. She supported me and then was offended. She abandoned me and then was offended. She returned to me and then was offended. She tried hard in every way she could think of to fight my drinking, with frequent intervals of being offended. I too tried hard to please her. I guess I felt grateful to her, especially at the beginning. Her interventions verified the fact that unlike my mother, she didn't enjoy seeing her husband stumble, and nor was our marriage like that of my parents. With genuine gratitude I struggled and everything went well. For about 5 months, I managed to cut down the drinking. Yet before long, this most praiseworthy progress turned me into my own rival. At first when I overdid it, then when I drank a bit too much, and finally whenever I drank She rebuked and sarcastically scolded me for my inability to repeat my earlier success. "We know you can do better than this," said Asian. "We know it, don't we? There is something in this we that is like the sour core of a sweetly sucked candy, a dulcet magma, a scorching, burning, conquest-obsessed lava sprouting from a single source to spread to every corner, taking everything in its way under its coattails until there is no being left outside itself. God talks like this in the holy books, addresses as we went, narrating all the acts of creation, destruction, punishment, and reward. Mothers too talk in the same format with their children. "Are we hungry?" they ask, or conclude, "Though we have been naughty today, actually we are well behaved." Despite the fact that the decision reached and the choice made belongs solely and entirely to them, they annex into the borders of their own existence that of the other as if there were not two separate personalities out there. The "we" formula employed by God in the Quran, by mothers when addressing their children, and by Asian when referring to my drinking problem is not "we equals I plus you," but "we equals I plus I." To remain outside of such a sweeping "we" is simply impossible. I could not remain outside either. Consecutively, repeatedly I stopped drinking numerous times in rapid succession, first with enthusiasm and perhaps a bit of success, subsequently with a somewhat slackened interest, then with weakened effort, and towards the end, with no hope. Each time we prepared new calendars together, calendars where days, rather than years, constituted the turning points, where time was measured by promises that could not be kept. In neat squares we would draw monthly calendars box by box. Whenever I deviated from the plan, I would convince Asian with great difficulty not to indicate it on paper like a stain but rather prepare a new one from scratch. To my calendars, each trivial event presented an appropriate opportunity, every special day a genesis. Thus when I received my doctorate, on New Year's Eve, on my 33rd birthday, on the first snow of the year, when we survived in one piece the traffic accident that totaled the front of our car, on our wedding anniversary, on Asian's 31st birthday, when I learned my thesis director had lung cancer, on the night when my sister and I brawled raucously at long last spilling our guts out, on the day when I received the news about my stepfather's death, on all sorts of gatherings acknowledging the value of life, on the pretext of Asian and I going out of Istanbul for the weekend, on roads, parties, hotels, shores. I gave up drinking, each time zealously supported by my wife. I achieved success but not enough. Since I had once managed not to put a drop in my mouth for weeks, every glass I had thereafter inevitably meant a move backward. I myself was the role model I craved to be, the ideal which slid out of my palms like a slippery soap, whom I kept chasing after but could not seize even when I caught it by the trouser leg was me. After a while, Asian too started to confuse what was insufficient with what was a fiasco. From that point on, the reason for her interventions tended to be blurry. Her worrying about my health was no longer the reason for her to force me to compete against myself. Words and actions lost their primary meanings. Through convoluted ways, everything became the indication of something else. My calendars were each a barometer now. Asian measured how much I loved her by the number of days I spent without imbibing. Yet, when love is the issue, numbers and proportions only cause trouble. Very became such a feeble adjective whenever more was due able. I loved Asian very much, but we both knew I could do better than that. Somewhere along the way there had been a misunderstanding, leading Asian to believe that it was necessary for me not to reduce drinking but to stop cold, and that I could only reach this goal with the help of love, her love. If I could ever accomplish this, it would be for her sake. I was trapped. She had initially wanted me to reduce drinking for the sake of my health, then for the sake of our relationship, and next, before I knew it, my drinking had become not my problem but hers. On one of those days, I drew a huge crimson X on my calendar. This latest rebirth, which had by chance fallen on the 22nd of the second month, was in two ways different from the previous ones. First, while hitherto I had honestly stopped drinking, now I was stopping drinking honestly. Second, unlike my previous oaths, I remained true to this one till the end. From February 22nd, 2001 to February 22nd, 2002, when the court divorced us in one hearing, I did not put a drop of alcohol into my mouth in Asian's presence. She watched for a while this brisk, definite development with a contentment marred by incredulity. Still, she did not go any further, playing the detective to uncover the truth. Even though she constantly kept me under surveillance while I was with her, she did not once pry into what I was getting up to in the shady zone outside her field of vision. I wonder if the saint with two graves had ever crossed Asian's mind during those days, for at this juncture my circle had rotated once again, and, just like my father, I had assumed two separate personalities in two separate parts of the day. There was a clear difference between the two of us, however. My father was teetotal during the days and drunk at nights. With me, it was the opposite, as necessitated by my circumstances, I was sober during the nights and drunk during the days. The human body shelters within it a clock that works not only from right to left, but also the other way round. It all depends on how you set it up. I had become fully adapted to the new system within at most 2 weeks. Not having regular work hours at the university was a blessing. During daytime I did not miss any opportunity that came my way and went around constantly drunk, but at night as soon as I went home I sobered up as if hit on the face with a pail full of ice water. I stayed sober during the nights, and right after Asian left for work in the morning, started drinking at breakfast. In the last analysis, day or night did not make much of a difference to properly manage one. I needed to mess the other one up. Contrary to what I had feared, this particular arrangement did not weigh heavily either on my stomach or my conscience. Perhaps one gets used to anything as long as he knows there is no alternative on the horizon. When making this arrangement, however, I had simply overlooked the fact that everything has a life cycle of its own, a hint my father knew all those years. The morning hours were not apt to hide secrets away. Not only because we mingle with others all day long or have duties to perform in full view of everyone, there is something else in daytime, intrusive and insidious, transforming the city into an open forest of unseen creatures. The moment I placed a few crumbs of secrets into a tree hollow, somebody would snatch it away. Wherever I turned my head, I saw among the branches, twigs and leaves that surrounded me hundreds of eyes dazzled by the sun, a harsh beam of light which made it impossible to comprehend who was looking from where and with what intent. In that suffocating brightness of daytime, I wobbled amidst whispers, unable to distinguish the faces behind the voices. I could sense that others caught the smell of liquor on me, and every so often, my tongue stumbled at words or my mind was distracted. I could sense it all, but never could I discern who around me knew of my secret and to what extent. It was precisely at this juncture that Ethel came and perched amidst my life with all her weight. We had not been seeing each other for 2 years. After losing the Mevlevinet player and hurling enough poison to last me forever. Over my decision to get married to Asian, she had gone to the United States to settle down there with a bright, versatile Pakistani brain surgeon. Then she returned, just as suddenly and impetuously as she had departed, barging into my life fortuitously at a moment when I needed her or someone like her the most. I had forgotten that Ethel's greatest pleasure in this life was walking with her muddy feet on the priceless carpets in the spotless living rooms of women like Asian. She was quick to make me remember that it didn't take her long to discover my addiction, and when she did, she neither disparaged me, nor put me on trial, nor suffocated me with questions that already had the answers within. Instead, she handed me an expertly drawn map, created in how many years on what kind of a life experience I still cannot fathom, so that I could wander around in the forest of bodiless eyes and faceless sounds with minimum damage. This chart of hers was so technical. It included short liquor breaks adjusted to my work hours, one shot of hard liquor hidden in fancy thermoses, tiny clues about what would suppress the smell of the particular drinks, reinforcing drugs that would help me collect my thoughts, antioxidants, vitamins, minerals, artichoke tablets to appease my liver, with the seriousness and perseverance of a seasoned trainer coaching for the international games a young athlete with measly means but boundless dreams. She prepared the best possible program available under the circumstances. In fact, she did much more than that. All during those years, at every single opportunity, she kept me company and drank with me. One of the gravest strokes of misfortune a married woman could face at a time when her husband is searching for ways to trample on the rules and prohibitions set by her is for life to present him with an accomplice in the guise of another woman. Once such a chance event occurred, I instantaneously found myself in a room filled with contorted mirrors that made Asian appear far more distant and Ethel much closer than they actually were. Perhaps, however, the outcome was not as clear-cut as I believed it to be. After all, when Asian initiated divorce months later, the reason behind this decision was neither Ethel nor my infamous addiction. Flat number 8, the Blue Mistress. The Blue Mistress had been sitting without taking her eyes off the thin crimson stripes of peppered oil oozing from the half-eaten, half-messed-up chicken with ground walnut. There was nothing she could do. She did not even want to talk, let alone raise objections. There wasn't much to say. Anyhow, she had been caught in the ultimate trap of mistresshood, children. Being the mistress of a married man is to know too much about what should remain unknown but not know what to do with this surplus knowledge. Mistresses are cognizant of the most hidden, most shameful secrets of certain members of the same sex who they have never met before, and are probably not at all likely to meet hereafter, while spouses know little about them and are most probably not even aware of their existence. Mistresses have long since gathered by the armloads all sorts of information, thorny, meaningless, morbid details. If the aforementioned have the habit of plastering their faces with cream before going to bed at night, for instance, a mistress will even know what this cream smells like. Likewise, they would know the latter's taste in clothes, their devotion to makeup, the type of mothers they were, the sort of jewelry they wore, at what time they went to bed and got up, their eating habits, unceasing curiosities, hideous obsessions, frigidities, hypocrisies, complexes, and also what their possible reaction would be if they learned the truth. Mistresses know all the answers without having asked the questions about these kinds of things. They do not seek confidential secrets, rather secrets come to them. They come because in order to provide their mistresses with evidence of the kind of pandemonium they live in, men who are long-time complainers of marriage who still don't end marriage, and want change without any loss, throw about headlines each more blatantly provocative than the last. Like a crummy, popular daily newspaper ends up goading itself while trying to inflame its readers' emotions. Contrary to what spouses suppose, those who grumpily, maliciously gossip about them are not the mistresses but their husbands in person. Mistresses are just good listeners. Not only do they not make the slightest effort to learn more, but also, as long as they are confident about their power and content with their privileges, they do not even touch these armloads of unpleasant knowledge heaped onto their laps. They get to probe, pardon and protect their foes who in the meantime would not hesitate in drowning them in an inch of water. However, even Achilles has a heel, and even on satin sheets there is a moth hole at some spot, an air hole that deflates all the power of mistresses with a hiss. From the moment they have a mistress, men who are long time complainers of marriage who still don't end marriage and want change without any loss start to love their children as if they have never loved them before. It is a sincere love and just as pathological. Just like Adam has covered his nakedness with a grape leaf, so too do the LTCM men of the SDM team and WCWL sub-team cover all their shortcomings with their love of children. As years move along and the number of mistresses increases, their fondness for their children spreads far and wide. Just like Eve was obliged to obtain herself the same grape leaf, so too are the mistresses bound to appreciate their lovers' attachment to their children, an attachment that steadily increases and folds, getting more sensitive with each fold and acquiring immunity in the process. The blue mistress lifted the gaze she had fixated on the thin, crimson oil stripes oozing from the chicken with ground walnuts, half eaten half messed up, and looked at the olive oil merchant with a weariness bordering on fury. The man's 12-year-old daughter had taken to bed with a fever. He had been snapped at by his wife when he had attempted to scold her for neglecting the child. If you love your daughter so much, try not to go to your mistress tonight. Having been until that point confident of hiding his illicit affair from his wife, the olive oil merchant had been truly flabbergasted. A dreadful brawl had then erupted in the house and the sick child had heard everything. The blue mistress got up from her chair and gave the man a warm hug. She told him in a cruelly soft voice there was nothing to worry about, his daughter would get well soon, and her broken heart could be easily mended. Since the kid loved her father very much, she had uttered exactly what was expected, not a word more or less. The olive oil merchant looked at his mistress with a sour gratitude. He seemed more comfortable now that he had heard exactly what he expected to hear. As the blue mistress saw him off all the way to the door, the olive oil merchant smiled for the first time in hours. "Well done," he murmured just when about to go out, pointing at the table left behind. "It wasn't I who made them," shrugged the blue mistress. "I bought it all from the market." From her voice, it was hard to tell whether she was enraged or not. The olive oil merchant stood still for a moment. From his stare, it was hard to tell whether he was surprised or not. Flat number 2, Sidar and Gaba. In the lassitude canopying flat number 2, entirely severing it from the world. Outside, Gaba snored away, each paw pointing in a different direction. Since he had curled himself not only within the serenity taking over the house but also on top of his housemate, there was no way Sidar could budge until Gaba woke up. Not that Sidar minded that. He loved to stay still without achieving anything, not even trying to, with barely any energy, feeling slightly zany and slovenly, embraced by aimlessness, next to the being he loved the most in this world, to stay just like that, simply and purely stay. He too slid into sleep. In a wide, weed-filled garden framed by an ornate steel railing, Sidar stood gazing at an amber-haired young girl who had wrapped herself in silvery tulle and stretched out on a chaise longue. The girl looked astonishingly like one of his sisters but was more beautiful. She had been motioning him to come hither. Sidar checked Gaba sleeping away at the entrance, though he knew only too well that Gaba should not be left there alone. He pushed open the humongous entrance gate without taking his eyes off the girl and plunged in. Though the garden was greener than it appeared from the outside, the pool at its center was for some reason bone dry. Bugs the size of fists wandered around in it. The girl got up smiling, and Sidar suddenly saw that she was much, much taller than him. What's more, the girl did not stop growing as she stretched toward the sky. The shoes she wore had towering heels. The girl suddenly stumbled, and while trying to recover her balance, she stomped her foot on the ground, making a noise that sounded like talk. "Don't!" Sidar exclaimed, but this plea of his created just the opposite response from the girl, for she started to stamp her feet like mad. "Talk, talk, talk. Stop doing that. Are you nuts? Stop it!" Sidar yelled, worrying that Gaba might wake up. He turned back to check him, but the humongous gate with the steel railings that only seconds previously had been cracked open was both closed and now very far away. As the girl kept hopping, talk, 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 what Sidar had feared happened. Gaba started to bark, tearing himself apart. Throwing the girl a bitter look, Sidar ran hurriedly toward the gate. At the same moment, he found himself running dazedly toward the door in flat number 2 of Bonbon Palace. There was an ear-shattering noise all around. While Gaba barked, the door jolted. While the door jolted, Gaba barked some more. When Sidar had finally opened the door, standing in front of him was Muhammet, proud to have made his kicks talk. The child gave him a once over from top to toe and held out a napkin-covered plate. "Madam Auntie sent you this." Sidar rapidly rid himself of his grogginess and smiled brazenly. A joke had come true. The traditional halva that old women neighbors distributed from door to door had reached him just at the right time, just when he was yearning for sweets after an acid trip. Sidar and his friends had termed this among themselves, tradition infiltrating the unconventional. He thanked the child, stumbling over his words in delight, grabbed the plate and slammed the door on him. Having caught the smell of the recently delivered food, Gaba had stopped barking, waiting eagerly with his wet nose in the air. Sidar winked at him teasingly, lifted the napkin and stood dumbfounded. What? Faced him was not halva, but 2 floured cookies. Floured cookies with the end slightly crushed and the powdered sugar on top spilled. Sidar's face paled. He had remembered. Flat number 7, me. As I sat on the balcony sipping my drink, why don't you think of something to stop these folks? Ethel asked, grabbing the railing with fingernails painted a hue of dried apricot. Where she pointed, I spotted a headscarfed woman throwing her garbage by the side of the garden wall. I shrugged. It doesn't make any difference anymore if I open or close the windows. With the weather warming up every passing day, the garbage smell gets worse. If exposed to this malodor on the street, one walks faster. If in the car, one rolls the windows up. However, if the house you live in, the morning you wake up into, the night you sleep through, the walls, the windows, the doors, and every direction you turn to stinks, then you are trapped. There is no way of stepping outside the yoke of smell. Every night, when I return home, I encounter yet another warped garbage hill by the side wall of the apartment building. Every night a brand new garbage mound awaits me, comprising of stuffed plastic bags of all sizes marked with the emblems of the grocers and markets in the neighborhood, bags with their tops tied but for some reason always with a hole or slit at the bottom. Cardboard boxes tossed here and there, items that once belonged to God knows whom, and black clouds of buzzing flies landing on and taking off from the leaking watermelon juices and scattered scraps. Cats too, dozens of cats loom hither and thither, some skinny, some chubby, all indifferent to passers-by, bedridden in their foul-smelling kingdom, basking all day long over, inside and under the garbage bags, as their number increases incessantly, alarmingly. I watch the garbage hill at various hours of the day. Before noon there already is a substantial pile, which mounts further during the rest of the day. Close to dusk, 2 gypsies, one juvenile, other elderly, arrive with their hand carts and pick at the garbage. They load tin cans, newspapers and glass bottles into separate sacks to take them away. Life down there seems to be based on endless repetition where each part complements one another. The cats dig up what the flies have set their eyes on, the gypsies pick on what the cats have dug up. The garbage truck that enters the street every evening at the rush hour takes away what remains from the gypsies, what the garbage truck scatters. The flies, cats and seagulls swipe at once again. Within this ceaseless rotation, whatever diminishes is speedily replenished, never letting that sour smell fade away. "What do you want me to do?" I asked. "Should I stand guard by the wall? Do something so drastic that they'll never again want to dump garbage here? Come on, Sugar Plum, use your brain. You'll think of something," she said, once again finishing her rack before I did. I leaned back, lighting a cigarette. Oddly, there are no ants tonight. As the smoke coiled like gauze in the air, out of the blue, an idea as tiny as a louse crossed my mind. Flat number 2, Sidar and Gaba. Watching Gaba lick the crumbs of the floured cookies with his rough, rose-pink tongue, Sidar couldn't help recalling a particular day of his childhood. It was a snowy Saturday. They had paid a visit to Grandma, as they always did on Saturday mornings, but this time for some reason their visit had been shorter than usual. Ever since they had left the old woman's house, his mother and father had been walking arm in arm, murmuring reticently. Sidar, whom no one expected would grow up to be so tall and lanky back in those years, was covered in layers of clothes, lolloping like a cabbage, his reindeer motif wool beret pulled down to his ears and the same colored scarf wound around his neck. As the distance between him and his parents, who were coming at a snail's pace from behind, extended, Sidar took the liberty of tramping through all the puddles on his way. He could thus estimate the graveness of the quiet quarrel between his parents. The only thing adults need to do to make their children sense the inauspiciousness hovering in the air, without explicitly declaring the news, is simply to not get angry at things that always anger them. Accordingly, Sidar had fathomed something was wrong. For him to be convinced this day was like any other day, he first had to find a deep, dirty mud puddle to march in, and upon doing so, be rebuked by his mother and conceivably slapped by his father. Before long he came across what he wanted, a russet, murky hole full of mud, the depth of which he could not possibly estimate. Doggedly, almost blindly, he stomped in it and would have simply spurted ahead had he not heard an indistinct growl right at that instant. He flinched, checked the surroundings, but couldn't see anyone. It was as if the voice had come from under his feet, as if the mud had been hurt. Perhaps it was a warning. urging him to stay back. Perhaps this hole in front of him was one of those infamous death holes the municipality dug up to then forget to refill, a brown, bottomless dirty death hole. It frightened him, but the fear of death, Sidar sensed for the first time, was not that frightful. He moved forward. His heart pounded wildly. How deep was the hole? Where was its bottom? Perhaps in a step or two he would be swallowed up. In his mind's eye he visualized his death, the hole gulping him up, leaving behind nothing but his red deer-patterned beret. He imagined his mother and father passing by the hole, still talking fervently, then returning down all the roads they had passed, searching for their only son. The more he thought about it, the more he took pleasure in making everyone pay for past offenses, slanders that had hurt him, squabbles that had injured him, the injustices he had been subjected to. It felt good to envisage how his friends and relatives who had been separately responsible for each one of these slights would repent upon learning he had died. Yet before he was able to arrive even at the midpoint of his dreams, he had reached the end of the puddle. He grudgingly stepped out and still stomping his feet, dropping burly mud drops, he turned the street corner only to stop. There, flummoxed, right across from him, by the sidewalk, lay a puppy. Those blaring sounds had emanated not from the death hole of the Istanbul municipality but from this puny, black-eyed puppy. It had no blood on its coat, no visible cut or wound. The wheel tracks of the minibus that had sped over it were not detectable. Sidar's face paled, realizing that the death he had lavishly dreamed of a minute previous was now so close and yet so external to him. He felt stupid. All these visions that carried him away were incongruous, and all the aspirations he set up futile. The only things that were real to him at that moment were the mud left on his trousers, which was already drying up, and the pain tormenting this puppy. The rest was entirely meaningless. He had a family but was lonely. He was constantly belittled by everyone, and he in turn constantly belittled everyone. He did not know how to be happy and did not think he could learn it either. He had turned 11 but was still a child in everyone's eyes. No one asked his opinion on anything, and even if they did, he did not have any opinion anyway. No doubt he should have returned and asked for help from his parents or else moved forward to help the puppy himself, but he could do none of these things. He nervously thrust his hands into his pockets and simply waited. The sour despondency of his parents was approaching step by step from the back. This was life. In front of him, a puppy speedily slid from pain into oblivion. That was death. As for Sidar, he did not want to join either side. He would stay as far away as possible from both the death that excluded him and the life from which he had excluded himself. If only he could withdraw behind his eyelids the way he had hidden under the coat, gloves, beret and scarf. Lost in his thoughts, it took him some time to realize what the soft thing in his left pocket was. It was a floured cookie. "The girls will stay with me," Grandma had remarked broodingly that morning. But the male child, he has to be by the side of his father. When Sidar had entered the kitchen, the two women had their backs to him. They were doling out the freshly baked floured cookies into the porcelain plates lined up on the counter. "Don't leave me without news," Grandma had mumbled. "But as soon as your new phone is connected, call a candy store first thing." When a new phone was connected at a new house, whom one called first determined all the rest. That was why, with a new phone, before calling friends and relatives, one had to randomly call a candy store so that all the following calls made from that phone would end sweetly. After having talked To a candy store, one could call a bank, foreign currency bureau, or a jeweler. To bring in money for future phone calls, a real estate agent to bring in a house, or a car dealer to bring in a car and the like, but possessions and such did not matter that much. What really mattered was for the things to run sweetly. Accordingly, while calling all others depended on one's own pleasure, calling the candy store was some sort of a duty. Sidar had been bored stiff there, as he was every Saturday morning. Fortunately, they had not stayed for long this time. While the adults had become wobbly with emotion and the children had still not comprehended how different this Saturday morning was from others, they had all been swept toward the outside door with the current of such incessant farewells that it was uncertain who kissed whom and why. The only thing apparent was that the girls were to stay behind with the grandmother. Sidar had no objection to this. He was so pleased to learn that he would be spending the weekend away from his sister's yakking that he had not even objected to his mother's instruction to put on this beret, which was made for a girl. However, just as he was about to leave in that covered, wrapped-up state, his grandmother had pulled him to herself fast, stuck him onto her breasts that touched her belly, and keeping hold of him tight like this, she had crammed things into his pocket. "You'll eat them on the way," she had sniveled as she sniffed her red nose and pointed with one arm to some place in the sky as if the road she referred to was up there somewhere. In that state she had remained stock still at the threshold, like a burly statue of a woman turned into stone. With her blocking the door in this way, all family members had lined up next to one another along the narrow corridor like forgotten clothes pinned up on a clothesline and left to freeze outside in the cold of the night. Always confused when confronted with excessive expressions of love, Sidar had finally succeeded in escaping the mangle of Grandma's breasts that smelt slightly of sweat, intensely of lemon cologne, and a whisk of fresh baked bread. That was the exit. From that moment on they had been wandering the streets, he in the front and his mother and father at the back. As soon as the puppy spotted the floured cookie Sidar took out of his pocket, it stopped wailing. They stood eye to eye for an awkward moment. Sidar felt a hatred surge in him. He couldn't help loathing the animal. Here it was on the verge of death, and yet the desire to devour a damn floured cookie flickered like a flimsy flame in its already lusterless black eyes. A couple of minutes later, his father and mother turned the corner. They approached and saw their son indifferently munching on a cookie in front of a dying puppy. Confronted with such cruel insensitivity, the nerves of both adults, which were thoroughly stretched under the influence of the topic they had been talking about, completely snapped. While his mother yelled at him, his father slapped him on the face. At long last his wish had come true. Both his mother and father seemed to have turned back to their normal selves. Still, however, that malignant feeling pulling Sidar apart inside had not lessened a bit. As he started to weep, it was neither the slap nor the rebuke that had hurt him so badly. In truth, on that last Saturday morning in Istanbul, his conviction that the life he had become accustomed to would forever continue the way it was, had perished for once and all. That same night Sidar traveled on a plane for the first time in his life. He would with time comprehend why his mother and father had become so agitated before going through passport control and why they had left Turkey in such a hurry. At the end of the trip, which he spent watching the charming flight attendant smiling the same smile at everyone, when the plane started to descend, he saw under him a city that scattered bright lights without shadows into a calm darkness, Switzerland. 2 months later, when they had left the school dormitory set aside for those seeking political asylum and settled into the dwelling they were going to share with an Assyrian family similarly in asylum. The first thing his mother had done was to run to the phone. She had talked with her daughters. In tears, constantly repeating the same sentences over and over again, not a patisserie, not a candy store, nor a chocolate factory. Perhaps because they had used their new phone to call their family first, and to hold a most doleful conversation, throughout the long years that followed, at every single call they received they feared the worst news from Istanbul. Even when Grandma died 5 years later and the girls also arrived in Switzerland, this barely changed. In all the phone calls to ensue, there was some news from Istanbul. And if not that, certainly a mention and a steady, thorny anguish. Be that as it may, Sidar was the only one of the family to return to Istanbul. After 11.5 years and 1 day. Flat number 4, the Firenaturedsons. Shut in her room, sitting cross-legged on the carpet next to the cockroach she had squished, Zealish Firenaturedsons had for the last half hour been staring at the mirror she solemnly and dolefully held, as if some grave injustice had been inflicted upon her by the face she saw there. Until some time ago her face had been as pallid as if she had run into a ghost at night and as round as a pastry tray. Yet, for about 5 months now, it had been spotted with tiny ruby blisters as if she had had a heat rash without knowing. The dermatologist with bleary eyes and hearty laughter they visited, diagnosed them as being neither adolescent acne nor an allergy but instead psychosomatic. Under extreme anxiety, he had maintained, the skin could transform itself into a red polka-dotted tablecloth. Chuckling at his own joke, the physician had given Zealish a whopping slap on the back and thundered in his bass voice, "For goodness sake, if you get so anxious at this age, you'll end up racking your husband's nerves when married. Relax, my daughter. Relax. If there is one thing in this life that starts to multiply out of spite and proliferate all the more the moment it is intended to be reduced, it must be anxiety. Even fear has an ending, a saturation point. When that particular point is reached, even if one were up to the neck in fear, one would and could not be frightened any longer. Excessive fear anesthetizes itself. As for anxiety, that is the venomous water of a bottomless well. It has neither an overdose nor an antidote. Just as much as the source of fear is concrete and evident, the source of anxiety is vague and abstract. As such, even though one would have no trouble determining the reason behind fear, there is no way to detect the cause for constant anxiety. Given that, warning an anxiety-ridden person who is already worn out from battling not some corporal enemy but a chemical one, about the menacing things that might happen if she did not appease her anxiety, would solely serve to create just the opposite effect, rendering her all the more anxious. Not only did Zealish Firenaturedsons not know how to relax, she did not think she could ever learn either. Finding out that the cause for all these blisters was not a particular allergy but an ambiguous anxiety had simply heaped more angst upon her pile of angst. There was no soap, cream or lotion on earth that could heal her. Anxiety had no cosmetic solution. The blisters hitherto confined to her forehead and chin had since then increased twofold, spreading all over her face. All of a sudden she overheard some music seeping through from the flat downstairs. Getting down on her knees, her face turned to the dead cockroach, she glued her ear to the floor. By now she had formed the habit of eavesdropping on the flat below at various times of the day. Her room was right above the living room of the wiry guy residing in the basement flat. At times she heard this strange tap and rap as if he had been walking on the ceiling or was taken hostage downstairs and was trying to climb up, or Perhaps he was sending her a coded message. Once she had even heard moans jumbled in with dog barks. That day she had patiently waited by the living room window to see what this female guest looked like. She had seen her. A petite girl with short, spiked, coppery hair and loose, baggy pants that looked like they would fall off at any moment. As soon as she had left Bonbon Palace, the girl had lit a cigarette there in the middle of the street. She didn't seem to have any blisters and thereby no anxieties. Every human being spends life searching for her own image, wise men said, to become one with her and to find herself in her. But even if that were the case, just as the tuba tree in heaven had turned upside down with its roots up in the air and branches under the soil, so did certain mirrors turn. What was sought upside down in the girl who had left Sidar's house, Elif Firenaturedsons had seen the opposite of her image. If only she could, she would entirely do away with herself and be converted into her. "What the hell are you doing on the floor?" Elif Firenaturedsons bolted to her feet and frowned at her brother who had dashed into her room without bothering to knock on the door first. Zechariah had come to dinner that night with his wife and child. In slow, heavy steps Elif left the room in silence. She found everyone seated around the table in the living room having their soup while watching the news. At one end of the table stood 3 pieces of the coffee cake the old widow at number 10 had sent them. As Elif perched on the chair at the corner, the TV screen caught her eyes. A 16-year-old mother who had left her 3-days-old baby in the dumpster of a supermarket was trying to hide her face from the cameras. The luckless baby had slept in the barrel among the litter quietly all day long, and only when it started to wail at night had it been noticed and saved by passers-by. The policeman who took her to the station and fed her had named the baby from the garbage cater. All of a sudden Cater appeared on the screen, her tiny face flushing crimson. She kept crying and crying, turning a deeper and deeper color with each cry. Elif Firenaturedsons broke out in a sweat. The baby was so red, though she tried to release her glance from the pressure of that nasty color. It was too late. As baby Cater was being passed around from the lap of one policeman to another, all darkened, and the darkness was a vivid red. Elif Firenaturedsons had fainted. Flat number 7, me. Awakened with the squeal of the alarm clock at 5:45 a.m., the idea I had relished so much last night now seemed pure nonsense. I would have hit the pillow and gone back to sleep if only I could. Instead I got up and looked out the window. It was still dark outside. That was when I felt like trying my plan out. At least it would provide me with something to laugh about with. Ethel the cunt. Taking the bag I had prepared at night, I slipped ghost-like down the stairs. The apartment building was dead silent. As soon as I opened the building door, the cool morning breeze hit my face, and then the subtle garbage smell. It had started already. Who knows, maybe my plan will have some use. If I succeeded in convincing even one person not to dump their garbage here, I would have considered myself as having served not only the residents of Bonbon Palace but the entire city. In all its forlornness, for the first time since I had moved here, the street I lived on looked gorgeous to me. 2 sturdy street dogs sprung from the corner. They advanced zigzagging from one sidewalk to the other, got in front of each other, slowed down upon reaching the garden wall, sniffed at the garbage reluctantly and failing to come across anything worthy, trudged away. As I looked after them, for a fleeting moment I felt someone's eyes on me. Yet when I turned around, Bonbon Palace was in utter darkness with the exception of flat number 9. A shadow rapidly passed by the living room. Windows of the top floor. The lights of all the rooms in the direction the shadow moved were lit and then for whatever reason were turned off in the same order. I felt awkward. As I cased my surroundings, the silliness of what I was about to do upset me. Still, something in me refused to give up. My plan is pure nonsense, but perhaps it is better that it be so. At times the only way of stopping ongoing nonsense is not to fight it back with rational rules or despotic prohibitions, but to launch back something just as nonsensical. As I got on the sidewalk and faced the garden wall, a grim pair of eyes accosted me. I had seen this cat before. It stares at humans with such pure hatred. Disturbed by my presence, it got up and walked to the end of wall, with klutzy steps from where it continued to watch me. Taking the paint can out of the bag, I opened the lid with difficulty. When buying the paint the day before, I had asked the sales clerk for muslin green to match the occasion. But what emerged from under the lid now was downright pistachio green. Certainly not an apt color for otherworldliness. What's more, another nuisance struck me once I faced the wall with the brush in my hand. I sure knew what sort of a message I wanted to write, but hadn't given much consideration to how to phrase it most effectively. A bread van passed behind me noisily, continuing on its route after leaving a crate full of bread in front of the grocer opposite. Realizing what little time I had left before the whole city woke up, I hurried to write the simplest expression that came to my mind, going over every letter twice. As I worked conscientiously, the bastard cat watched my every move, swinging the tar-black tail it had dangled off the wall. When finished, I stepped back and examined my handiwork. It was not bad, though the pistachio green was far too vivid and I had apparently failed to center the writing. It still was all right. Large and legible enough to be perceived from even the middle of the street. I winked at the cat, collected the paint and the brush and returned to Bonbon Palace. Just as I was about to enter, someone was getting ready to go out. The aged lady at number 10 was the last person I expected to see at this godforsaken hour of the morning, but it was as if she too felt at least as uneasy about this encounter as I did. While I tried to hide the contents of the bag in my hand, the ones in hers caught my eye. She was carrying 4 large bags that seemed empty. Her bag's as light as a feather, she as light as a feather. I held the door open for her, crowning that quizzical smile of hers. With a polite, "Thank you," she embraced her tiny frame and slithered away. As soon as I entered the house, I went out on the balcony. Though I had intended to perch there to see with my own eyes the effect of my writing, the sleep I had left incomplete came and captured me like a clingy creditor. Flat number 9, Hygiene, Tijen and the Cockroach. After checking one by one the kitchen, living room, corridor and the back room, Hygiene Tijen finally turned off the lights and lay down on the bed. Exhausted. In the dead calm of the darkness, sliced by the gradually dawning day, she turned and gazed with curiosity at the body next to her as if she saw it for the first time. She indeed gazed, but what she saw there was less a body than numerous infinitesimal bits and pieces. Her infatuation for cleaning, having long progressed to a chronic level, had after a certain phase affected her eyesight like some insidious disease. Her eyes now subtly sliced up everything she regarded, dividing the whole into pieces, the pieces into details and the details into bits. When she looked at the rug in the living room, for instance, she perceived not the rug but its designs and the stains sheltered in those designs and the specks of dirt hanging onto those stains. While her eyes had become sharp enough to see indistinguishable details and hunt down the parasites invisible to the eye. She conversely had lost the ability to grasp anything in its totality. As such, when she turned around in the bed and stared at the body next to her, she did not see her husband but the 2 drops of dried saliva by the corner of his mouth, the sand that had accumulated in his eyes, the food sediments on his teeth, the nicotine yellowing on his fingertips, and the dandruff at the roots of his hair. In a flash she turned her face away so as not to have to see this anymore, but was too late. The disgust had already set in. Disgust is no ordinary feeling, distributed lavishly to all living creatures on Earth. To begin with, it is exceedingly particular to humans. Women are disgusted more often than men, and among women, some more so than others. Whenever Hygiene Tijen was disgusted, the sides of her mouth turned down. Her legs got stuck stock still and her whole body first got a subtle tickling sensation and was then covered with an intensifying itch. She curled into the fetal position, scratching herself non-stop while the feeling of disgust prickled her toes, spreading from there to the upper parts of her body in wave after wave. So far, she had become disgusted an infinite number of times for all sorts of reasons, but this time she felt a tingling not only on the tips of her toes but also on her temples. The tingling increased in a couple of seconds to cover her entire head. It then ran down her neck, squeezing left and right as if passing through a bridge, and as soon as it left the bridge behind, started to descend in splintered, orderly strips. Behind this swiftly mobilized army was none other than Hygiene Tijen's brain, predicting well ahead the possible perilous consequences of Hygiene Tijen's sudden disgust for her husband. Her brain had acted on its own. For sometimes our brain grasps before us the likely results of the action we are about to take and, if it deems necessary, sets about taking precautions of its own accord. Hygiene Tijen's brain too had independently decided to take over the way things were going, as it could envision that this disgust did not resemble the preceding bouts, and that, when she started to be disgusted with the man she had once married, risking a confrontation with her own parents, the issue could transform into an interrogation of an entire life. During the following couple of minutes, Hygiene Tijen experienced a peculiar, terrible cramping in her stomach. For it was exactly at this region that the rebels fighting in the name of disgust for husband and the forces of devotion to husband confronted each other. It was the latter that emerged triumphant. The brain had successfully put down yet another mutiny. Now, relieved from her stomach ache, Hygiene Tijen breathed a sigh and headed to the bathroom, dragging her feet. She turned on the light. The surrounding area was snow white. She poured a few drops of bleach on a paper towel and thoroughly wiped the toilet seat. As she peed, she scrutinized everything around. There was nothing within an eye range that could pierce through the absolute dominance of white, her favorite color. There was an aura of a certain color surrounding each and every person. According to a brochure she had once seen, the brochure of an organization established in California where the members called each other not with their names but colors, held hands to form color scales like impressive watercolor sets, but ultimately had to disband when the members started to separate into factions based on their hues. Perhaps the reverse was also true. Perhaps there is an aura of a certain type of person surrounding every color, and if that indeed is the case, the aura of people surrounding the color white will no doubt be comprised of housewives. White confers pride and dignity to housewives. To Hygiene Tijen it only conferred comfort. After flushing the toilet, she dripped a few drops of bleach on a paper towel and wiped the seat. Having thus embarked upon the task, she also cleaned up the toilet cover, under it and around it, then the toilet paper and towel hooks, the sink, the tub, and unable to stop herself, pulled up the washing machine to mop behind it. Just before she got out, she turned around, half weary, half content to take a look at the whole bathroom one last time. She closed the door behind her, but stood still. For the brain does not always go in the front but occasionally comes from the rear like this. Hygiene Tijen's brain too had decided with a lag of few seconds that it had seen something black, pitch black, wandering somewhere within the whiteness covering the entire bathroom. She reopened the door. She was not mistaken. A black and disgusting antenna was rapidly making way on the white tiles. Her heart in her mouth, Hygiene Tijen drew closer with cautious sidesteps, and only when really close could she distinguish that the thing she had been looking at, in its details, but had failed to see in its entirety, was not a black and disgusting antenna, but a black and disgusting cockroach. Before she let out a scream, the black, repulsive owner of the black, repulsive antenna had already vanished into a hole on the bathroom wall. Flat number 1, Musa, Meryem and Muhammet. Because of the squabble inside, Musa woke up earlier than usual this morning. As soon as he entered the living room, he spotted Muhammet there, squeezed between an armchair and the wall, pretending not to notice the plea for help flickering in his son's eyes. He sat down at the breakfast table, grudgingly shoveling into his mouth a lump of cheese. He reached for the teapot only to let go of it even more grudgingly. Alas, the tea had gone cold again. Though he pointed the teapot out to his wife, Meryem, too busy pushing the armchair with one leg while stuffing parsley twigs into half a loaf of bread, paid no attention to him, sullenly bowing to the fact that he had to take care of himself. Musa's sluggish gaze scanned the surroundings and, passing at a tangent to his son's despondent stare, inspected one by one the armchairs, coffee tables, and chairs weightily lined up. Having thus drawn a complete circle in the living room, he finally focused on his wife once again. Meryem's belly seemed even bigger this morning. Gobbling half the cheese on the plate, 3 slices of bread and all the olives left in the bowl as fast as he could, Musa left the house without a word. At this hour of the day, as the only place he could think of going was the grocery store opposite, that is where he headed. The grocer, who was notorious for sitting hunched up on the same stool and in the same spot, all the time spying on the passers-by, hadn't arrived yet. Like many a grocery store in Istanbul, in this case too, what made the store different from others was less the qualities of the groceries sold than the traits of the grocer. So profoundly had this identification of shop with owner been internalized by the hunched-up grocer himself that for a long time he found it impossible to accept the simple fact that his store could open in his absence. Nevertheless, ultimately facing the risk of losing customers if he kept on closing the shutters. Every time he went to the mosque to pray, he had been forced to entrust the store to his freckled apprentice. The apprentice happened to be his brother's son, but since the hunchbacked grocer was a firm believer in the need to keep kinship in trade apart, just like water and oil, he treated the youngster not like his nephew but as an apprentice ought to be treated. As for the boy, on no account could he work out how on earth this uncle of his, who bombarded him with callous orders and icy scoldings 6 days a week, could then on the 7th day, on a Sunday family visit, turn into an utterly different person, bringing him chocolates he would not even let him get near to in the store. On such Sundays, whenever his uncle asked, as if they had just run into each other for the first time in weeks, as if it wasn't him who had sworn at the boy only that morning in the store in front of everyone, "Tell me, my nephew, what do you do in your spare time after school, at those thwarting moments? How Desperately the boy wished to vanish from the face of the earth. The acrimony of the past feast of sacrifice was still seared fresh in his memory. On that day, all their relatives gathered together, sacrificed a bulky ram early in the morning, then spent the entire day gulping down tea, almond paste, roasted meat, yogurt soup, wheat boiled with meat, yogurt drink, rice and meat, sausage, apricot compote, meat pilaf, tea again, baklava with pistachios, semolina dessert for the spirits of the dead, grapes, watermelon, again, baklava with pistachios and coffee, only to end up suffering from severe indigestion at night. The next morning, when the boy had arrived at the grocery store later than usual and still drained of color, his uncle had yelled at him, crowning his reprimand with a sermon on an apprentice's responsibility to go to bed early and rise early. Unable to match in his mind's eye the jittery grocer at the store and the fatherly uncle he ran into on family occasions, the freckled apprentice had in the fullness of time started to perceive them as two distinct persons. This apparent solution, however, caused a few problems of its own each time his parents asked him to deliver a message to his uncle at the store. Something inside the boy seemed to short-circuit, for he always forgot to do so. When Musa approached the store, the freckled apprentice had placed the book of Quranic verses on the counter, and with one eye on the door and one hand in the peanuts case, kept wolfing nuts while memorizing sections of the Quran. Not at all used to getting up this early, and apparently disappointed to see the apprentice instead of the grocer, Musa thought, why not distribute the bread of the apartment building himself this morning? The moment he took a step toward the glass cupboard where the breads were lined up, however, he stopped, highly perplexed. In a daze and almost frozen to the spot, what he looked at from that angle was the garden wall of Bonbon Palace, which he soon pointed out to the freckled apprentice. The two of them stood side by side, studying the pistachio green writing there. "I hope Meryem won't ever see this," Musa exclaimed. Then, as if sharing a joke with himself, he chuckled, displaying his rotten teeth. "Why so?" the freckled apprentice grimaced, having just missed the nut he had flung in the air. "Why so? Why do you think?" "Simply because she'd accept it as true." Flat number 10, Madam Auntie. Having emptied every single one of the bags she had brought in, Madam Auntie opened the double doors and stepped onto the balcony. The roofs of the apartment buildings across were dotted with hordes of seagulls, all staring in the same direction, all similarly sullen, as if compressed under the weight of the same cryptic contemplation. Her eyes fixated on them, Madam Auntie distractedly caressed the pendants on her two necklaces, one of which she never took off. On the long chain there hung a key, and on the short one, the austere face of Saint Seraphim. Istanbul, she thought, resembled a woman heavy with child, a woman who during the last months of pregnancy had put on far more weight than she could carry. With every step, the swish of water rose in waves from that belly of hers, long swollen with grandeur. Though she constantly devoured whatever she could get hold of, she was no longer able to tell how much of what she ate benefited her or the crowds of teensy, touchy and voracious beings growing within her body day by day. How desperately she would like to, if only she could, get rid of this excruciating burden. Instead, all she could do was to simply swell up throughout the centuries. The comestibles which she consumed in one gulp were transported to her by ships and boats, cars and trailers, shaky-legged porters and caravans, their tails long lost on the way. Had she, with this insatiable appetite of hers, not been able to spurt anything out, Istanbul would have long before blown up, taking the life of both herself and those dwelling in her. Auspiciously she could always spew things out. She purified her worn-out body, just like a person would use expectorants to oust putrid gases, bodily fluids and vomit in order to live and keep living. Istanbul poured the pus oozing from her festering wounds into hills of garbage. That she could still persevere, she owed to the garbage, mounting in piles upon piles even when buried deep in holes, emerging from its ashes even if burned shovel by shovel, never to wane even when carried far away. It was thanks to the glorious garbage that Istanbul could still carry on. As such, the garbage dump was not an end. Life did not terminate there but merely changed form and essence. The items thrown in the trash, as if churned out from the invisible walls surrounding the city, were then dissolved into their components, sorted out, burned up, pressed, buried, yet they never wholly perished. Like a fugitive on the run, the garbage ultimately sneaked back to Istanbul, through the soil, water, or at times air. With the help of the garbage gatherers, the lodos, or the seagulls. The seagulls seemed to be of the same opinion as Madame Auntie. These theoretically carnivorous, originally directionless birds had in time become so accustomed to feeding on Istanbul's trash that they had fully integrated into this everlasting gastral circle, incessantly begetting waste from life and life from waste. Every night and every morning, Madame Auntie sat on her balcony looking far and down on the russet hill where the shanty houses with cursorily painted facades had been heaped to the brim, while she listened, as attentive as a silence-worshipping seagull, to the hum of the city flocked together by the gale, only to be scattered by it once again. In this final stage of her life, if she were offered a chance to be born again wherever she pleased and as a different species, Madame Auntie would no doubt choose to be born here in Istanbul, only this time disguised as a seagull. Flat number 7, me. It was almost noon when I woke up, thrusting into my briefcase today's lecture notes, as well as yet another Kierkegaard for AJ, who apparently preferred to borrow them from me rather than purchase her own. I rushed out. While I was leaving my flat, the neighbor at number 8 was going into hers. In a hurry, as always. She seemed to have done something to her hair. It was better before, but she still looked fetching, indeed very fetching. She greeted me warily with a nod, averting her eyes. Yet I caught that glance in her eyes. She is not as timid as she seems to be. Neither is she that indifferent to the world around her. Down on the ground floor, the door of flat number 4 was ajar. That nasty woman was standing at the threshold, asking Meryem to do her chores. Upon seeing me, her lips twisted into a galling smile. "Professor, did you hear what happened to our apartment building?" she blurted out. "It turns out there was a holy saint in our garden. I had completely forgotten about it." "I am not at all surprised," I said, not losing my cool. "It is a well-known fact that there are countless graves left from the Ottomans, as well as the Byzantines, at various corners of Istanbul," I added without taking my eyes off my watch. "Are we to claim that all the dead in the city lie within the existing cemeteries? Of course not. There must be still thousands of undiscovered graves. What could be more natural than the fact that some of these graves belong to people regarded by the populace as holy saints?" Firenaturedsons inspected me from top to toe, trying to grasp whether I was making fun of her or not. When she pouts, the creases on her forehead make her look even more edgy. "Academics," she heaved a sigh. And as if with this single word the whole conversation had turned to her advantage, she crossed her arms on her chest, remaining silent. So did I. Firenaturedsons' thorny stare stirred toward Meryem, standing next to us, listening to our conversation with a look of anguish and tightly closed lips as if worried she might let slip a word she'd rather not. For a fleeting moment it seemed to me that upon hearing my response a gleeful glint glimmered in the depth of her eyes, but the very next second, hurrying to get rid of us both, she grabbed her list of chores and scurried out ahead of me. Flat number 5, Hadji and son, daughter-in-law and grandchildren. But Grandpa, what if I step on them by mistake, exclaimed the 5.5-year-old. If you step on them, the genies will get into you. They will twist you out of shape, roared the 7.5-year-old. Like you've got a giant head. Hadji intervened, don't talk like that with your older brother. Neither the genies nor Allah will like those who don't respect their elders. The 5.5-year-old tilted her head, tugging her pinky ginger pleated skirt. Utterly immobile for a while, from the corner of her eye she then looked at her older brother only to see the other pouting at her. Without a sound she slid closer to her grandfather. The genies have a sultan. They call him Beelzebub. Never do they dare to disobey his orders, but there are times when they get involved in all sorts of intrigues without his knowledge. The genie gang comes in all types. The genies are like humans, some are good, some wicked. Some are devout, some infidels. There are 3 types of genies. Firstly, there are some in the form of snakes or bugs, secondly are those in the shape of wind or water, and last but not least, there are those who take the form of humans. It is this last group that is the most menacing of all. You can never tell if they are really humans or genies. They throw weddings that last until dawn, eating, drinking and dancing to the rhythm of drums and zurnas. If you ever happen upon a genie wedding late at night, you should instantly turn your head. Don't ever try to sneak a look. When you get up to go to the bathroom at night, don't ever take even one step without uttering Allah's name aloud. Particular attention needs to be paid to thresholds because that's where the genies like to linger. The only way to eschew the genies is to not do anything without uttering Allah's name. If you forget to do so, the genies will surely reach you and meddle with your life, repined Hadji, leaning his aching back on one of the pillows piled up on the couch to build an Osman afterward. The little girl next to him cowered and moved in tandem, as if glued to the old man. The most horrible one is the crimson broad. When she haunts a woman who has just given birth, she'll never let go of her prey. All night long, she mounts the new mother's chest as if riding a horse. Only at dawn does she leave the poor thing drenched in sweat and fear, but the next night, she's back there again, this time attacking the cradle, throwing the baby up in the air like a soccer ball. Oh, I remember her, the 7.5-year-old blurted out, eyeing his siblings. She came to their birth. Of course, she would. If, instead of having the birth her way, your mother had called for your deceased grandmother, there would be no quandaries. Your grandma, peace be upon her, would certainly have managed to get rid of the crimson broad, but the poor soul passed away without seeing her grandchildren. Deeply vexed by their grandfather's response, the 5.5-year-old and the 6.5-year-old groveled at once. While the little girl's lower lip drooped down, the boy had started to suck his thumb, which was already thinned out from constant sucking. And you better be cautious about the black Congolos too, the most merciless of them all. She disguises herself as an aged woman, wandering on the streets, waiting for her prey at street corners. She asks questions to the passers-by, where are you coming from, and where are you going to? She inquires, which family do you descend from? She further asks, if you stumble upon black Congolos, you have no other choice than to respond to her questions by using the word black each time. Say, for instance, I am from the black ones or I come from the black town. Only then will she leave you in peace. Every so often she asks for an address. If you don't know the address, I pity you. She takes out her cane, whacks you on the head and beats you so bad that his words were ripped apart by the ringing of the phone. The 7 and a half-year-old reached for the receiver with no hurry. Yes, they had finished their breakfasts. No, they were not being naughty. Yes, they were watching television. No, Grandpa was not telling tales. No, they were not turning the gas on. No, they were not messing up the house. No, they did not hang off the balcony. No, they did not play with fire. No, they did not go into the bedroom. Really, Grandpa was not telling a tale. However, that day his mother must have been in need of confirmation for. She insisted, if your grandpa is telling tales, simply say, the weather is cold, and I'll understand. The 7-and-a-half-year-old hesitated for a moment. A nocturnal gleam slid from his moss-green eyes. There followed a prickly silence. When the gleam had disappeared, he had already changed his mind. Without feeling the need to lower his voice or take his eyes off his grandfather, he answered in an indifferent voice, "No, Mom, the weather is not cold. However, Grandpa does keep telling us creepy stories." Flat number 7, me. You seem to be in good spirits today, Professor. AJ, sitting at the front row, twittered in the most glib voice she could manage. She was dressed in pitch black from top to toe, as usual, black lipstick, black nail polish, black eyes, made to stand out with black eye pencil. I took out the copy of Sickness Unto Death from my briefcase and placed it on her desk. I have indeed come to class in good spirits, but whether I'll still be in this state when we are done depends on you. Let's see if the articles have been read, I said, proceeding with a typical introduction to a typical Thursday lecture. We have read from In Praise of Folly by Erasmus. The part where he mentions Fortuna we compared to Machiavelli's Fortuna. Entirely read, analyzed and memorized. AJ spoke up. Fine, then can somebody please tell me what sort of a thing this Fortuna is? I asked, taking pains to address not AJ but the whole class. For sure, a female, AJ raised an answer, apparently pleased with trampling whatever prudence I maintain in both Machiavelli and Erasmus. Fortuna is personified and feminized, and because she's a female, it's no big surprise that they don't find her reliable. The church fathers shared the same opinion, and we Turks are no different. We say destiny is either blind or a slut. If blind, she can't see what she distributes to whom, so can't be expected to be fair. If a slut, she'll have nothing to do with fairness anyhow. At times there's a wheel in her hand. At other times she herself forms a wheel by swirling her skirts. Hence the expression Wheel of Fortune. There is no way of knowing when or where she'll stop, bringing who knows what to whom. According to Machiavelli, Fortuna controls half of our lives. And there's nothing we can do about that part. However, it is possible, even if only partially, to make Fortuna obey our demands. Since each and every one of the fountainheads of political philosophy happen to be male, it looks like in the persona of Fortuna they are unanimously searching for ways with which to bring women to their knees. Huh? So this Fortuna you are talking about is our good old Cater? Sem blurted out, apparently having not the slightest problem in revealing his ignorance on the assigned articles. In the ensuing 15 minutes or so, constantly interrupting each other's sentences, they talked about our good old Cater. I think it's really cheap to criticize Machiavelli from the standpoint of contemporary feminist paradigms, said the curly-haired girl with the glasses, whose name always escaped me, and who I knew did not like AJ one wee bit but for some reason always sat behind her. The issue is, do you think you're living a life that's been drawn up for you ahead of time? Has your life been determined a priori? That is the question we need to ask. In struggling against Cater, the man's clearly coming to terms with religion. Neither enlightenment nor progress would have been possible without breaking away from Fortuna, or bringing her to her knees, if you will. AJ stretched tautly as she crossed her legs. She does this repeatedly, knowing too well the beauty of her legs. So far, I have not seen any colleague suffer serious academic damage for getting mixed up in some sort of a love affair with a student. If someone is hunted down for this reason, it is because he would have been hunted down in any case. At any rate, I do not reciprocate AJ's interest in me. Not because I am worried it would reach my colleagues' ears. What really matters is not what the academics pretend not to know, but what the students pretend to know. For female students always talk. They can never hold their tongues. Each one has a close friend to confide in, each confidant another one of her own, and so it goes. Complete disenchantment. All of a sudden you are not the esteemed unknown professor you once were, always watched by prying eyes from a distance, but an ordinary mortal whose weaknesses, lunacies, balonies and fixations are paraded in front of all. To be with a young girl could indeed provide a pleasant boost to self-esteem for middle-aged men, but that comes at a cost. It is a shaky status bound to shatter any time. It might easily capsize at the very first flick. Then, all the letters you have written, the confessions you have made and the secrets you let slip will altogether vex you. Your sexual performance will be the talk of town, and before you you'll have become the butt of all jokes. It is not worth it. I never considered any female student of mine to be worth all this. Not even AJ. Why don't we just simply confess that we can't control our lives? I may be held responsible for what I do, but I can't be blamed for what I spark off. AJ said, watching my every move all the while. I'm from birth the daughter of this or that person. I can choose neither my father nor my nation, and certainly not my religion or language. If they'd asked my opinion, I'd have preferred to have been born in another environment. If refused the alternative, I'd rather not have been born at all. It's that simple. If you had been born somewhere else, rather than a scarf on your head, you would have had a cross on your neck, she poured out. Though she had turned back, it was not clear as to which one of the three headscarfed girls she had addressed her words. I too believe in destiny, answered Seda, always sitting in the middle of the always together headscarfed threesome. But that's not at all what I'm talking about, grumbled AJ the blabbermouth. You believe in a divine justice. Things are what they are at the moment, but you think someday everyone will be held accountable for what they did in life. The debauched will be punished in hell, the gullible rewarded in heaven, and so on. You retain a notion of justice in your mind. Otherwise your faith will smash to smithereens. Fortuna is exactly the opposite. She has nothing to do with the other world, so solidly mundane. Frankly guys, I have a hard time understanding why you got so hooked up on this Fortuna, interjected Sem, bringing his chair closer to the wall as if getting ready to flee through the window. The real question is not fortuna or anything similar, but concerns the very difference between a line and a circle. If you believe this life you are living is a line, you might just as well presume you'll triumph over the past, reach the future. However, if it is a circle which your life resembles, rest assured that there is no such thing as progress. Are you at peace with recurrence or not? That's the fundamental issue. A man like Machiavelli can't be at peace with recurrence because that requires acceptance of the sullen fact that the life you live now, you'll live again and again, that tomorrow won't be any different than today, exactly the same. Question as Nietzsche asked of Rousseau. When you're alone, at the loneliest hour of your life, say, if all of a sudden a teensy-weensy devil descends all the way from hell and exclaims, have no fear, I guarantee you, there is no such thing as death. If anything, there is only recurrence. Every single thing you've lived until this very moment, you'll live all over again. Then again. And again. Forever. How would you feel then? How many of us can tolerate living our lives over and over again? Those who can put up with Fortuna's whims will never go mad. It's that simple. To endure life, a man like Machiavelli has to cut the circle somewhere and transform it into a line. Only then can the idea of progress surface, and along with it, the notion of individualism. I looked at my watch, 5 minutes left to the end of the second hour. Once again you managed to surprise me with your ability to deviate from the subject matter, I muttered as I took out my pack of cigarettes, indicating a break. Next week you'll have completed all the readings and we'll only talk about what you've read. No one will blabber without proof. During the third hour, I lectured and they listened without a comment. While everyone else took notes, some looked out the window and AJ munched half a pack of bitter chocolate. A speck of chocolate, almost black, stuck there on the side of her lip like a naughty mole. Flat number 5, the daughter-in-law and her children. Mom, why are you taking us with you? Whined the 5.5-year-old. Come on, isn't this great? Don't you want to see where your mother works? The daughter-in-law said, as she held more tightly onto the hands of the two children, forcing them to adjust to the speed of her footsteps. How on earth she was going to restrain the kids at the box office all day long she hadn't quite yet worked out, besides which she was afraid of angering her boss, but she was too high-strung to think rationally after the fight with her father-in-law. As they neared the end of Cabal Street, she slowed down and looked back over her shoulder. The 7.5-year-old was 2 meters behind them. Despite the inquisitive looks of some passers-by, he seemed remarkably happy now that he had stepped outside Bonbon Palace after 2 years. Soon the lump of anguish the daughter-in-law was used to savoring whenever she watched her older son chased away the wisps of worries pullulating from her mind. Though she knew too well that her oldest child would be the shortest to live with her, among all her children it was he that she was most deeply attached to. Children born with a lethal illness, unlike their peers and siblings, belong only to their mothers and always stay as such. At the corner of the Cabal Street, just when she motioned her older son to hurry up, a swarthy, skinny hand slowly tapped the daughter-in-law's shoulder. My child, how can I get to this address? It was an old hunchbacked woman, bent double inside a beige-colored raincoat worn to shreds. In her calloused hands she held out a wrinkled piece of paper. She looked lost, taking no notice of the horror on the faces of her 2 children. The daughter-in-law let go of their hands and concentrated on the address on the paper. Unable to decipher the scrawl, she returned it to the old woman, shaking her head. Mom, you couldn't answer the question, the 5.5-year-old squeaked. Teardrops pitter-pattered down her cheeks. The 6.5-year-old was no better. Simultaneously sucking the thumbs of both hands, he persistently repeated the same words. How can you not know? How can you not know? She could not, roared the 7.5-year-old as he approached from behind, quick to grasp the situation. The instant he reached the end of his words, the other two started wailing. What on earth are you talking about? What is it that I didn't know? The daughter-in-law stuttered, bamboozled, staring first at her children, then at the old woman walking off. But instead of a response, what she got from her children was some more sobs and the squishy sounds of a frantically sucked thumb. Flat number 7, me. It was hard to find a table at the bar, with the usual Friday night throng. When a table finally did become free somewhere in the middle, I grabbed it, ordering a double right away. I took it easy with the second rack. Only after the third double did the cunt show up at the door, with an ear-to-ear grin. There had been a traffic jam, she said. However, this information was offered less as an explanation for her delay than as some useful detail in her account of the soccer game she and the cab driver, fortuitously fans of the same team, had listened to as they inched through the traffic on the way here. Though 2-0 behind in the second half of the game, they had finally won 3-2. Failing to see the slightest indication that Ethel minded being 50 minutes late for her appointment with me, I did not say anything either. In point of fact, I cannot deny how impressed I am with her soccer knowledge, the depth of which had been tested by experts many times over, her endless yakety-yak with cab drivers and her getting to know at each restaurant we dine the names, family trees and topmost worries of all the waiters serving us within the first 10 minutes, to then convert every order into an opportunity for a chat, just as I am impressed by her refutation of womanhood on all occasions with an in-your-face attitude. She had always been like this. The high school friendship of Asian and Ethel was, to all intents and purposes, thesis antithesis rapport, and this vivacious essence revealed itself when I came between them. I doubt Ethel's love for soccer would have reached such skyscraping levels if Asian had enjoyed soccer the least bit or supported a team just for the sake of it. I've come up with the ultimate solution to the garbage problem of Bonbon Palace, I muttered as I filled her glass. Then, slowly and assuredly, I told her about the writing I had written on the garden wall. She can't have been expecting to hear such nonsense from me, for at first she looked dumbfounded, if only for a few seconds, and then she made me tell the whole story all over again, as she tossed out hearty laughs. The more I narrated, the more hilarious I too found the story, goading me to describe myself as I stood there at the crack of dawn in front of the garden wall with paint and brush in hand. She burst into laughter. She had either got drunk quicker than usual tonight or had come to the appointment already high. We left toward 1 o'clock. Ethel shook hands with all the waiters one by one and said her farewells. Nor did she neglect, in accordance with the information she had acquired from them, to send her regards to their families, concluding with comforting speeches about their respective worries. When we had finally reached the street and somewhat sobered up with the night breeze, she insisted that I show her the writing on the wall. We jumped into a cab. Ethel's convulsive laughter, which had rolled out back in the restaurant and shot up a notch while we were walking on the sidewalk, turned utterly hysterical in the cab. Giggling non-stop, she launched attack upon attack, all the while attempting to undo the buttons of my trousers while my hands struggled in vain to shove hers away. I soon stopped resisting. As her fingers wiggled to fondle me, I kept under surveillance the driver, who looked barely of driving age. The man's beardless face being devoid of any expression whatsoever, there was no way of telling whether he could see what was going on in the back or not. In the meantime, Ethel had reached her target, having enough of an opening to insert one hand once the third button was undone. I was just about to cover with my jacket what her hand was up to when a hoarse yelp escaped my mouth. How I hate those razor-sharp fingernails of hers. At the same instant, a crooked smile dawned on the driver's face, revealing his awareness of what was going on. Brusquely grabbing Ethel's hand, I freed myself from the cunt's claws. She flinched, grumbling and grimacing, and instantly lit a cigarette. The driver, who now seemed to be a close observer of all the attraction and repulsion going on at the back, intervened with perfect timing and asked us where on earth we were heading. Blowing a circle of smoke from her Jasmine Chabuk, Ethel cheerily exclaimed, "We are going to pay a visit to Bonbon Didi, the holy saint of the broken-hearted, of all those separated from their beloved and notorious for screwing everything up." The driver, whose youthful appearance I realized stemmed more from a lack of facial hair than age, shot both Ethel and me a nervy glance as if weighing up how grave things could get. However, Ethel would not leave the man alone. Offering him a cigarette, she catapulted questions at him, asking where he came from, if he believed in saints or not, if he was married or not, if at some time in the future he had a daughter, whether he would educate her, whether he would renounce his son if the latter ever turned out to be homosexual, and finally, asking which soccer team he supported. As luck would have it, they supported the same team. "Once I picked up a couple, no less nuts than you two," the driver said the moment he found a lull amidst the deluge of questions. Ethel released another chain of guffaws, accompanied by wheezing coughs as if she had a fish bone stuck somewhere in her throat. Back then I was new to night shifts and wasn't yet familiar with the nighttime customers. So these two get in, quarreling non-stop. The woman keeps yelling and hurling insults. The man doesn't do zilch to appease her. Instead, he too slurs back, and they utter such slanders, I'd better not repeat those now. Still, it is obvious they are in love. It turns out the man is going abroad to work. The woman doesn't believe he'll ever come back. "If you go, you won't ever return," she says, weeping hard. Then, before I know what's happening, she starts punching him. Dead drunk, no doubt. Anyway, we head to the address they gave. The plan is to first drop the woman off and then the man. So we go to her house, but she doesn't budge. She doesn't want to get out of the car. "Come on," she shrieks all of a sudden, "let's go visit Telly." Baba glued onto the seat, "I am not going anywhere before I see Telly." "Baba," she insists. In the end the man gives in. As for me, I am already convinced. Telly Baba is a long way out from there, but does she care? Back in those days I used to say, "No way, I'll never work at night." So you see how one changes his mind in the fullness of time. Anyhow, they didn't want to take another cab. Instead they offered me twice as much as the normal fare. So we sped off in the middle of the night. Once there we pulled over. The woman got out, opened her purse, groped for something, and then got lost in the dark. The man and I, we're waiting in the cab. After 10 minutes or so, the woman comes back crying, says to the guy, "Bend your head." The guy obeys, and she pulls out a handful of hair. The guy hollers, in pain. They then have another fight. Thank goodness the woman leaves again, finds a piece of cloth, From God knows where, ties the man's hair to the tree, prays, sits down, prays, gets up. So we let her do whatever she wants. In the end she calms down a tad. Next time I'll come to tell Baba with my wedding veil, she murmurs. The man softens. They embrace. They ask for my name and phone number to invite me to their wedding. I am sure they got married and then strangled each other in next to no time, Ethel bellowed, jerking her head toward the driver while launching another attack on the buttons of my pants. No sister, it's even worse, the driver grimaced, shaking his head wisely. 2 years later, winter time, during such a blizzard, you couldn't see a damn thing. Doesn't this man get into my cab again? Only this time with a different woman. Was she his wife or lover? There was no way to tell. I instantly recognized the guy. He recognized me too. We both felt awful. He looked away, I looked away. The woman next to him had no idea what was going on. She was blubbering and blubbering to deaf ears. Before we could move even 10 meters, the man stopped the cab and jumped out. The woman dashed straight after him, flabbergasted. Joining her hands on her lap, Ethel heaved a doleful sigh. If I could only have a wee bit of an understanding of when and why the cunt is moved. An unwieldy silence engulfed us. No one uttered a single word until we turned the corner of Cabal Street, but as soon as we came to a stop in front of Bonbon Palace, embracing her stunted joy, Ethel bolted from the car. Unable to resist her pushiness, the driver too got off. At 1:30 a.m., there we stood, the three of us lined up reverentially, and gaped at the writing on the garden wall. Under this wall lies a holy saint. Do not dump your garbage here. How does it look? I asked the driver. It's okay, I guess, but off-center, brother, he said with an expression so subtle it was hard to tell whether he was joking or not. I don't like the color either. Ethel doubled up as if about to throw up. In a flash, she let go of herself, bursting into laughter until she was in tears. She caused such a ruckus that the lights of a few flats in the apartment block went on. The driver on one side, and I on the other, we pushed the cunt back into the cab. On the way, her steadily decreasing chortles were replaced by steadily escalating sobs. It had been a long time since I had last seen her go to pieces like this. When we reached her house, I did not feel like staying with her. She passed out the moment her head touched the pillow anyhow. The cab waited downstairs. On the way back I sat in the front. The cab fare had shot up. Ever since my divorce, half my salary goes on rent and the other half on such nights of carousing. I offered the driver a cigarette. He first lit mine, then his. Now that the garrulous, raucous female had got out of the car, a brotherly silence echoed around us in her absence. Sorry about the fuss, I muttered. No problem, brother, he shrugged. I wish things like this were our only troubles. While waiting at a red light, right out of the blue, anguish began to surge within me. A police car sped by. Ahead of us ran a garbage truck with two lanky garbage men holding with one hand onto the back of the truck, their other hand swinging free. As they passed under a streetlight, their pale faces emerged from the dark, if only for a few seconds. The two garbage men were quizzically smiling at each other, or so it seemed to me. There were no other vehicles around. The moment the light turned green, my anguish really took off. I asked the driver to steer in the opposite direction. 10 minutes later we were in front of Asian's house. I did not get out. The curtains were drawn. The lights off. As I stood there staring at my old house, the smooth-faced driver waited patiently, without a word. On the way back, we turned on the radio. Oddly enough, I enjoyed every single song that was played. Finally, as the cab fare gained another 0, we reached Bonbon Palace. Under the headlights, we jerked our heads out the windows on each side, feeling the need, for some reason unknown to us, to look at the writing on the wall once again. Hey brother, now that you've written this thing, have you ever wondered what'd happen if someone believes it? The driver asked as he gave me the change. Oh, come on, who would believe in that? I chuckled. Even if they do, so much the better. Hopefully they'll stop dumping their smelly garbage here. Yeah, okay, he slurred, his fingers tautly rubbing his upper lip as if pulling on an invisible mustache. It's just that this city's folks are a bit bizarre. Especially the women, they are truly wacko, brother, you've seen it yourself. Basically what I'm asking is this, what if someone earnestly believes in this writing of yours? Flat number 1, Meryem. Faith, like a train schedule, is essentially a matter of timing. The grand, rounded, ivory clock at the train station chimes at various specific hours of human life. The train leaves at specific hours. There is only one run before noon. Those who have internalized a belief system while they are still children get on this one. There is another train that leaves in the afternoon, carrying along the troubled passengers of teenage years. After that there is no other direct run until night. Only then, when the first pressing regrets crop up in one's life and the unfeasibility of redeeming past wrongs is acknowledged. When even the most strongly built nests begin to topple and the first serious health complications occur, the train leaves for the third time. For some unknown reason, the passengers of this train get on it at the last minute. Then, as midnight draws closer, after critical surgeries and on the verge of near-death experiences, there are 2 more runs, one right after another. These happen to be the most crowded runs. Without stopping at any station, they go directly to God on the Intercession Express. Unlike the daytime passengers, the nocturnal ones, so as not to miss this last chance, appear at the station way too early. Then, after a long wait when the clock finally strikes midnight, and the circle is complete, from that swarming crowd only a handful of non-believers are left behind. Being a passenger of the earliest train, Meryem's faith was not only far less calculated than that of others but also less by the book. It's hard to tell if she would have done the same thing had she not been pregnant at the time when the writing appeared on the wall. Since pregnancy rendered her a bit bizarre, early that morning she went out into the garden with an empty jar in hand to collect from the soil of the nameless saint. Not that she really believed there was a genuine saint buried in the garden, but as that university professor had stated, given the fact that under all these Istanbul sidewalks rested ancient graves, one could not predict what would emerge from where. If the writing turned out to be bogus, she would be left with just a jarful of soil, that was all. However, if there really was a saint under the rose acacia in the garden of Bonbon Palace, then there was only one request she would like to make to him, to infuse Muhammet with courage, even if it were only a morsel. Flat number 2, Sidar and Gaba. When the doorbell rang, Sidar scurried to answer it, hoping that Muhammet had once again brought them something to eat. However, when he opened the door, there in front of him stood not the little emissary of Madame Auntie but the nutty girl with the coppery hair. Either the girl had drastically changed since they had last seen one another, or Sidar's memory of her had gone awry. But her eyes were just like he remembered, so beautifully solemn. She barged in with a bewildering smile and without waiting to be invited. As if tired, she tottered unsteadily towards the couch and asked her host, still standing fixed on the spot, for something to drink. Sidar shuffled to the kitchen, scratching his head. He opened up the only bag of coffee in the cupboard and poured the water heated up with the only pot in the house into the only mug on the shelf. "Aren't you going to have one too?" Later, Sidar shrugged. "There is only one mug in the house anyhow." 3 hazelnut wafers emerged from the girl's backpack, immediately arousing Gaba's interest. Still, however, he refused to move an inch. "What was the dog's name?" "Gaba," Sidar grumbled, suspicious of having already told her this in their previous meeting. "What does it mean?" GABA is the abbreviation for gamma-aminobutyric acid, which is an inhibitor neurotransmitter, something to do with the anxiety center of the brain. Anticonvulsants, anti-anxiety pills, and of course alcohol slows the GABA receptor down. Consequently, you feel less anxious. Cool. So you can speak German like your mother tongue, right? How long did you stay abroad? The girl enthused before lying back on the couch. Upon seeing the ceiling, she fluttered her eyelashes in astonishment, then not knowing what to say, she fluttered her eyelashes some more. "French," Sidar corrected her tensely. Apparently the girl did not remember a word he had told her before. If she didn't care for the answers, why on earth did she ask these questions? Besides, she looked too sleepy to grasp a word. Her eyes were on the verge of closing while listening to the second, at most the third response. For what reason did she pose one question after another when it was all too obvious that the answers would remain incomplete, and that even if she learned the most that she could in the least time possible, she would have only attained straggly parts and smoggy pieces, not even the dimmest silhouette of the entirety of his life. This simple desire to get to know a person is a hollow pledge and a life-size burden. It requires that a person listen and observe, poke and sense, unwrap and amass. For nights, weeks, years, to be able to peel off scabs and endure seeing the blood ooze from underneath. If a person is unable to put up with all this, it is much better, and certainly more honest, to throw in the towel straight off. Not that I am a hitherto unappreciated treasure, locked in a chest awaiting exposure to sunlight. The answers to all the questions you ask about me are more or less already hidden inside you. I do not want you to desire to discover me or to even think you can do so. We do not have to know one another when we know so little of ourselves. Collecting information about others is like gathering food from garbage. What's the use of rotting the supplies in our brains if we are not to savor them in time? A clipped snore interrupted the course of Sidar's thoughts. The girl had fallen asleep with her mouth agape. Taking a last puff from the cigarette he had rolled up at noon, Sidar curved up next to his guest, watching them fretfully from where he had crouched down. Gaba must have been finally convinced that nobody was out to get him, for he hobbled closer. In a single breath, he wolfed down the hazelnut wafers, then, still licking away, he too came and curled up on the couch. As the headlights of the cars outside penetrated the petite windows, spurring shadows on the wall, all 3 of them drifted off into 3 separate dreams. Flat number 8, the Blue Mistress and Me. Tired of crisscrossing a path between the kitchen and the living room, the Blue Mistress threw a last look at the table. Everything seemed ready. She lit the lily-shaped candle floating in the water-filled glass bowl and placed blue napkins next to the blue plates. They had agreed to meet at 7. The doorbell rang at 10 to 7. "Welcome," she chirped. Though she was already wearing high heels, she instinctively felt the need to rise up on her toes. "Do you always arrive early? Like this?" I tried hard not to, but it turns out that it takes 3.5 steps to get from my flat to yours, I said, smiling. "Of course, your legs are so long," she cackled, blushing at the end of her sentence, as if she had made an erotic remark. We stood up by the entrance in a dazed remain to people who, after long desiring each other, come to a sudden halt the moment they notice how close they actually are to obtaining what they have so badly craved. Though the intensity and frequency of our acquaintance had been limited to running into each other now and then, and chatting about this and that, I had long been aware of how deeply attracted she was to me. Hers is a face that cannot mask secrets. Still, however, I hadn't been expecting this thing between us to run its course so speedily, so effortlessly. Taking her face between my palms, I caressed that tiny, azure hisma. "I've made chicken with ground walnuts," she breathed when she drew back, trying to urge me to continue, not from where we left off kissing, but where we had been reservedly conversing. "I hope you'll like it." Oblivious to her forged reticence, oblivious to the dinner table, I steered her inside into the bedroom. To my surprise, she was at ease. So was I. Couples wise enough not to harbor future expectations from one another keep little back when making love. Nevertheless, late at night when we sat down at the table, it felt as if, though devoid of a common future, we might have shared a common past, as if we had been living together for a long time, sharing the same house, and it seemed to me we both enjoyed this illusion deep down. For regardless of where you stand on the matter, a man abandoned by his wife and a mistress unhappy with the husband of another have a communal need in the worst way, to be assured that their constant disappointment with the marital institution does not stem from their failures, and that they could make it work with another person. Flat number 1, Muhammet. There were 17 steps on the stairs at the entrance gate of the school. Upon reaching the 16th, counting out loud, Muhammet turned back with a wee bit of hope, but once again the miracle he ached for failed to happen. His mother did not disappear. Instead, there she was waiting tenaciously at the same spot, leaning against the bolted garden gate with her swollen belly and all her weight, looking after him with the touching melancholy of someone at the dock saying farewell to her beloved on the parting boat. The moment she saw Muhammet looking at her, Meryem's face lit up with a smile, compounded from a third each of compassion, pride, and tenderness. She flapped both arms simultaneously, gesticulating with some sort of a peculiar athletic motion. Seeing that much of an effort there, one would think she were trying to grab her son's attention from amidst an immense crowd. Yet, since the last weeks of the second semester, she was the only mother among all mothers of the 848 kids in the elementary school who insisted on bringing her child to school in the mornings and waiting at the gate until the bell rang, a policy she had been pursuing since receiving the news that Muhammet played truant. This, in turn, meant there would from now on be a 25-minute delay in the distribution of newspaper and bread to Bonbon Palace. So far nobody had complained. Madame Auntie did. Not by bread anyhow, she seemed to nibble like a bird. As for Hygiene, Tijen, every morning from her window she lowered a basket into which the grocer's apprentice left one of those breads that came wrapped up, touched by no one. The blue mistress did not eat bread, so as not to gain weight, and The bachelor professor at number 7 did not seem to be expecting consistent service, since even he himself did not seem to know when he would come in or go out. Sidar, because he had no money, and the hairdressers, because they had set up their own system, would not mind this delay. That left only 2 flats, and Meryem was definitely not going to risk her son's education for the sake of those 2. Shriveling more and more with every wave of his mother, as if he was being hammered on the head, Muhammet finally reached the 17th step and billowed through the pitch-black door of the primary school. The lunch bag in his hand got heavy, his backpack even more so. He looked around in vain for something to kick. As the ring echoed in the hall for the last time, he entered into his classroom to take his place among the 32 students. Contrary to his fears, the first class passed without a single incident. The bully of a benchmate in front had turned his back at him, fully concentrating on the writing on the blackboard, looking utterly unruffled, as if it wasn't him who had made a habit of slapping Muhammet at least twice a day. Muhammet eyed gratefully this back that was twice the size of his. He just wished it could always stay like this. If only he could be benchmates, not with this overgrown child, but with his back instead. Dropping his shoulders, he crouched behind the sturdy back and, with the comfort of knowing he would not be spotted from this angle, surveyed his surroundings. The windows of the classroom were painted gray halfway up to prevent the students from looking outside, but from the fissures and flakes on the painting one could still spot the blue sky. Then he turned his gaze to the puffy ribbons of the girl at the board and the sharp, pinkish fingernails of the teacher, whose veins would swell up whenever she yelled. He thought that the girl at the board and the teacher matched well. After all, if the girl failed to give the right answer and the teacher yet again stuck one of those long fingernails of hers into the unsuccessful student's earlobe, there would be no big difference. The girl's ears were pierced anyhow. In spite of this, the ones whose ears were pulled the most happened to be boys. Until now, Muhammet's ears were pulled aplenty, and each time he cared less about the pain than ending up with his ears pierced against his will. Having lived the first 6 years of his life on Earth long-haired like a girl, he did not want to spend the rest of his life with his ears pierced like a girl. Hoisting his fears up the flagpole, he inadvertently flinched, and it was precisely then that whatever happened. The back next to him abruptly turned around, now transforming into a chubby, beet-red, sulky face. Grinning insolently, his bench mate bulldozed Muhammet. Since the very beginning of school, every day without exception, Muhammet had dreamed about running away. Yet as he gritted his teeth in pain now, it was not fleeing the place that he pined for, but to perish altogether. If only a disaster would happen right at that moment, a real bad earthquake for instance, so that the earth would split open, leaving not a single stone upon stone or a head on a body, smashing to smithereens the grades in the teacher's notebook, the gold stars of the girl at the board, and the limbs of his bench mate, along with his elbows, slaps, insults, if only they would scatter on all sides, never to unite again. While Muhammet had closed his eyes and was dreaming about the worst possible disaster imaginable, a siren ripped the air apart. There was some scurrying and dash outside in the hallway, doors were banged. They all stood still as the teacher stared at the students and the students stared back. In next to no time the door was harshly shoved and in walked a dainty woman with piercing glances behind her pince-nez. She smiled first at the teacher, then at the students and, with a courtesy filtered through a fine sieve, "Dear teacher, beloved students," she bade as if delivering joyful tidings, "this is an earthquake drill." As soon as the dainty woman finished her sentence, 3 men looking startlingly alike, all stout and with droopy mustaches, dashed into the room. They had chick yellow helmets and t-shirts with negligence kills, not earthquakes written on them. Remarkably agile, they took out one by one the various tools they had brought in their bags and hung posters of all sizes on the board hooks. Curtains were drawn shut and a slide machine started to light up the wall. Muhammet caught his breath as he followed with excitement the slides brought to life one by one with the dusty beam of light slashing through the darkness. After the last slide was shown and the curtains pulled open, the dainty woman clapped her hands to announce how the drill was to take place. There would be 2 phases. During the first phase, the students were required to cower under the benches and, pretending everything around them was shaking violently, wait there calmly and courageously with their heads in between their arms. As for the second phase, that was meant to teach them how to evacuate a building in the shortest possible time. So the siren pealed, and all 32 of the 32 students went under the wooden benches giggling non-stop. Muhammet rolled up into a ball to squeeze inside the morsel of space left from his benchmate. Minutes later, he too got out from under the bench with the others to line up in pairs to evacuate the classroom. Yet since his benchmate did not care to hold his hand as benchmates were supposed to, Muhammet could not join the chain of children. The 2 kids standing up at the corner away from the others must have drawn the attention of the dainty woman, for she suddenly blundered out in a voice bubbling with delight. "Will you 2 please come this way? We were looking for 2 brave boys." While all the other kids flowed out into the hallway streaming in perfect order, Muhammet looked longingly after them, his eyes brimming with anxiety. When the classroom totally emptied out, he realized the dainty woman and the teacher had departed too. Before he could find something to kick at, to diffuse the resentment of being left out of the game and alone with the bully of a benchmate to boot, the 3 mustached men snapped into action. One picked up a stretcher, the other took out a longish rope and the third unfolded a blanket. They then laid the children down on the stretcher side by side, enveloped them in the blanket and tied them up tightly. Of the 4 separate ropes, 2 were fastened onto hooks and dangled down from the window, while the other 2 were tied to the doorknob of the classroom. "Don't be afraid," rasped one of the men and then let his voice dwindle as if letting slip a secret, "we are going to lower you down from the window." 5 minutes later, when Muhammet had finally mustered up enough courage to open his eyes, he found himself 16 meters above ground on top of a stretcher with his arms and legs tightly tied up inside a smelly blanket side by side with the boy he liked the very least in this world. All the children had gathered in the garden, watching them from below, cheering in unison. The sky was a clear blue, a lumpy cloud swayed lazily above. As the ropes were loosened from above, the stretcher came down in jolts, but no matter how much it was lowered, it never seemed to get closer to the ground. "I bet you must be shitting in your pants," his benchmate croaked. "So close." Was the boy's beet red face that Muhammet inhaled the smell of his breath. He opened his mouth to declare that he was not afraid at all, but before finding a chance to say anything, spit rolled into his mouth. The other boy burst out laughing. Wriggling to get rid of the spit in his mouth, Muhammet managed to spew out, only not to his right into the open space, but to the left, onto the face of his foe. This was not something the other boy had expected at all. Once he had got over the initial confusion, he counterattacked by replacing the spit gun with a spit machine gun. Though they had meanwhile dropped closer to the ground, none of those clustered below seemed to be aware of what was going on up here, 3.5 meters above ground. "Now watch what's coming," the beat face snarled. "You'll descend in the middle of everyone with green Sputum on your face. Muhammet hurried to avert his head but was too late. He felt a globule stick onto the middle of his forehead, stay still for a second or two, slowly ooze down, and then start sliding toward his nose. He almost threw up. The stretcher went down another half a meter. Now one could clearly see the faces of those down below. The children were gleefully cheering on their heroes sent from the sky, struggling in vain to free himself from the straps. Muhammet felt like crying, though he tried hard to convince himself that the liquid on his nose could not be sputum and that the beat face had bluffed. Little did he succeed. The stretcher slid down another half a meter. The cloud wafted and Muhammet made a wish that if the earth ever had a post, it had better collapse now and bring on the end of the world. Before he could complete his wish, however, both children were brusquely hurled, as if to fling them out of their places, first to the front, then back and then again to the front. Screams rose from below. Muhammet closed his eyes. The rope on the left side broke off and the stretcher turned upside down, nose-diving to the ground from a height of 2.5 meters. The beat face let out a wail. "Are they dead? Are they dead?" shrieked the classroom teacher with the pinkish fingernails, the veins swelling up on her neck, as the earthquake officials tried to rein in the children who flocked around. The victims like chicken running to feed. One of those with the droopy mustaches turned the stretcher over carefully, only to meet two pairs of eyes, opened wide as saucers, one with pain, the other with fear. "Is there sputum on my face?" asked Muhammet when he succeeded in breathing out a sound. The official, ashen with worry, gazed at the child's face distractedly, almost dreamily, and shook his head. It was then that Muhammet felt a surge of vigor inside. It had been a bluff after all. Once the ropes were untied and the smelly blanket lifted, he sat up on the stretcher with pride, while the beat face whose leg had been broken was carried off to the hospital with the same stretcher. Muhammet was enjoying the sweet syrupy taste of bravery for the first time in his life. Flat number 3, Hairdressers Cemal and Celal. "Oh, I'm dying to learn about the man who put up the saint writing on the wall. Is he pulling one over us, or has he lost his mind? If only I could tell. I swear to God, I can't wait to see what's going to happen next. Last night, my good old Bulgar didn't appear. I have been waiting for her. I guess I've gotten so used to her dumping garbage into our mouths, I'll miss the woman if she doesn't show up anymore. Could it be, I wonder, that she has taken that writing on the wall seriously? Not that it's impossible. This place is Turkey." The West long finished exploring the moon. They are now busily dividing Mars up into parcels and will soon clone humans. What about us? What have we been doing in the meantime? Finding holy saints in our backyards. Bless him, but is he a saint or some sort of a flower that sprouted from the soil? After that we ask in vain why on earth the European Union does not take us in. What would they want us for? Only when they are running short of saints will the Europeans ask us to join. A few flimsy giggles followed, but Cemal did not seem to be offended at all with such limited backing from his audience. "I swear to God, it wouldn't come as a surprise if one of these days we had a red alarm meeting at Bonbon Palace, an emergency meeting with a special holy saint agenda, in the house of our building manager Mr. Hadji. Hadji. Sonny, why don't you spray a little?" The pungent smell of the bug spray they had amply used last night all over the place had still not dispersed. In the morning, they had encountered dozens of dead bugs on the floor. All were swept away and dumped into the garbage can before the first customers showed up. So here we are in the flat of Mr. Hadji, sitting around the table's side. By side, Cemal voiced his vision as he emptied the wicker basket for rollers and turned it upside down. We are all there, nice and neat, in full gear. I tell you, even Hygiene Tijen has managed to make it out of her haven, perched at the corner of a chair, ready to explode at any moment. Cemal took a hairspray with gilded trim and placed it on one end of the basket. And here is that penniless student in the basement, next to him that overgrown dog of his. Not that they care about the saint, these two are there to fill up their stomachs gratis. He stuck a fine-toothed comb through a hole in the basket, and right next to that, to represent Gaba, he placed a chunky, carroty, notched hair roller. Oh, what is being served? Marveled the blonde with a cast eye who came to have her hair dyed once a week, never convinced that she need not have it done so often. She was now inspecting the wicker basket curiously, as if waiting for a thumb-sized child to spring out of it to entertain her. You seem to have confused this meeting with a tea party, honey, snapped Cemal. We are talking about a serious apartment meeting here. But if you're making up a story, we would like to hear the details too, protested the blue mistress from the corner where she sat. All right, Cemal thundered, feeling no need to hide his pleasure in managing to attract the blue mistress's attention. So be it. Mr. Hadji. Hadji's daughter-in-law has baked us a spinach borak and they serve a samovar of tea with it. Are you satisfied now? Yes, nodded the women, chuckling, but no sooner had they given their consent that an objection was voiced. No, it's not okay. It was the clerk of the criminal court, whom everyone deemed the most informed woman of the neighborhood, making money out of putting down on paper the most criminal features of people's most private lives. Once a month she dropped by to have her hair colored dark chestnut. When certain of being the center of attention, she leaned back and superciliously recited the data in hand. For one thing, the daughter-in-law works at the box office of a movie theater from early morning till late evening 5 days a week. She has no time to roll the dough into pastry. Even if she did have the time, though, let me assure you she still wouldn't do so. That woman must have more affection for her sins than for her father-in-law. She wouldn't even lift a finger for him. Cemal frowned at this over-informed customer of his. If that is the case, there is no pastry at the table. Just pure, plain hot tea. Okay? Can I now please continue on to the main subject? But it doesn't make sense, said the blue mistress with her sauciest smile, determined to force the limits of Cemal's fondness for her. Then there would be a logical flaw in the story. You had claimed that the student in the basement and the huge doggy were there to gorge themselves. Now you'll have to oust them. Cemal stared crossly at the chunky, carroty, notched hair roller and the thin, long fine-toothed comb as if deciding upon their fate. Okay, I surrender, he bumbled, giving a wink at the blue mistress. Running to the kitchen he returned with half of the simit he had bought in the morning and placed it on top of the roller basket. For this special meeting, our respected manager Mr. Hadji has picked up a box each of sweet and salty canapes from the patisserie. He has also lined up sesame sticks into oval plates. Is this pleasing enough? Now are you all satisfied? Yes, chortled the women, looking at each other and then at the criminal court clerk for a final approval. Frankly, I would never believe, not in this life, that stingy man would go to this much expense, but let's assume he did, for the sake of the story, decreed the woman, lifting up an eyebrow plucked dreadfully thin. Now that he had full permission, Cemal excitedly plunged into the game, lining up all the remaining neighbors. The no alcohol, extra volume hair, full with nourishing vitamin B was the university professor at flat number 7, the hairdryer was Madame Auntie at flat number 10, the electrical hair curler was the Russian housewife in flat number 6, the coloring brush and the pair of scissors were the husband and wife heading up the Firenaturedsons family across from them, and the manicure file was their young, despondent daughter. After a brief pause, Cemal found the brush with the bone handle to be suitable for the manager. Lastly, he fetched the transparent, glittery container with bright blue gel inside, and this one here is the graceful young lady in flat number 8, he cooed, as the blue mistress responded to the compliment. With a composed smile, all the other women stirred nervously in their chairs. Oh, I shouldn't forget to place Celal and me. We of course have to be the same. From the hair care set on the shelf, Cemal picked 2 multivitamin sachets of hair repair with keratin, locating them side by side. Yes, this is exactly how we've lined up. Mr. Hadji explains why we're having this special meeting. He grabbed the brush with the bone handle and coughed pretentiously to silence his audience. In case some of you have not seen it yet, let me inform you all, a saint's tomb has been found in our garden. Given this situation, we urgently have to make new arrangements. But sir, can a holy saint sprout from earth like a flower? Spoke up one of the multivitamin hair repairers with keratin, turning to his customers. Over his shoulder, Cemal footnoted with a whisper, "That's me." "Yeah, we guessed so," chorused the women. "You, as individuals, are free to believe or disbelieve. We are not obliged to convince you of the saint's existence either. However, if you want democracy to flourish in this country, you are bound to show some respect to other people's beliefs," decreed the brush with the bone handle. "If we are all of the same opinion on this matter, there are specific agenda items we have to settle without further ado. The very first item on our agenda is the following question: whose holy saint is the one lying in our garden? You can't just call it such and be done with it. Every saint helps a certain segment of the populace in our country. Some are the saints of the sailors at sea, others care for the soldiers on land. Several saints heal women who cannot become pregnant, several others help the lepers. One should always go to a saint relevant to his particular problem. If the old maid mistakenly pays a visit to the saint of the bedridden, the most she can obtain will be an extra hop and a jump. Someone should record all this in the minutes," piped up the clerk of the criminal court, lifting up her other eyebrow. "All right," said Cemal, and after brief consideration, appointed the manicure file for the job. "Write this down, Missy. The first item on the agenda is to find out whose father this honorable saint is." "How do we know that?" "Maybe the saint is a woman," objected the blue mistress. "Nonsense," roared the brush with the bone handle. "Why? Couldn't a woman be a saint?" the blue mistress asked obstinately, without taking her eyes off the gel container that represented her. And since she had the floor to herself, she delivered a speech there and then. "Plenty of pious people have emerged from among women. Let's first count the exalted Ice and Fatma. Then there is Rabia, for instance. Of course, Mother Kank is also notable, as is Kariag Hatton. There is Huma Hatton, the mother of Sultan Mehmed the Conqueror. Mevlana's mother, Mumin Hatton, is another example, not to mention the 7 Fias. The women lined up in front of the mirror turned to the blue mistress in bewilderment. She had too much knowledge on religious matters, way too much for a mistress. Cemal seemed to be the one who was most impressed. He gaped at her with adoration, as if the matchless concubine Kanayak who had stunned everyone in the audience of Caliph Harun al-Rashid with not only her beauty but also her wisdom, had been reborn in, of all the places, in Istanbul in the year 2002, Bonbon Palace. Then jot down this, Missy, proclaimed the brush with the bone handle to the manicure file. Our first agenda item is to find out whose father or mother this holy saint is. In order to carry out the necessary research, we hope our honored university professor will not withhold his valuable help from us. The extra volume, no alcohol hair foam with nourishing vitamin B, kind of stirred. He seemed pleased with the esteem bestowed upon him. Now let's proceed on to the second agenda item. Ladies and gentlemen, now that there is a saint in our garden, we have to confer extra care on our everyday manners. With this purpose in mind, I myself have prepared a list of things we must strictly refrain from doing. With your permission, I'm reading aloud. Article 1. At night time, residents should not extend their feet in the direction of the holy saint. Those beds with the foot side facing the garden have to be turned around immediately. Article 2. Residents should not go around naked in their flats. Article 3. From now on, rugs and carpets needing to be whacked should not be hung outside the windows facing the garden, and nothing should be flung down from these windows either. But how could that be? Squawked the gilt-trimmed hairspray. Please do not interrupt, scolded the brush with the bone handle. Article 4. From this time forth, no clothes shall be hung out to dry from the windows facing the garden. Article 5. From this day forward no hair shall be cut within the boundaries of this apartment building. But sir, please take some pity on us. If we don't cut hair, we'll go hungry. This is our livelihood, spoke up one of the two multivitamin hair repairers. With keratin. Cemal whispered another footnote, winking at his customers. That was Celal. We guessed so, trolled the women in unison. It absolutely can't be done. Don't forget that of all the flats in this building, it is yours that happens to be the closest to the grave of the honorable saint. As such, the deepest reverence is incumbent upon you. You can no longer open the windows to sing popular songs, shake out hair or clip nails, just like you cannot cut hair or pluck eyebrows whilst looking at the tomb of the saint. If you cannot abide by the rules, go open your beauty parlor somewhere else. Article 6. From now on, the flesh, hair, feather and the like of animals such as horses, donkeys, shall not enter into this apartment building, and this includes dogs as well. The fine-toothed comb blurted out from the top of the roller basket, and why is that so, may I ask? For the very reason that according to our religion dogs are reprehensible, snapped the brush with the bone handle. However, realizing at this point he had barely any knowledge to support his claim, Cemal stared at the blue mistress for help. She spoke up as if waiting for an opportunity. See the Araf Surah in the Quran, if you go at it, it breeds dangling its tongue, if you let it loose, it breeds dangling its tongue. In addition, let's not forget that Mevlana too calls human greed canine. None of these apply to my dog. Gaba isn't Turkish. He's Swiss, shouted the fine-toothed comb. The women lined up in front of the mirror looked at the chunky, carroty, notched hair roller in sympathy. But Mr. Hadji, as you already know, the 7 sleepers in heaven had dogs as well, said the blue mistress, taking pity. Okay, the brush with the bone handle surrendered. But from now on, that dog will take a bath every day. There won't be even a single flea on it. No fleas in the apartment. Needless to say, no lice either. We've got to get rid of these bugs as well. All the flats will be fumigated from top to bottom. Article 7, from now on beggars, vendors, garment peddlers, pastry sellers, and such shall not be let into the building. Very appropriate, sir, chorused the husband and wife of the coloring. Brush and pair of scissors. And last but not least, Article 8, from now on, the garbage of Bonbon Palace shall be collected regularly. A circle with a 30-meter diameter shall be drawn around the holy saint, and not a bit of garbage will be dumped within. Maximum attention will be paid to keeping the apartment building sparkling clean. It shall be spick and span all around. Whatever needs to be done to get rid of this disgusting smell, engulfing Bonbon Palace, shall be done at once. All this time we've been suffocated by the putrid smell. Let's at least make sure the praiseworthy saint doesn't suffer the way we did. Cemal suddenly realized he had forgotten to include Meryem. He quickly placed an eyelash curler onto the basket. However, just as he was getting it ready to speak up, an ear-splitting noise broke out in the back. Celal, whose face revealed how little he had relished the ongoing game, had dropped a hairdryer. When all the eyes turned on him, he flashed crimson with embarrassment. Without picking up the dryer, he hurried to the door, stammering, "I'm going out, I need to get some air." "With all due respect, Cemal," said the blonde with one eye cast, once the door closed behind Celal, "there have probably never been twins with as different dispositions as you two. If you had at least one single thing in common, for God's sake." As a bristly discomfort fell like drizzle on the parlor, each and every one of the performers around the basket turned into the inert items they once had been. Flat number 7, the Blue Mistress and me. I sure hadn't been expecting the Blue Mistress. It turned out she had applied bug spray all over her house, so she asked if she could stay at my place until the smell faded away. I told her I was eternally grateful to the bugs. She laughed. Her grin curled into a quizzical smile when she caught sight of the mammoth plate of cheese and smoked salmon on the table inside. "I'm coming into money," I said. "Meryem stopped by this morning. The woman at number 9 had sent her as an emissary. She wants me to give English lessons to her daughter." I wasn't interested at first. The last time I had given such lessons I was a student myself, but then, for some reason unknown, the woman offered a hefty fee per hour. It's probably because she hates the idea of her daughter going out of the apartment building. Whatever. We'll have the lessons at their house. Perhaps she preferred to have the teacher from within the building, she beamed before gulping down a large piece of cheese. Or perhaps, she too has fallen for you. Just like me. When she smiles, the scar on her left cheek becomes more visible. I like caressing that scar. Slowly, I pulled her hand and dragged her inside. I like the taste her tongue leaves on mine. "Do you know I was raised by my grandfather?" she mumbled as she grabbed my fingers, stroking her cheek, and lifted them to her lips. I lit a cigarette and leaned back. I've always enjoyed pillow talk. Thanks to the Blue Mistress, I had started after all that time to sleep again in the bed that was too big for me. He was such a witty, well-bred person. My father and mother never got along. There were always rows at the house. They got divorced when I was 4 years old. Both got remarried within a year. Then my grandfather said to Ma, "Let me look after this poor child. You set up your house, come and see your daughter whenever you want." Ma accepted. I'm so glad she did. I Loved Grandpa immensely. If he had not passed on at such an early age, I would have been at an utterly different place now. Anyway, after Grandpa died, I was left alone with Grandma. I liked her too, but not the way I liked Grandpa. I returned to my mother's house. Everyone makes fun of Mrs. Tijen for not being able to leave her house, yet I, at such a young age, almost never left the house, not for 2 long years, would you believe it? Not because of a cleaning sickness or anything like that. Frankly, I don't know why I couldn't leave. I wouldn't even step onto the street, let alone go to school. Not that I wasn't curious about the world outside, but I guess I pined for a different sort of place. Both my mother and stepfather tried hard to encourage me to go out. Odd, isn't it? Normally youngsters feel restricted by their parents. It was just the opposite at our house. Anyway, one morning around the breakfast table, my mother and stepfather were talking about how to pay the phone bill. I heard myself say, "Give it to me, I'll pay it." Their eyes were wide with astonishment. I took the bill and threw myself outside. It had been so long since I had last left the house, I swear I wobbled like a drunk at first. I entered the post office. There was a line. I kept waiting and waiting. Finally, only a few people remained in front of me. That's when I first saw him. He was the officer taking the bills, behind the glass. He wasn't handsome like you, but his eyes were one of a kind. Could one's pupils be tinged mauve? His were. When at last it was my turn, he asked for the bill. I held it out. He gave me back my change, stamped the bill, and then looked at me carefully as if he wanted to see through me. I felt a chill run down my spine. "Have a nice day," he said. I couldn't breathe a word. In that state, I found myself back home. Next morning, I rushed outside. Early, straight to the post office. There was a line even at that hour. When it was my turn, with my heart in my mouth, I held out the already paid bill. He looked at me perplexed, and I too looked at him to see if his pupils were really mauve. They indeed were. The people waiting behind me started to grumble. He had a hard time hiding his amusement. I couldn't help thinking of Asian. In her entire life, she will never fall for a man just because his pupils are tinged mauve. Asian's love is like the helm of bureaucracy. She files her correspondence, makes calculations, keeps records, deducts the expenses from the income, and thus maintains a colossal archive. She never forgets a quarrel. Not only does she not forget, she makes sure it is not forgotten as well. If we were married, I wondered for a moment, would the blue mistress be like her? Not likely. There is a stupendously rowdy, almost animal-like aspect to the way she relates to life. She is only 22 years old, though, conceivably she'll change. Maybe. As soon as she gets married, she too will rapidly turn into some replica of Asian. What happened after that? I asked. The rest is rotten. We went around together. My mother was mad, but who listened to her? I couldn't really tell if I was in love or not, but I must have fallen badly for him. He wanted to get married right away, and though I didn't, I guess I lacked the courage to say no. It was a capsule of a neighborhood, wallowing in gossip. How can you not marry the man you date? Anyway, we got engaged, and that's when he started to change. Becoming a different person almost. He was such an unhappy soul. I was Unhappy too, possibly, but my despondency was targeted at myself alone. Whereas his was targeted at everyone but himself, not that he was malicious. That was the problem at any rate. He wasn't a sly man, but the man he was died to become one. He would not utter a single pleasant word. To me, not any longer. He was constantly complaining about the post office, its managers and, of course, bills. Still, that was not the reason why we separated. Her lips curved into an edgy smile. You know, it was actually a horse that caused us to separate? Watching the confusion on my face, she gave another laugh, this time even edgier. One day, while strolling together, I saw a horse and carriage. You may find this silly, but I'm gonna tell it all the same. You see, Grandpa was a remarkable man, so out of the ordinary. If you can't manage to die before death, the life you live and the death you die will be nothing but an obligation, he used to say. He cared for neither the hurries of heaven nor the flames of hell. He had this habit of saluting every single animal he saw on the street. Perhaps that's an old friend of yours there. It would be awfully impolite not to pay your respects, he would claim. When one departs from this life, he doesn't actually leave, but comes back to earth, at times as a human, at other times as an animal. Every time we take on a different form. Whether it's a donkey, swan, butterfly, or frog, it's all up to chance. No need to become embittered, to prevent such resentment, or memories instead of our souls will die upon death, so that we won't be able to keep track of all the creatures we had previously been. You know, the most vivid incidents from my childhood were when Grandpa and I used to wander the streets, greeting every animal we met. We would yell greetings at cats, dogs, sparrows, donkeys, and crickets. How do you do, my dear friend? Shouted Grandpa, and I imitated, how do you do, my dear friend? How fun it all was. I gingerly caressed the roundness of her belly, now hidden under the sheet tightly wound around her. Anyway, as soon as I saw this horse on the street, I unconsciously greeted it. When he saw me talking to the horse, the mauve prince started to make fun of me, mocked in such awful ways, hurt me so bad. He kept going on and on. In the following days, whenever he saw a donkey on the road, he would sneer, "There, run, kiss the hand of your grandfather." It was then that truth struck me. I didn't love the mauve prince. The things that I cherished were of little value to him. How am I gonna spend the rest of my life with him then? I asked myself. Upon hearing of my decision to break up with him, he refused to take it seriously. "Oh, you are so touchy," he smirked, thinking my mood would change in a few days, and when he saw that it did not, bullying was his next move. Such threats. One night, we were having dinner at home, he came to the door, stinking drunk. He hurled insults at my stepfather. Then he grabbed me by the arm and pulled me outside. He smelt so strongly of liquor. It was as if he'd fallen right into the bottle. "Hey, look here, if you leave me, I'll cut up your face." That's exactly what he said. "Don't bother, I'll do it myself," I replied. "I know you won't believe me." I can't believe myself either. I don't know why I spoke like that or why I did what I did. I was 17 years old then, but it still happens to me from time to time. Whenever in pain, I do such things without thinking, harming myself, not intentionally. Afterwards I'm amazed. I say, "Goodness, how did I do this?" But my mind is blank while doing such things. You know what I mean? If I Give a thought to it before doing it. I probably couldn't do it, right? I smiled. One end of naivety leads to negligence, the other to innocence. The negligence part can be flawed, but there is probably not much in this world as alluring as innocence. My mother and stepfather were listening from behind the door, ready to intervene if something happened, fearing harm from the mauve prince. They had no clue what I was about to do. Of course, I didn't have a knife or anything. There was only this steel pin in my hair bun, sharp enough, back. Then my hair was so thick, no other hairpin would do. Anyway, that's what I used to slash my left cheek. Though I couldn't see my face at the moment, I could see the mauve prince's, ashen with horror, almost lemon yellow. He started yelling and shrieking to stop me. My mother ran to the noise, she too let out a scream. Only then did I understand I must be in pretty bad shape, cut up bad. My stepfather started hitting the mauve prince, thinking he was the one responsible, and the other didn't even defend himself, as he was still in shock. While my stepfather was giving him a thrashing, my mother and I jumped in a cab, straight to the emergency room. I was amazed that it didn't hurt at all. Apparently pain only comes later. There was a fatherly physician at the emergency room, almost a soulmate of Grandpa. He talked sweetly, amiably, trying to get information out to learn who had done this to me. When he sensed the truth, he was livid with rage, but even his rebukes were sweet. I tell you, they gave me narcotics, sewed up the wound. Just as I was leaving the hospital, he held my hand. My crazy little girl, now that you have transcended the threshold of sanity and sliced up this beautiful face of yours, do not ever go back to the meadow of reason and common sense. What is even worse than slicing up your own face without remorse is the remorse that follows. In that case, you'll really suffer and suffer for nothing. So be true to yourself, remain as crazy as you have been once the sutures are removed. Promise? I promised. We shook hands. It was lucky for me that he did such a neat job. Any other doctor, I tell you, would have sewn my face up like a sack. Still a scar remains, that doesn't go away. I didn't know what to say. Her story was not quite what I expected to hear. To fall in love with a person is tantamount to retrieving repressed stories from their house of sorrow, stories that have never seen daylight. As for staying in love, it is to nosedive, once having heard those stories, into the house of dreams of your beloved, only to stay put even upon encountering other stories that are far worse. I had acted impetuously concerning the blue mistress. She was not blue. At least, her blueness was not as lucent as it seemed at first glance. I pulled her toward me. She snuck closer, fidgeted, until she had made her head comfortable on my chest. Then she silently, softly let herself go. I loved the mauve prince because of who he was, but then he pretended to be someone else. Never lie to me, please? Everything should be what it is. I just nodded. A person who claims to abhor lies, if not telling one herself, will inexorably bring bad luck to those around her, just like a smashed mirror. One who asks never to be told a lie actually yearns for it. It's similar to showing a gun in a film, sooner or later it has to be put into use. Still, I did not want to demur. Before long, she fell asleep under the light seeping through the window. She was not that beautiful, but her face had a sort of magic. Watching her always gave me great pleasure. I got up, groping around for something to wear in the dark, I turned on the lamp. The sheet covering the blue mistress had slid across, exposing her right leg. Only then did it occur to me for the very first time that we had always made love either in the dark or half-dressed. Her naked body still remained a mystery. The upper part of her leg was covered with scarlet stripes of scars, lined up vertically next to one another like those 5-line clusters of lines we imagine are used in prisons to count the passing, not passing days. I took a closer look. The majority did not seem to be very deep, as if slashed open in a hurry. However, one among them was quite deep and seemed to have been opened more recently, having had no time yet to heal. 2:22 a.m. She turned onto her face with a clipped moan. I covered her body and turned off the light. Rack would have gone down well at that moment. As soon as I turned on the kitchen light, several cockroaches vanished like greased lightning. Sooner or later I too would have to have the house fumigated. I sliced plenty of white cheese and melon. On the cheese, I poured the olive oil the blue mistress had brought in time, a great deal of time. The olive oil merchant would probably not want to know that the bottles he carried to his little mistress were consumed by another man. I stepped out to the balcony, careful not to squash the cluster of ants busily shouldering home the bulky corpse of a black beetle. I pulled my chair closer to the railing and lit a cigarette. How many more cuts were there on her body? I did not know what had opened up those wounds. Was it a razor or a knife? Or a hairpin? I glanced at the garbage bags piled up by the garden wall down below. Nothing had changed. The sour smell of garbage was still with us. Flat number 10, Madame Auntie. Madame Auntie had been waiting for hours by the seaside together with collectors like her. With each gust of lodos, that enraged southwest wind, the waves brought bits and pieces, torn sails, broken oars, compasses with shattered pointers, rudders that had lost their course, the letters spilled from the names of the boats left behind from those voyages that were never to reach a port of tranquility, and those travelers long disembarked. The sea, once satisfied with playing with those plastic balls or inflatable beds the waves had long ago snatched away whilst you were on vacation, and the straw mats or hats the wind had carried far away from their rightful places, brings and delivers them all to different shores. Next to collectors like her, Madame Auntie was waiting to collect what the sea would ferry to the shore. Flat number 3, Hairdresser Celal. As soon as Celal left the beauty parlor, he blasted through the back streets, right out to the avenue. After walking for about 15 minutes in the crowd, without a destination in mind, he entered a street lined up with 5 bars, looking exactly alike. Though it was not at all his habit, he felt like having a beer. From among them, he chose one randomly and dashed in. Inside it was crammed full. He headed directly to the table closest to the door, as it was his habit to be as close to the exit as possible, asked for a beer, and also fries. From the gaunt, renty waiter with gestures that displayed not only his distaste for his job but also the fact that his mind was occupied elsewhere. As Celal waited to give his order, he spotted at the table across a swarthy man with 3 rings and 3 different shades of purple under his eyes, who either could not stand still or was simply on the verge of collapsing onto the table. The man's eyes were fixed on the rack in front of him, though not taking a single sip from his glass at present. It was only too evident that he had already had more than his share. He had not touched the fried anchovies either. "Why the hell are you staring at me, mate?" croaked the man all of a sudden, slurring the words hoarsely. Celal shrunk in his seat, not knowing what to say, but thankfully the waiter sprung up by his side at precisely that moment. "Take it easy on him, brother," the waiter advised, his attention fixed on the passers-by scurrying on the other side of the windows, as if he would like to be there among them rather than here in the bar. A harmless fellow, just feeling down today. The beer was decent enough, the fries not at all. There were lengthy strings of mayonnaise and ketchup spurted all over them. Mayonnaise was fine, but Celal couldn't stand ketchup. He got angry at himself for not having warned the waiter. Fidgeting edgily, he turned aside so as not to have to face the table. Across. One of the 4 strapping men at the next table had lifted his thumb up, as if trying to hitchhike from where he sat. He was a scary, brawny man with a hooked nose and a bottomless craving to have his opinions confirmed by others, given the frequency with which he asked, "Isn't that so?" Guzzling a swig of beer, he wiped his mustache with the back of his hand and blitzed his friends, "What's up? Why are you all silent? We aren't the type to chicken out and run away. Isn't that so?" He brought down the blunt knife smeared with hot dog dressing he was holding, right in the middle of the table with a bang. "You want a bet? Be my guest. This is how I make a bet, my man. We are no kids who'll bet on 2 marbles, 3 bottle caps, isn't that so? If I lose, I'll chop off this thumb and leave it at the table, but if you lose, the same rule goes for you, isn't that so?" To this end, the knife on the table must not have been impressive enough, for he snapped the blade of a pocket knife out in a flash, placing it next to the other one. Then he once again lifted his thumb up in the air, frozen like a statue, as the others gawked at the squat and chunky thumb aimed right at them. A chill swept over the table. If it were any other time, afraid of a row, Celal would have left the place. But today he felt like drinking. So he stayed and continued to drink in spite of the provocations of the drunk at the table across from him, the ketchup on the fries and the thumb terrorizing the next table. And used to alcohol, his eyes turned bloodshot before he was halfway through the second beer, fixating his glance on the stains and cigarette burns of the tablecloth. He heaved a deep sigh. Why was his twin so different from him? They did not have one single thing in common. Why were they not alike in any way? And if they were so very dissimilar, why did they still work together? By the time the 3rd beer had vanished, he had reached the decision to part ways with Cemal. Flat number 9, Sue and Madame Auntie. Sue was going to have her first English lesson tonight. 7 p.m. was the time agreed upon. She looked at the glow-in-the-dark watch her father had given her as a birthday gift, 4:35 p.m. There still was a lot of time. Bored stiff, she wandered around the house wherein everything had turned white. Her mother was sleeping, having once again spent the night awake and cleaning. Opening the windows, she peeped at the children playing down on the street. Though she watched them with interest, it did not even cross her mind to join them. She wouldn't want to be among them even if given the chance. Like all lonely children who had not a friend outside of school or buddy at home, who had mastered the art of being as well-behaved as expected and as docile as was not expected, and who were now searching for ways to subvert the art, she too looked down on the street games with a hidden fury. Exceedingly careful not to make a sound, she sneaked outside. The intimacy that had blossomed with the old woman that day at the hairdresser was still fresh in her memory. Not that she had forgotten the ban on leaving Bonbon Palace, with the exception of attending school, but on second thoughts, the flat right across could not be considered outside, could it? Thus, she did what she had never done before, daring to visit the Neighbor next door. Not a sound was heard from the flat after she rang the bell. She pressed it again, this time a bit more tenaciously, and was just about to give up when the door of flat number 10 opened. Flat number 3, hairdresser Cemal. Offended that his twin brother had not come back, Cemal saw off the last customer and, turning over the beauty parlor to the apprentices, went out into the street feeling depressed. The night breeze felt good. He blasted through the back streets with speedy steps, as if sliding, and went right out onto the main street. After walking for about 15 minutes in the crowd without even knowing where he was headed, he entered a street lined up with 5 bars, all looking exactly alike. Though not at all his habit, he felt like having a beer. Among all the bars on his way, he randomly chose one and dashed in. Inside it was crammed full. He headed directly to the table closest to the door, as it was his habit to be as near to the exit as possible. He then asked for a beer and also fries from the gaunt, runty waiter with gestures that displayed not only his distaste for his job but also that his mind was hooped up somewhere else. As he waited to give his order, Cemal spotted at the table opposite a swarthy man with 3 rings and 3 different shades of purple under his eyes, who either could not stand still or was simply on the verge of collapsing onto the table. Still without shifting his gaze from the rack in front of him, the man beckoned the waiter and whispered, his breath smelling profusely of liquor, to the latter's ear, "Ask him why he is back, let us know." Upon seeing the confusion on the waiter's face, he impatiently clarified, "Ask him why did he leave if he was to come back, if he was to come back, why he did he leave if?" By now Cemal had realized the man across was talking about him, but he just could not gauge what on earth he was saying. He shrunk on his chair, not knowing what to say, but thankfully the waiter sprung up by his side at precisely that moment. "Take it easy on him, brother," murmured the waiter in an exasperated voice. "He's a regular customer. Just feeling down today. Provokes whoever he sees, but he'll never behave shamefully." The beer was decent enough, the fries not at all. There were lengthy strings of mayonnaise and ketchup spurted on them. Ketchup was fine, but Cemal would have none of that mayonnaise. He got angry at himself for not having warned the waiter. Fidgeting edgily, he turned aside so as not to have to face the table opposite. At the table to his right were 4 strapping men, one of whom had lifted up the thumb of his right hand, which was bandaged in gauze with a lump of dried blood around the nail, and kept sitting like a statue. One of the others quietly murmured, "Why don't you go home, man? Why are you still sitting around with a bandage and stitches?" The one next to him piped up in support, "Anyhow, I do not have the foggiest idea why we came back here. We're probably the only ones on earth to return to the bar after a visit to the emergency room." "No," thundered the big and burly man with the hooked nose, shaking his head vehemently. "We made a bet, didn't we? Since I lost the bet, I'll face my punishment like a man. If I were scared of 3 stitches and 1 injection, I'd have to wear a skirt, isn't that so? Since we are here to drink, drink we shall. We will drink to my thumb. For if I weren't an honest man, if I hadn't kept my word, this thumb of mine would still be in one piece, isn't that so? But what did I do? I kept my word. So this knife wound is proof of my honesty, isn't it? Therefore if we drink to my thumb, we'll be drinking to honesty, isn't that so?" As the others reluctantly raised their glasses, a chill swept over the table. If it were any other time, afraid of a row, Cemal would have left the place. But today he felt like drinking. So he stayed and continued to drink in spite of the provocations of the drunk at the table across from him, the mayonnaise on the fries and the thumb terrorizing the next table. And used to alcohol, his eyes turned bloodshot before he was halfway through the second beer, fixating his glance on the stains and cigarette burns of the tablecloth. He heaved a deep sigh. Why was his twin so different from him? They did not have one single thing in common. Why were they not alike in any way? And if they were so very dissimilar, why did they still work together? By the time the third beer had vanished, he had reached the decision to part ways with Celal. Flat number 10, Madame Auntie and Sue. When the doorbell rang, Madame Auntie was busy emptying out the bags she had brought in from the street. She stood still, completely startled. No one rang her door except Meryem, who distributed bread every morning and collected the apartment maintenance fees once a month. At first she thought the bell might have been accidentally pushed downstairs, but when it rang again, this time even more tenaciously, a gnawing worry grabbed hold of her. She thrust into the bags everything she had taken out and then carried them all to the small room. Panting hard, she closed shut the white door with the frosted glass separating the living room from the rest of the house and locked it just in case. As for the key hanging on a purplish velvet ribbon, knowing too well she would lose it otherwise, she hung it around her neck. Giving the living room a last once over, she headed to the outside door, feeling hesitant and anxious. "Oh, was it you, Sue?" she marveled, relaxing visibly, as soon as she had opened the door. "How are things, my dear? Are you comfortable with your hair short?" Sue, 3.5 centimeters taller than Madame Auntie, went in sneakers, nodded with a beaming smile. The old woman once again felt ill at ease with the exuberant joy of the child. Her discomfort gave way to considerable anxiety upon realizing the other was there to be invited in. Warily she threw a glance back at the living room. For years not a single visitor had stepped into this house. Not even her brother, whom she loved so much. They would instead meet at a patisserie adorned with stained glass and famous for its age, where they would, every time without fail, have a piece of apple pie and drink 2 cappuccinos amidst the scent of cinnamon and whipped cream. Though still thinking of excuses that would send the child away without breaking her heart, she was drawn into the depths of the latter's large, black eyes. In spite of the cheeky smile stuck on her face, this child was extremely unhappy. She did not find it in her heart to send her away. Besides, she had taken all the necessary precautions. What harm could it cost to invite her in? "Come, let's have coffee with milk," she said, moving aside to let the child in. "I don't like milk," Sue exclaimed. "I've never met a child who liked milk," Madame Auntie nodded. "But since you're grown up enough to be a 5th grader, I thought you might enjoy drinking it." Faced with a line of reasoning she could barely object to, Sue took her shoes off without a sound and, unable to see a basket with disposable sanitary slippers at the entrance, realized in wonder that this was a house where one could walk in her socks. "It smells worse here than at our house," Sue exclaimed, as soon as she entered the living room, and with an effervescent smile as if proud of making this observation, she started to scan her surroundings whilst whistling a song she heard on the minibus on the way to school every morning. Flat number 2, Sidar and Gaba. As he watched the items, the girl took out one by one from her backpack. Sidar felt attention descend upon him, a turquoise toothbrush, so now there were 2 toothbrushes in the house, an unpalatable mug with popped-out eyeballs on it, some open and others shut, so now there are 2 mugs in the house, 1 jojoba shampoo for frequently washed hair, so now there were 2 shampoos in the house, 1 box of tampons, there was none of these in the house, 1 towel, so now there were 2 towels in the house, a lot of Books and CDs, so now there were a lot of books and CDs in the house. This was not what he had in mind when agreeing to the girl's wish to stay here. He had said she could stay once in a while, not move in permanently. If this girl with beautifully solemn eyes and coppery hair wanted to feed Gaba with hazelnut wafers, lie down on this couch to watch the ceiling, make love to him, that was okay. He had no problem with her presence as long as there was only one Sidar, one Gaba and one girl. What disturbed him so much were these possessions of hers. The instant people infiltrated others' lives, they seemed to feel obliged to bring their belongings along. Yet, whenever Sidar rode the ochre cart of hashish or the chromatic horses of acid galloping into the uncharted maze of his brain, he would stumble at the threshold of the same old question, which one? That was the quandary he most feared when failing to come up with an answer, he would each time be catapulted into a bottomless torpor. If, say, there were 2 mugs in front of him, he could never decide which one to drink from. If there were 2 towels, he wouldn't know which one to wipe his face with. 2 books, 2 CDs, any option would be more than baffling. As long as there was more than one, the question of which fork or glass or plate or coffee pot turned into a daunting enigma worthy of the ones asked in purgatory. Many a time he had been petrified with a sesame cookie in one hand and a creamy cookie in the other, only to realize he had been standing at the same spot without budging for 40 minutes or so. Wrestling his way out of this tight bind, he would sink in deeper. Whenever he felt inclined to choose one item, his thoughts would get stuck onto the one left behind. The objects would then, just like rowdy baby birds whose mother had still not returned, open their little mouths wide and shout in unison, "Me! Me! Me, Sidar! Please choose! Me!" However, he did not want to choose. Everyone thought he had made a choice between Switzerland and Turkey and coming to live in the latter. That was not true. He had not decided on anything, he had merely arrived and maybe someday he would merely leave. Likewise, the act of suicide, which he had lately started to think about more often than ever, did not mean, as deemed by everyone, choosing death over life. Suicide was like Gaba, the one and only. He would merely commit it. Of course, that credo was subject to scrutiny when not the why but the way of suicide was considered, because in that case he would once again be confronted with the question which one. There was such an assortment of choices presenting so many different ways of committing suicide, and whenever Sidar rode the ochre cart of hashish or the chromatic horses of acid galloping into the uncharted maze of suicide, he got stuck there on the verge of the same quandary. Then the gas oven in the kitchen, the rope waiting to be hung down from the gas pipe crossing through the living room, the pills in the bottles, the razor in the bathtub, and the Bosphorus bridge with its Goliath feet would start to scream in unison, "Me! Me! Me, Sidar! Please! Choose me! You cannot stay here," he mumbled, averting his eyes away from hers. "But I asked before. You didn't object then." "I know," Sidar admitted fretfully as he spotted the spider dangling from the ceiling. "But I've changed my mind." Flat number 3, Hairdressers Cemal and Celal. Though Cemal had intended to go home directly after the bar, either because he found it hard to walk straight or came to realize his decision to part ways with his twin meant saying farewell to their joint workplace as well, he soon found himself in front of Bonbon Palace. Trying not to touch the leaking garbage bags huddled on the sidewalk, he leaned over the pistachio green writing on the garden wall and stared at the beauty parlor with sorrowful eyes, but what he spotted there was quick to replace his sorrow with agitation. There was a candle flickering inside. He had no doubt that the apprentices had locked up the door and left hours ago. With a frown on his face, he stood still, staring at the low-set balcony of their flat. That must be where the thief had gained entrance. Though he was hardly experiencing a tidal wave of courage after guzzling 3 large beers, Cemal was more than ready to give any thief a black eye. Grabbing a broken hanger Godnoswo had thrown in the garbage, he rushed into the garden, passed by the rose acacia, and managed to land on the balcony on his first try. As predicted, the door was slightly ajar. He rushed inside toward the shadow of a man standing by the candle, and instantly dropped his weapon of a broken hanger. Meanwhile, the other, faced with such an aggressive silhouette plunging in from the balcony, had scampered to his feet, taking cover behind a hair removal machine. Celal was hardly experiencing a tidal wave of courage. Had it been any other time, he would have been scared to death, but he too had left 3 large, emptied beer mugs behind. Nonetheless, probably because compared to his twin, he was either less impervious to alcohol or simply less agile, even though he had indeed unraveled the identity of the encroaching silhouette at the very last moment, he could not withhold his arm quickly enough. By the time Celal's right arm had processed the retreat command coming from the brain, it was already too late. In a flash, the hair removal machine smashed onto Cemal's shoulder, leaving its heat control button there. The twins were 10 years old when their father had returned from Australia, where he had emigrated many years previously. In united awe, they had listened to the stories the man they so much admired told them. He had worked hard, made heaps of money, and had now returned to take his family back with him to that land of prosperity. Awaiting them there was a house, vivid yellow like boiled corn, with a tire swing in the backyard. While the twins had listened to their father with bated breath, their mother had been busy packing, bidding farewell to the neighbors, and doling out all their belongings, since they weren't going to take any of these things with them. The day before their departure, while Celal and Cemal tossed and turned in their beds on the floor, their father had sneaked into their room. Patting their heads, he had taken out from his chest pocket one photograph. There was a house in the photograph which indeed looked huge and corn yellow. And the backyard was just as he had described. There was a swing there as well, and on that swing sat a plump woman with a smile blooming on her face. She had ginger hair with a strand curled, thickly braided and loosely fastened into a bun at the nape of the neck. "What do you think of her? Beautiful, isn't she?" their father had asked. The twins had nodded shyly. She did not at all look like the women they had hitherto seen, especially not like their mother. Putting the photograph back, their father had once again patted them on their heads. "Tomorrow, we 3 are gonna leave," he had whispered. "Let your mother stay here for the time being. Once we get to Australia and settle down there, we can come pick her up." Though their age was small and their admiration of their father only 2 deep, both boys had instantly grasped that this was a lie. When left alone in the room, they had shunned any further word on this matter. Both had feigned ignorance, as if by doing so they could manage to somehow unlearn what they had learned. When they had finally fallen asleep that night, both had beckoned to the ginger-haired woman in their dreams. The following morning, however, neither could tell for sure if she had come or not. "I was so thrilled to hear the things Daddy had told us then," Cemal murmured to his twin whilst still on his knees and searching for the heat control button. "That vast country, that pretty woman," Cemal droned on broodingly. "I sold my mother in exchange for those. That's what a despicable person I am." In return for these, I peddled the woman who had given birth to me, suckled, and raised me. God damn it, one can become a materialist in time, so you'd think life made a person one, but how on earth could one be a materialist when still a child, at that age? The following day, once having sent their mother away on a pretext, the three of them had loaded the suitcases into the car. But you? You did not peddle our mother for these things. Cemal sighed as he watched his brother crawl under a swivel chair to dig out the heat. Control button. You didn't put your soul up for sale or your very humanity. Fuck the money, fuck the luxury, you decided, and jumped off the car. You chose to stay with our mother and you tried to persuade me too. You were running so hard behind the car as Dad and I drove away from the village. That poignant scene was seared forever in my mind. You were yelling so hard. Stop! Stop! You ran after us all the way to the end of the village. As Cemal folded a handkerchief into 2, 4, 8, 16 folds, blowing his nose on the last fold, the power came back. Celal ran to the kitchen to fetch his twin a glass of water. Before handing him the glass, he put in 5 drops of lemon cologne. Thank you, Cemal said. I had lost my shoe, Celal replied, staring with lusterless eyes at the candle flame, which looked so rickety and flimsy now that the electricity had come. Cemal tried to make sense of what he had just heard. I had lost my shoe, Celal repeated. He would rather have remained silent, but his mouth talked without consulting him. How he wished he had not had that third beer. Just as I was getting into the car, one of my shoes fell off. That's why I got off the car, to put on my shoe. However, before I had the chance, Mother showed up. As soon as Father spotted her coming, he started the engine. I ran after you with one shoe on, but the car careered away. I kept yelling at the top of my voice. I ran after you all the way to the end of the village. Celal, bruised all through his life from being the child his father had abandoned in Cemal, bruised all through his life from being the child who had abandoned his mother, stood staring at one another, half dejected, half confused, their respective identities turned inside out in the mirror that each provided for the other, and whatever it was that they saw there led each to believe that his situation had been graver than the others. There's one more thing I need to tell you, Celal bumbled. You know Ma was an uneducated woman. After your departure, she fell ill with sorrow. People urged her to seek help from this famous spellcaster. She took me there with her. A young man with eyes like glass, turns out he was blind. He must have taken pity on my mother. To this day I have never prepared a bad spell, he said, and I never will hereafter, but this husband of yours deserves the worst, so I'll make an exception and help you. Let's block their way, capsize their car, sink their ship if need be, let's make sure they never make it to Australia. Do you want me to do that? Do tell, is this what you really want? He asked. Poor Ma stood still, cried, moaned, and then, unable to take it any longer, she said, yes. As that night it was taking Cemal longer than usual to comprehend his twin's words, he was lagging behind, his mind functioning no quicker than in icicle feigning ignorance of the sun. He would have liked to intervene and put in a few words himself, but not only did he not know what to say, at that moment even the idea of moving his jaw tired him. How he wished he had not finished off that third beer. Poor Ma, she was so exhausted she couldn't even follow what was said. So it was me who had to get the instructions on how to cast the spell. The sorcerer gave me a corn husk, filled a bottle with blessed water and wrote Who knows what on a piece of paper? Separate the corn husk into 2 pinches and tie them tight. Put them in the paper and roll the paper up lengthwise like a cigarette. Then burn it all up, he instructed. Right then, you'll hear a voice. A sound will speak out of the fire. When you hear that sound, rest assured you're doing the right thing. Do not ever touch the fire. Let it burn away its course. When the flames are entirely out, sprinkle the ashes over the blessed water and then pour the water at the bottom of a red rose tree. The rest will come by itself, he concluded. The power went out once again. The puny flame of the candle visibly heartened, appreciating the sudden darkness. As soon as we reach home, get to it, said Ma, do exactly what the sorcerer told you. So I tied the corn husks, making 2 bunches, one small, the other big, put them in the paper, wrapped it up nicely and then kindled it. You should have seen Ma, her eyes were wide as saucers. God, that hope in her stare, she expected so much from me. The paper really went up in flames. I tried to convince myself, nothing will happen, but suddenly I heard, just like the sorcerer said I would, a scream, as if someone was crying, then another scream. I thought I heard your voice. Shaken up, I took the blessed water and poured it right onto the burning fire. It went out with a hiss. I felt so relieved. Of course, I didn't tell my mother what I had done. She thought I'd poured it all out at the bottom of the red rose tree. Next we went to bed. At dawn a noise woke me up. I get out of bed and what do I see? Ma is out in the garden weeping on her knees. Celal, what have I done? How could I have murdered my sweetheart's son? She moaned. I wish to God not a single stroke of harm happens to them on the way. You mean both? I asked. Yes. I mean both, she said. I noticed her hands were covered with scratches. She had uprooted the rose tree to break the spell. Nothing bad will happen. Right, Celal? She begged. Nothing, I consoled. You didn't do everything. You were told, right? She asked. Right, I replied. She was so relieved. Good for you, my smart boy, she smiled. Then hugged me with such gratitude that I understood right then. I understood she loved you more than me. The son who had left was the one she loved the most. Cemal shivered. He struggled to get up to close the balcony door but was so dizzy he had to squat right back down. From that day on, Cemal, whenever someone mentions saints, sorcerers, and the like, I get scared. Not that I believe it or anything. If you ask my opinion, I believe none of it. If the truth be told, after all these years, I even doubt those corn husks had really made a sound. I was so frightened I must have imagined it. However, the doubt is always with me. Were it not for that doubt, my poor mother would spin in her grave. That's how I feel. The silence that ensued lasted 2 minutes. The lights came back right in the middle, leaving 1 minute in the darkness and the other in the light. So that's why you got so mad at my making fun of the saint in the garden. But I promise you, I'll never ever open my mouth again. Celal sighed. His twin set the gauge of his temperament to either excess or dearth. Let's close down this parlor if you'd like. That is, if you're worried about this idea that cutting hair is against the holy saint's wishes. We can get a parlor somewhere else. Oh, come on, Celal said, laughing. I think you are confusing me with the brush with the bone handle. Flat number 9, Sue. At the fatzos with the headscarves. The fatzos with the headscarves, yelled Sue, her head popping in and out of the rear window like the wound-up bird of a clock. In the front seat, two boys with chippy guns in their hands were waiting, taking turns sliding into the window seat where they would shoot at the targets she pointed out. The women with the headscarves Sue had her eyes on had been caught in the middle of a two-lane road struggling to cross. They did not notice the school minibus hurtling along behind, never mind being aware of the chickpeas whizzing past them. Before the boy who missed his goal turned his seat over to his friend with a long face, Sue had already designated the new target at the chap with the dog. The chap with the dog. One of the chickpeas made it into the hood of the casually dressed man, but his terrier was not as lucky. It took a couple of barks and tail chases to figure out what was raining on it. It could only chase the minibus the length of its leash, at the end of which it stopped with a painful whine waiting for its owner to catch up. One of the chickpeas must have hit the dog in the eye, for it constantly winked after them. Awesome, exclaimed the sniper, commending himself, awesome being more in fashion in their circles these days than cool. The three ponytailed girls, who always sat in front and treated the driver as their buddy of many years, goading him to play their pop cassettes over and over, turned back simultaneously to throw daggers of looks at the perpetrators of the incident. Sue paid no attention to them. Ever since the day her hair was cropped short, she had abandoned the world of girls from which she had already been banished the moment the news of her having lice had spread out, and which she had had difficulty in joining in the first place. She only ever got together with the other girls before and after gym, in the changing room. At those moments, Sue simply pretended they did not exist. What she asked for in return was to be treated likewise, as if she did not exist. But whenever they lined up on the benches, stinking out the squat, narrow changing room with their flowery, syrupy deodorants and putting on their pantyhose while exchanging meaningful looks, speaking in some sort of a cryptic code, they wanted to make Sue feel how unpopular and unwanted she was. However, boys were different. Getting lice was deemed so ordinary in their circles it was scarcely news. Sue leaned out of the window up to her waist, tweaking her thumb at the terrier left behind, but just as she was about to draw back, she caught sight of a man a few meters ahead, with an unkempt beard and hair long unwashed, digging around in the garbage. The man was busily stuffing the sacks on his shoulders with tin cans he fished from the thrash. Now and then he scratched his head pensively as if some mysterious voice was addressing him with taxing questions from within the trash container. He had a burgundy beret and petroleum green overalls which were worn to shreds. From the rips on the overalls one could see his kneecaps covered with dirt. At the hobo! At the hobo! Sue shouted. The sniper boy on duty by the window loaded the paper roll with new chickpeas and blew with all his might. Exactly at the same moment, however, the targeted vagabond stopped doing what he was doing, turned around with an animal-like intuition and, like victims smiling at their murderers before taking the bullet, opened his mouth wide and caught the chickpea in one move. While it was still in the air, gulping it down without even caring to chew. Pressing his hand on his heart, he subtly tilted his head forward as if to thank them in return and opened his mouth once again for the second bullet. When no chickpea was fired, he impatiently rattled his yellowed teeth. The sniper boy flinched in horror. Sue stared flabbergasted at this weirdest man she had ever seen, a man who did not at all look like anyone she knew. Flat number 2, Sidar and Gaba. As soon as the girl left, banging the door behind her, Sidar felt like shit. He Waited until midnight, hoping she would forgive him and return. It was only when he had to accept the fact that he was waiting to no avail that he put the leash on Gaba and threw himself out of the house. The Armenian Catholic cemetery was 25 minutes by foot. This was the one he liked the most among all the cemeteries in Istanbul. To help Gaba pass through, he pushed all the way back the humongous ornate door. That did not give even the slightest hint about what a luminous space was hidden behind. Upon seeing him coming, the guard grumbled as usual. Though suspicious of Sidar's every move the first time around, he had gotten used to him over time and must have finally deemed this wiry, scruffy young guy batty but harmless, for he didn't object to his presence anymore. When Sidar showed up on the wide stone road intersecting each and every path in the cemetery, an old man sitting alone on a bench waved at him. They had run into each other a couple of times. Though they had been exchanging greetings, they had never conversed before. "So you've come again," smiled the old man, patting the seat next to him. "But you're still too young. Why the hurry?" Sidar perched on the other end of the bench. Before responding, he inspected the old man. He must have been at least 75 years old. Maybe even 80. Small and round were his eyes, a deep bluish gray. "But I've seen lots of children's graves here," Sidar replied obstinately. "I didn't say you were too young to die, I said you were too young to think about death." Gaba's bark was heard from a distance, probably nothing to be worried about. Some stranger must be giving him something to eat. He barked like that when he was about to get a treat from a stranger. It was the "thank you for the simit, you are very kind" bark. "I too was thinking about death today," muttered the man, apparently interested in a chat. "This morning my sister called, she'd had a bad dream. Last night, we were children with milk bottles in our hands. Yet the milk was kind of strange, it wouldn't flow but came out in lumps. White mice the size of my little finger scurried from within. My mother grabbed our hands and took us away, but my sister went back. In spite of knowing too well that the milk was contaminated, she drank. My mother was furious at her. Why did you do that? You sinned, she yelled, but she couldn't bear my sister's tears and seated her on her lap to console her. Don't you worry, she soothed her. God will certainly forgive you. Gaba started barking once again, probably because some stranger had attempted to pat him. Both Sidar and the old man turned around inadvertently, looking at the entrance of the cemetery, though they knew they could not see him from this angle. No problem. It was probably just the "I will let you pat me if you give me one more simit" bark. I haven't dreamt in years, wouldn't even remember it if I did, but my sister does, and her dreams always come true. She is a cultured woman. If you had just seen her as a young girl, she wasn't interested in anyone. All she thought about were books. My mother, the poor thing, was distressed. She forbid my sister to read too much, for it made her nose bleed, but my sister still kept reading secretly, novels mostly, from the French originals. In my mind's eye I can still picture her bent double over a book, lost in another world. I always knew when her nose was going to start bleeding again. I could have warned her, but I don't know why, I could not even get near her while she was reading. I just watched, waiting soundlessly for that drop of blood to fall. There were many such red stains on the pages of the novels she read back then. You couldn't wipe them off or tear them out, so what could you do? They remained like that. She also had a diary, wouldn't talk to us. But she did to her diary. Then one day my sister and I returned from school to find all the books and the diary gone. I threw them all away, Mother snapped. My sister turned white. She loved Ma, she did, but I don't think she ever forgave her. Gaba's barks accelerated in folds, getting louder each time. He was probably upset by something. It was the "if you are not going to give me any more simmets, could you please leave me alone" bark. As she was so fastidious, she married very late. Her husband was an eye doctor, had an office in Sicily. They truly loved one another. Didn't have any children. Then the poor man unexpectedly died, simply crossing the street. Must have lost his foresight or something, stepped on the road without even looking. The car hit and ran in plain daylight. I've seen many a person's hair turning white with grief, but with my sister it was her body that shriveled from grief. Before long she had shrunk into an elfin, doleful woman. She gave up everything, went off food, hung her husband's pictures all around the house. Just like she used to talk to her diary as a young girl. She started to talk to those photographs. I made a grave mistake then. I thought, if I removed my brother-in-law's belongings out of her sight, it would be easier for her to forget. One day, I secretly gathered the photographs, all of them, and gave them away to friends and relatives. Just as she had never forgiven Mother, my sister did not forgive me either. That was when she moved to another house. You see, I had presumed it would be hard for her to live in a house surrounded by my brother-in-law's memory. To the contrary, it was hard for my sister to live there the moment those reminiscences were gone. She moved somewhere else. After all these years, she still doesn't let me into her house. She didn't get remarried either. All this time she stayed single like that. Whenever we get together, we meet at a patisserie. Do you know anything about dream interpretations? My sister sure does, and her dreams always come true. So how did she interpret this dream? Sidar wondered. She said she might die before waiting for her time to come. That's why my mother was angry at her like that. You mean suicide? Sidar exclaimed with a tinge of a thrill in his voice. However, blinking his bluish-gray eyes, the old man looked deadpan, as if never before had he thought of such a word or even heard of it. Gaba sounded far more distraught now. He was using the "if you so insist" on not leaving me alone, then I will leave, bark. Sidar scurried to his feet, though he had more questions to ask. At the entrance of the cemetery, he found Gaba, just as he had predicted, barking in distress in the middle of a circle of affection and attention formed by inquisitive onlookers. Before he ran to the rescue of his dog, he stopped for a second to wave to the old man. But the latter had turned to the other side, still murmuring, as if he was unaware that he was now alone on the bench. Flat number 9, Hygiene Tijen, Su and me. 6:54 p.m., dangling from the armchair, her stick-thin legs covered with myriad mosquito bites, each of which she had turned into an abrasion from scratching non-stop. Sue thrust her hands into the pockets of her shorts and fully concentrated her gaze on the minute hand of the clock on the wall, as if by so doing she could make time run faster. Her tutor was always prompt. 2. This day he had never been late, not even a delay of a few minutes, but such punctuality had recoil of its own. He always ended the lesson right on the dot. He had never stayed longer, not even for a few minutes. The instant he started the lesson, he placed his watch with the leather strap between the two of them on the table, and though he did not keep glancing at it as a bored man would, he still jumped to his feet as soon as the hour was up. 6:57 p.m. She sprung up with the ring of the doorbell. 3 minutes early. Hygiene Tijen was by the kitchen sink, scraping off the sediment that had collected at the bottom of the teapot, drying on her snow-white apron, her hands with fingertips creased from having stayed in hot water for hours on end. She headed to the door. Upon opening it, she inspected her daughter's tutor from head to toe. The man looked neat and trim as always. He submissively took off his shoes before entering and put on his beige-socked feet a pair of sanitary slippers from the basket. The mother and daughter, meanwhile, watched his gestures with deferential courtesy. Then all three of them moved to the living room, making squishy noises as they walked. On one end of the rectangular dining room table there was, as usual, especially prepared for the lesson ahead of time, coconut cake slices lined up on 2 porcelain plates with white napkins on the side, the notebook with the white lilies spread open, pencil tips carefully sharpened, the ashtray laid ready. One could smoke in this house. Neither smoke nor ash fell into the realm of Hygiene Tijen's conception of filth. I hope it won't be impolite if we keep working inside as you lecture. Here? She always asked the same question before every lesson. I always gave the same response, not at all, Mrs. Tijen. Please continue with your work. The new cleaning lady showed up at that instant, scuffling out of the bathroom, in one hand a pail filled with soapy water and in the other hand a doormat with tassels so messed up it looked trodden on. Behind her trundled Meryem with her sharply protruding belly. She had dangled a longish, snow-white towel from one shoulder like a boxing trainer or a Turkish bath massager. Both women seemed to be waddling with the discomfort of wearing sanitary slippers. How come you are still working? I asked her. However, before she could respond, Hygiene Tijen jumped in. No. Meryem isn't working really. She stopped doing so last week, but I was in dire straits without her assistance. So this is the solution we came up with. Meryem says what needs to be done, and Esma Hanım, thanks be upon her, does it. Upon hearing her name mentioned, Esma Hanım tilted her head and gave a lackadaisical greeting, apparently not as enthusiastic as others about her share in the division of labor. Then all three women squished on their slippers back to their respective chores, leaving the tutor and student alone. 7 p.m. As Sue pulled her chair closer to the table, she threw a distressed glance at the wristwatch with the leather strap stretched like a barrier between them. Flat number 7, the Blue Mistress and I. Back home after the lesson, I found the Blue Mistress still there. What's more, she had put in place a number of the boxes that had been waiting to be opened since the day I moved in, and had also straightened the place up. However, she told me she would soon leave to go cook for the olive oil merchant. I refrained from delving into that story, it being no news to me that things were not going well between them lately. Tell me, she cooed. What sort of food do you want? Pasta, I grumbled. Despite her initial frown, she found the idea practical. As I boiled the pasta, she set out to prepare a tomato and thyme sauce with the limited ingredients in the house. I guess that is why she loves me. Unlike the other men in her life, I demand from her far less than what she is willing to give. In return, I receive far more than what I had demanded initially. The doorbell rang just when we had sat down at the table. Sue was such an odd little girl. With her book in her hand, there she was, telling me I had forgotten to give her homework for the weekend. The Blue Mistress invited her to the table. She did not want to come. While they talked, I chose a number of exercises way above her level. If ruining her weekend with extra homework is what she pines for, so be it. Well, it turns out I am not the only neighbor to have fallen for that. Handsome face of yours, mister, snorted the blue mistress when we were able to sit down again to eat. Don't talk nonsense, she's just a child. So what? Can't children fall in love? I swear to God, I know I could. When I was about that age. Weren't you in love with anyone as a child? It suddenly felt so awkward. The blue mistress talked about her childhood, as if referring to a distant past where she must be at most 10 to 12 years past it. Come to think of it, there was only 11 years between Sue and the blue mistress. You didn't answer. Have you ever been in love as a child or not? She insisted, apparently annoyed with my silence. I indeed had, except that it had never been a memory worth recording. There was a flighty, freckled, loudmouthed girl I went to school with. I recall being attracted to her. To this day I have never met someone so naturally inclined to theft. All that mattered was that an item belonged to someone else. There was nothing on earth she would not enjoy stealing: fruit from the neighboring gardens, slippers from the thresholds of homely homes, pencils and erasers of classmates. She would embezzle them all and share her loot with me each time. Every now and then she lurched into the foul-smelling store of a hideous, glue-addicted shoe repairman we passed by on our way to school. While I chatted up the man, she would fill her pockets with handfuls of nails and saws. God knows why. We would then hammer these onto all the fences, benches, cases, or doors we came across. After all, we shared, however, my beloved played dirty for no good reason and ratted to my parents. My father was barely shaken upon receiving the news of his son's thefts, but with my mother it was a completely different story. She blew her top, exaggerating her parental punishment out of proportion. 10 days later, however, my father died, thereby erasing off my mother's agenda the scandal of my offense forever. What was her name? Asked the blue mistress, shaking the salt mill for the umpteenth time, as if determined to find its bottom. Hard as I tried, I couldn't remember her name, just as I can't remember what the majority of my childhood friends were called. I confessed to her how hard it usually was for me to remember people's names, but I did not reveal how this habit of mine used to infuriate Asian. The blue mistress asks little about my ex-marriage anyhow. Perhaps because she is sick of hearing about the marriage of the olive oil merchant, or perhaps she is one of those people who are all ears when it comes to hearing about still enduring childhoods but not immediate pasts. I told her I was much better with nicknames, those I don't easily forget. Then find me a nickname as well, she said, finally able to let go of the salt mill and dizzy from all that shaking. You already have one, I confirmed. You are the blue mistress. She did not say anything, but I could see it in her eyes all the same. She liked the name I had given her. 3:33 a.m. I woke up. She was not by my side. I found her on the balcony. She looked pale, as if she had woken up in the middle of a nightmare so daunting that it had robbed her off the longing to go back to sleep. I sank into the chair next to her and lit a cigarette. Under the coffee table in between us, there were armies of ants circumambulating a piece of melon that had started to rot where it had fallen. As they toiled, we sat still, watching the empty street. I bet that girl didn't rat on you, she murmured absent-mindedly. It must have reached your mother through another route. Why would she do it? You two were accomplices. I went in and fetched 2 double rack for us. She took hers with a smile, but only slightly sipped, evidently not a drinker. Yet she evidently didn't want to display this, probably because she had always run into men who drank like sponges. On second thoughts, I decided that I was perhaps wrong about this. After all, she was not the type to fool others. Perhaps she herself was unaware of her dislike for alcohol in the first place. Maybe it is just the reverse, I said. When I finish my rack, I will drink hers as well, as long as she does not smear the glass with lipstick. Being accomplices might connect people to one another, but that union is bound to be fleeting. In reality, if you are accomplices with someone, you will try to get rid of them at the first opportunity. If you don't, they will. A wrongdoer might indeed return to the scene of crime, but not to the partner in crime. Oh, blessings to you, my teacher, you sure know how to talk. She placed on the table the glass she had been fiddling with. Good, no lipstick. Do your students enjoy listening to you? Come to a class with me one day, sit among the students and decide for yourself. What if someone asks, who is this person? What'll you say? You'll be a student from somewhere else coming to listen to the lecture. You're so young, they'd buy it, I muttered while caressing her face. The scar on her left cheek is not at all visible in this dim light. But I can, if you want. Tell them instead that you're a friend of mine. That would be blatant lie, she frowned, suddenly riled. How could I ever be regarded as your friend? It would take them only a minute's chat with me to fathom the lie. I haven't the foggiest idea about many of the things you talk about. I didn't go to college. It's too evident that I'm not going to do so at this age. What age? At times I doubt if she is really aware how young she is. Friendship is based on compatibility, she volleyed upon realizing I was about to object. One can fall in love with someone incompatible, but one can't be friends with them. For one thing, when you talk, the other has to get it in an instant. To do so, one has to be at the same cultural level. You and I can't ever be friends. We can't be married either or be lovers. We tried to be neighbors but made a mess of that as well. And why on earth can't we be lovers? Instead of answering my question, my little lover with no lipstick and no serenity took a large sip from the drink I thought she had long abandoned. Her face soured right away. Why does she force herself to drink when she does not like alcohol at all? I think if we ever could be anything together, we'd be accomplices, she blurted out all of a sudden, the harshness of her words incongruent with the indolence of her moves as she reached for the stale nuts to get rid of the taste in her mouth. A white car with black windows plowed through Cabal Street, its cassette tape turned on full blast. The blue mistress jerked her head over the railing and swore without any reservations whatsoever. I gently pulled her towards me, kissed her. The piercing music of the car decreased bit by bit. In that stillness, a hurried mosquito slyly made a dive, buzzing. The wind came to a standstill, filling the air with the sour garbage smell. The blue mistress finished the pistachios in the bowl and I the rack in my glass, continuing on to hers. In the next attack of the mosquito, my applause echoed in the air. I opened my hands hoping to see it dead. They were empty. Flat number 10, Madam Auntie. Are you upset about something, Sue? I'm fine, Sue grunted a jagged response, constantly squeezing the English exercise book she had rolled up. Why don't I make us a nice cup of coffee with milk and you go choose 2 coffee cups from the glass-covered honey, Madame Auntie said, trying not to fret over the child's bitterness. Despite having solemnly pledged to herself to send the girl away with an appropriate excuse if and when she appeared at her door again, seeing her in such a sullen state today, she had not been able to keep her word. Sue heaved a pompous sigh as she followed the old woman inside. In this warm weather, coffee with milk was the last thing she wanted to drink, but what difference would it make? Things were crappy anyway, crappy being in fashion in their circles nowadays instead of awesome. What difference would it make if she had a crappy Coke or a crappy coffee with milk? Scratching her scrawny legs, droopily and indolently, she walked into the living room, opened the glass cupboard at the corner and peered inside in deep wonder. There were so many things in here. Lined up on the shelves were inverted porcelain cups, liquor cups, champagne flutes, crystal pitchers, embroidered frames, and all kinds of tiny carved boxes, the function of which she could not fathom. After a quick survey, she honed in on 2 amethyst cups with intertwined ivy handles. Right behind them was a round, glazed, illustrated tray. A robust man with a mustache and raven black hat was carrying a woman down a ladder in his lap, her tulle dress flowing to her heels. The woman had put her head on the man's shoulder, dreamily gazing into the horizon, as if she were not on top of a ladder from which they could topple down any minute, but on an idyllic hill with a magnificent panorama. It was as if they were fleeing the fairy tale to which they belonged. One could distinguish a few houses and behind them a forest in shades of green. Sue turned the back of the tray as if hoping to see there the fate awaiting this dignified couple, but there was no other illustration at the back, only an inscription at one corner, Vishniakov. Placing the amethyst cups on the tray, she closed the cupboard door shut with her foot. Just as she was about to go back, her eyes caught a spot further down. The living room door leading to the hall was partly open and the interior looked somewhat uncanny. Without really thinking, she approached the door, opened it all the way and stood almost petrified. As if lured, she started to advance step by step down the hall of Madame Auntie's house. With every step, her uneasiness gave way to utmost incredulity. "How much sugar would you like?" Madame Auntie called out from the kitchen, but when there came no response, she turned down the heat under the milk and went back to retrieve her guest. Finding the living room empty, she first suspected the child had left, but then she noticed the wide-open hallway door. In escalating panic, she involuntarily brought her hand up to her neck. It was not there. Her bluish-gray eyes fretfully scanned the living room until she spotted the velvet beribboned key sitting guiltily on the coffee table at the corner. Color drained from her face. Her heart pummeling hard, she dashed into the hall after the girl. Flat number 5, Hadji and his daughter-in-law and grandchildren. "Keep walking," the daughter-in-law bellowed. "Keep walking or I'll break your legs." Upon hearing these words, the 2 children tugged along by their hands, started to cry even harder. The 7.5-year-old walked behind, languidly, tranquilly. Though he had indeed had lots of fun today, it had been a rather awful time for his mom. Probably as a result of the other box office worker complaining, the big boss who usually showed up once in a blue moon had appeared at the movie theater around noon. "Do you think we run a daycare center here?" he growled, scowling at the 5.5 and 6 and a half-year-olds who were standing in the corner, mouths agape at the huge Aladdin and the big-bellied genie sitting cross-legged on the 1x2-meter cardboard carpet hanging from the ceiling to promote the film. Both had been crying non-stop from that moment on. If you could only manage for a couple of days, I'm sure I'll sure find a solution by then, the daughter-in-law had pleaded crestfallen, though she knew only too well how unlikely that would be. As they approached Bonbon Palace, the kids' crying dwindled in their ball transformed finally into a barely audible buzz, but as soon as they plunged through the door of Flat 5, like a watch with its spring loose, both ran screaming to their grandfather's lap. At that moment, Hadji was having a little snooze on the divan with one of his 4 books slipping off his hand. Bowled over by this unexpected deluge of love, blinking in bewilderment, he struggled to get to his feet. "Father, I'm entrusting the kids to you," said the daughter-in-law, averting her eyes. "I have to get back to work." Hadji pulled the heads of the little girl and the little boy into his beard. Thus encouraged, the kids started another round of crying. The daughter-in-law stood silently, forlornly watching this scene whilst she heard herself mumble, "But I beg you, please have some mercy and don't poison their infantile minds with those fairy tales of yours." The door closed. The 3 young children and the old man were left alone. As the little kids, feeling drained from all that crying, sighed deeply, and their grandfather collected the hair shed from his beard during that uproar, a prickly silence settled among them. They did not know what to do next. Before long, the 7.5-year-old threw his big head back and smiled with a glint in his mossy green eyes. In point of fact, he too had enjoyed coming back home. Being outside had indeed been fun, but he had also felt himself as tiny as a flea and just as alien among all those people who watched his every move with pity. Unlike the outside world, here in this house he was the sole commander of his little kingdom and the only undisputed sovereign of his cocooned life. "Come on, Grandpa," he proclaimed solemnly. "No need to dilly-dally. You can tell us whatever story you want." Flat number 10, Madam Auntie and Sue. "You have so much stuff in here, Madam Auntie," exclaimed Sue, bobbing her head in escalating amazement. When the old woman had caught up with her, the child had already reached the end of the hall, reached it and seen inside the 3 rooms opening up to the hallway. "It isn't all mine." "Really? Then whose is it?" "It belongs to different people. I'm looking after their things," said Madam Auntie, without taking her eyes off the tray carrying the amethyst cups. Her mind was pullulated with the fear that they would break, but she was so stunned that could not make any move to snatch the Boyar and His Lover from the child. Yet at this particular instant, Sue was the one who was most astounded. Brought up in a house with white as the dominant color, where everything was incessantly cleaned and polished, swept and purified, relentlessly whitened and yet never whitened enough, the child now felt as if she had been dropped into a magical garden she could not have even fathomed to exist upon earth. There was plenty of every color, except white. The belongings, piled on top of one another, one inside the other, had seeped into each and every nook and cranny so that all 3 rooms were jam-packed up to the ceiling. Amid this multi-hued jumble, it was impossible to separate the valuable from the useless. All was inextricably mixed up with so much stuff. Sue couldn't help but suspect this place was way bigger than their flat. Never mind their flat, it was much bigger than all the other flats in this apartment building, even larger than all the flats she had hitherto seen put together. In fact, it seemed that number 10 was not a flat at all, but a convoluted contraption with heaps of different pieces and hundreds of different buttons. If even one piece pulled out, the whole structure would break down and become inoperable. There were ballpoint pens everywhere, and burned-out bulbs, used up Batteries, torn tools, burst balloons, expired medicine, used clothing, buttons. With no two looking alike, stickers that had lost their adhesive, empty. Cartridges, lighters without gas, glasses with broken lenses, jar lids of all sizes, money no longer in circulation, torn pieces of cloth, cracked trinkets. Photographs turned yellow, pictures with no frames left, torn tassels, tattered wigs, keys that had lost their keychains, mugs with broken handles, baby bottles without the nipples, threadbare lampshades, worn-out books, boxes of all sizes, some plastic, others wood, lusterless mother-of-pearl, cardboard, empty milk bottles, candied apple sticks, ice cream sticks, food bowls, dolls with missing heads or limbs, umbrellas with wires sticking out, strainers turned black, doorbells that even themselves could not recall which doors they used to make ring, pantyhose with runs stopped by nail polish, wrapping paper, doorknobs, broken household items, filled out notebooks, journals turned yellow, empty perfume bottles, single-odd shoes, shattered remote controls, rusty metals, stale candy, rings with missing stones, macrame, flower holders, shoe liners, rubber bands, bird cages, typewriters with missing letters, mildew tea in tin boxes, tobacco parcels, bracelets of all colors, barrettes each more beautiful than the other, binocular lenses. As Sue looked around in bewilderment, her eyes caught a large fishing net hanging over a pile of objects. "The sea brought that," Madame Auntie said, her voice lilting with pride. "You said the sea brought it?" The sea becomes so generous when the lotos blows hard, carrying piles of items by the shore. With all these the waves playing the way children do. With balls, passing these items back and forth to one another, they bring these to the shore. Waves, like human beings, quickly tire of things, and you know, I'm not the only one there by the shore. Many other Istanbulites are also after the items the sea conveys. However, Sue was no longer listening to her, she was instead eyeing up a child's hat of purple velvet. It was beautiful and looked brand new. "Madame Auntie, where did you get this?" she asked as she thrust the tray into its owner's hands and shot off to touch the soft surface of the hat. The old woman hesitated for a split second, but what was done could not be undone. What could she now hide from her little friend who had already gone too far, and for how long? "It was in the garbage," she replied. "I don't know why they threw away such a beautiful hat." Sue caressed the hat absent-mindedly. In her mind's eye, the hobo who had boldly confronted their bullets gave a dirty smile, waving a bag of chickpeas he'd taken out of the garbage. His yellow teeth became all the more visible. "What about these? Why did you take them? Are they bad?" wondered the old woman, throwing a cursory glance at the empty pill bottles. One always needs empty bottles. It's not right to throw them away. Sue inspected the old woman's teeth. Oddly enough, they were white and clean, just like her mother's. "If you like the hat, do take it. It's perfect for you." "Really?" Her large eyes glimmered as she eagerly reached out for the mirror she had seen among the empty tin cans piled up by the wall. As soon as she donned the purple velvet hat, she burst out laughing. It turned out to be a magnifying mirror. "Oh, no, we forgot about the milk," bellowed Madame Auntie at the same moment. "Run! Run!" With Sue in front and the old woman rattling the amethyst cups behind, both raced into the kitchen. The milk in the small pot had long boiled over and spread everywhere over the oven, putting out the gas fire. Once they had cleaned the oven and moved back to the living room, Sue took another look into the still ajar hallway door, exclaiming at full blast, "Heavens to Betsy!" Heavens to Betsy being in fashion in their circles these Days instead of crappy. Perching on the nearest armchair, she started to swing her scrawny legs. This is the castle of garbage. If only the boys saw this, they'd be thrilled. But the boys shouldn't know about this place. No one should, the old woman stammered as she handed the child the coffee with milk. She then offered white chocolate from the crystal candy bowl on the coffee table. Sue threw one into her mouth without thinking, only to tense up right away. What if this chocolate had been dug out of the garbage as well? Sue gaped fretfully at the old woman as if the answer was written somewhere on her forehead. Yet, before the chocolate melted in her mouth, a new question struck her mind. Madam Auntie, she hooted, her voice instantly, inadvertently dwindling into a whisper. Is this why Bonbon Palace smells so bad? Flat number 3, Hairdressers Cemal and Celal. Hey, what's the matter with you? Did the cat get your tongue? Asked the blonde with one eye cast, there yet again to have her hair dyed, never. Persuaded that she need not have this done so often, Cemal paid no heed to the woman's teasing, preferring instead to fully focus on the strand of her hair he was about to highlight. Though determined not to respond to his customers, by now the pressure of each word squelched on the tip of his tongue had so much inflated that in an urge to speak, he turned around and yelled at the pimpled apprentice for no reason. Being wound up in front of all these women, the apprentice, who was already hapless enough to have to spend this delicate pubescent stage of his life working in a woman's beauty parlor, blushed crimson. As soon as the gaze he averted from everyone accidentally met the blue mistresses, he blushed even more, turning a darker hue. He didn't know it, but when he flashed this particular shade of red, his pimples almost disappeared. What's wrong with Cemal? Whispered the blue mistress to the manicurist next to her. She had never had a manicure before, but today was no ordinary day as, after a lengthy hiatus, she was going to meet the olive oil merchant again. He had sent a text message to her mobile phone in the afternoon saying he wanted to stop by and have a heart-to-heart. Not that the man had any special interest in manicured hands. If the truth be told, it was doubtful whether he would even be able to tell the difference, but as she sat there with one hand pleasantly numbed in a bowl of lukewarm foamy water, the blue mistress still believed she was doing the right thing. Why they remain oblivious to the fact that they are getting prepared for men who will remain oblivious to their preparations is a riddle germane to women. The manicurist, now concentrating on a broken nail, answered in a hoarse whisper, we have no idea what's got into him. He's like a powdered keg, ready to blow his top off. He hasn't uttered a single word to the customers, but keeps lashing out at us. You'd think he's a chain smoker who quit cold this morning. That touchy. It's as if he's got PMS. Cemal frowned at the manicurist and the blue mistress giggling between them. Afraid of another rebuke, the pimpled apprentice held out 4 aluminium folios at once. Sonny, why don't you hand them out one a day? Time, growled the other with the thrill of having found another excuse to scold the hapless apprentice. It was precisely then that a hand tapped on his shoulder. Could you come to the kitchen for a moment? Said Celal, careful not to draw attention to himself or his brother. There they stood in the kitchen, with the persistently, passionately boiling samovar in between them. Celal stared with compassion at the man who today looked more like himself than his twin, solemn and almost stock-still inside his sage green shirt. I surrender, Celal said with a weary smile. For God's sake, please just go back to being your old self. Just be like you used to be. I had no idea how unbearable you'd become when solemn Before the other found a chance to bear a grudge, Celal put his hand on his shoulder, giving an avuncular squeeze. Frankly, brother, when you don't chat and make these women cackle, the beauty parlor becomes dull. In a few minutes, the twins drew open the curtain separating the tiny kitchen from the parlor. All heads popping out of leopard-patterned smocks turned toward them. Celal gingerly pushed his brother to step forward as if encouraging an actor afraid to get on stage. Then, with a smile, he winked at the apprentice without the pimples. Sonny, make some nice foamy coffee for us all so that we can slurp away at it whilst gazing at the holy saint. His edginess thawing visibly upon hearing these words, Cemal at long last gave the smile he had been withholding since early morning. Flat number 7, Sue and I. At first I thought the kid was lying. Children make things up. I checked my watch. It had been 15 minutes since the end of the lesson. We had been whispering since then. Just as I was about to leave, she said, "Sir, I need to tell you something." Hygiene, Tijen, Meryem and Esma Hanım were all in the next room busily putting up the curtains they had just washed. From the way they were talking, one could tell that Esma Hanım was up somewhere high, probably on top of the ladder, and Hygiene Tijen was holding her steady. From down below, Meryem seemed to be the one giving out instructions. As for us, we talked in wary whispers so as not to be heard. "I swear to God I'm telling the truth," Sue groaned, miffed at my lack of faith. I feigned being convinced, but this time it was returned to doubt. She wanted me to give my word that I would never ever let slip the secret she had entrusted me with. My word must not have been enough, for she then made me repeatedly swear an oath, first on my honor and after that, one by one and name by name, on all my loved ones. Just so that the angst in her big black eyes would abate, I obeyed her every demand. Yet it was as if, far from comforting her, each of my promises rendered her even more anxious. At one point, she went inside swishing around on her slippers and came back, carrying a miniature Quran with an emerald green cover, the type that people carry in their wallets and handbags. Just so she could be soothed, I swore with the Quran in my palm. When I finished, realizing there was nothing else left to do except trust me, she breathed out a final sigh. Demanding as she is, how could I become annoyed by her demands? Love makes all and sundry miserable, even a child. "Come on, let's put an end to this topic," I said. "Don't worry. My lips are sealed. I won't tell anyone." Seeing her smile cheered me up. "If I do tell your secret to anyone, let God turn me into an ass." "Not an ass, not an ass," she objected in a voice that sounded like a chirp. "What should I be then?" By now she had shrugged off all her anxieties and regained that galling glee of hers. She walked around me talking pedantically, listing all the repulsive creatures she knew, in order to find the worst beast ever on the face of the earth. Owls were macabre but not sufficiently wretched, rats were dirty but not gross enough. Cockroaches were nauseating, spiders blood-curdling, alligators chilling, jellyfish odious, scorpions poisonous, wasps dangerous. Pigs scrabbled in dirt, vultures fed on carrion, bears could devour their own offspring, bats sucked blood. Sea urchins pricked, frogs gave us warts, centipedes snuck into our ears. The worm that emerged from the soil after a rain, the caterpillar that writhed in lettuce, the grasshopper gobbling up the field, the lizard running away leaving behind its tail, the fly not giving anyone peace, the mosquito sucking blood, all had an unpleasant side to them, but none were malicious enough. Even the leech, which looked more disgusting than all of them put together, could be of use to humans and was thus disqualified. What she searched for was something much worse than all of these creatures, something that was of no use either to itself or to others, something incompatible with any kind of benevolence, whose existence was apparently without any real purpose and one comparatively worse than all those absolutely useless but just as harmless creatures God had created with leftover clay. Such was the sort of creature she needed to scare me with turning into if I did not hold my oath one day. If you're searching for the worst creature, you should pay attention to the eyes. Those whose eyes you can look into are usually not as bad as those whose eyes you can't see. This she liked so much that she instantly ripped out a page from her lily adorned notebook and started making a list of creatures whose eyes could not be seen. So seriously she took the task that it wasn't possible to change the topic or to get up and leave. While she tried to pick up a punishment among an assortment of punishments for my potential betrayal, I tried to help her as best as I could. Let me be a rattlesnake, I hissed, squeezing my tongue in between my teeth. No. Let me be a piranha, I rattled, opening my mouth wide. Come on. No. I can't get you to like anything, I pretended to be disgruntled. I guess until that moment, I was having fun, but all of a sudden an abstruse distress descended upon me. I put on my watch. This preposterous game had gone on too long and I don't know why, but it had started to get on my nerves. Just as I was thinking about leaving, I found it, she cackled, her voice lilting with delight. There was no need to search after all. You're now going to repeat after me, okay? She asked, so easily and swiftly, shifting from the formal speech form we normally use to a far more casual one. I nodded meekly. She stood across from me, staring at me directly in the eye. I'm a big man. But if I tell our secret to anyone else, I said, as I narrowed my eyes and added a furtive tinge to my voice. Yet she no longer smiled. In the darkness of her eyes, two slender, pitch-black water snakes slithered in silvery sparkles. May God turn me into a louse. The biggest louse ever. Sue hollered, pompously stressing each word. May God turn me into a louse. I hollered, pompously stressing each word. The biggest louse ever. I jumped to my feet, assuming as fearsome an expression as possible. Crossing my eyes, pushing my front teeth onto my lower lip like a vampire. Jutting my jaw forward, making my hair stand up, my forehead all wrinkled. Opening my nostrils wide and moving my eyebrows up and down. I had never attempted to imitate a louse before. I'd never realized how tough it could be. I did not have the foggiest idea what the faces of lice looked like. In point of fact, I could not even tell whether lice had faces or not. One of the few things I knew about lice was that they could be identified from afar, only from afar, as no one could tell what they looked like up close. Another thing, I also knew lice were petite enough not to be seen by the naked eye and evil enough not to display their eyes. Mulling it over together, we came up with further assumptions. Perhaps what rendered a louse so base and bad was its unique ability to become one with its victim. As such, a louse was not some sort of a foe lying in ambush outside, waiting for an occasion to assail, but rather an affliction that gnaws surreptitiously from within. The mosquito sucks our blood as well, for instance, but it leaves its victim alone once it finishes its job and has gotten what it hankered after. A mosquito, even at the instant it finds our vein, continues to be a part of the outside, never a part of us. So apparent is this Detachment that even when we squish a mosquito that has just stung us, we are disgusted by the blood in our palms as if it was not ours but the mosquitoes. Nevertheless, when it comes to lice, exactly the reverse is true. The louse belongs not to the exterior but the interior, distinctively to us in person. To picture it, I too tore a page from the lily-bedecked notebook. Since we could not figure out whether a louse had a face and, if it indeed had one, what it would look like, and since our only hint was that it stood out as the worst of the worst, we could capture its monstrosity by borrowing a bit from each bad creature on earth and then bestowing upon it the imaginary body we had thus formulated. When I was done, what emerged was a real freak. Since it had borrowed each part of its body from a different creature, it resembled many life forms but did not look like any particular one of them. The eyes, one borrowed from a frog and the other an owl, appeared so strange together that it was as if it had been hit on the head with a sledgehammer. Below the page, I wrote, "Dazed drunk louse" in small letters. Sue started to giggle as soon as she saw the picture. Excellent. That's exactly it. If you don't keep your mouth shut, God will turn you into dazed drunk louse. I tried to act as if I was scared but could not help laughing. Midway, she tried to act as if she was offended but could not help laughing. Midway. Then abruptly, apprehensively, she stopped talking as if scolded by an invisible authority in the room. The vulnerability of someone who had just realized they had revealed things that could never be taken back cast a shadow over her juvenile face. It was only then that I had a sneaking suspicion that what she had told me could actually be true. Flat number 6, Metin Chetinceviz and his wife Nadia. I told you not to give up hope in God, Loretta. My daughter, you should be grateful now that you have recovered your memory. You so much deserve to be happy, cooed the nurse to the woman who was about to be discharged. It's so strange, the other one smiled, opening wide the green eyes which she had made more dramatic with loads of even greener eyeshadow. What I most desired thus far was to remember my past, but now I want to escape from it. I'm going to start a new life, nurse, and will never leave you from now on. See? Loretta will never leave us from now on, snorted his wife Nadia. To the bug struggling in the empty jelly jar she kept rotating in her palms. Unlike you, Blatella Germanica, you were going to abandon us, weren't you? Toward the end of last century, on a dreary, hazy day in the middle of a dirty, muddy street, a scientist excitedly reported witnessing the en masse migration of a cockroach breed named Blatella Germanica. Of the migrating flock, almost all were female, and when Dr. Howard encountered them, they were in the process of leaving the restaurant they used to reside in, getting ready to cross the street. The migration of the bugs took approximately 3 hours, at which point they reached the place they would hereafter dwell in. When Dr. Howard started to question why these cockroaches had left the restaurant in the first place, he could not come up with a satisfactory answer. As much as one could observe, nothing extraordinary had happened at the restaurant on that day, neither large-scale cleaning nor fumigating. There remained only one other factor that might have triggered the migration: overcrowding. For these female bugs to risk abandoning both their males and domicile even though no catastrophe had fallen upon them, it must have been crammed pretty tight back at that restaurant. Since hundreds had taken to the streets, there must be thousands left behind. His wife Nadia pensively pouted at the jar. How could so many Blatella Germanica, notorious for their deep dislike of daylight, keep appearing in the middle of the day at different corners of the house, and particularly in the wardrobe where she kept her potato lamps? More significantly, did this obscured migration of flocks of cockroaches up and down the apartment building mean there could be hundreds or perhaps even thousands more? Someplace nearby? Flat number 7, me and the blue mistress. As I was heating up the leftover pasta from the day before, the doorbell rang. Piercingly and persistently. I opened the door. I had never seen her like this. I sure deserved this, she moaned. Swollen bags as red as raw meat had gathered under her eyes, the gleam of her young face had vanished along with the brilliance of her eyes and the luster of her skin. The sides of her nose were so irritated from the constant wiping that they were peeling off. This was a strange face, and since the blue mistress existed and subsisted with, and within her face, she too was a strange woman now. Still waiting for the pasta to heat up, I held out my rack to her. She refused to sip from my drink, but waited patiently for me to swig half a glass before starting to speak. He was going to come tonight, she sighed, having sent me a message on the mobile phone. I made pureed eggplants. I was actually going to prepare chicken with ground walnuts, but didn't feel like it this time. I guess I was a bit offended. You know, he hadn't stopped by for 10 days. That's why I prepared the pureed eggplants. He likes that dish too, but not as much as the chicken with ground walnuts. All day long, I grilled eggplants. Stern as I stared at her, she did not even notice how uninterested I was in all these details. Hurrying full blast, as if someone might any minute declare her time was up, she sliced to shreds dozens of details, each more meaningless than the one before, and piled them all up in front of me. I did not intervene anymore. He's had a heart attack. Can you imagine? He had a heart attack on the way here, she cried out when she had finally finished with the dinner. Details. They called from the hospital. I guess since mine was the last number on his mobile phone, they thought I was his wife or family. I'm sorry. As soon as she heard me, she started to choke and sob as if I had disclosed a long-awaited decision in the negative. Perhaps she doubted the sincerity behind my words. Not that she would be wrong. The olive oil merchant, whom I had not met face to face and whom I passed judgment upon though I had seen him twice at most and only from a distance, was no more than a typecast for me, a hairy, greasy, pitiable excuse of arrival with his belly hanging over his pants. I was sorry for my little lover more than him, and also somewhat surprised. Up until now I had not considered the possibility that she could have been so attached to that coarse figure of a man. That she loved to rat on him, did not object to, and even enjoyed hearing me insulting him was no indication that she was not attached to the man. Indeed she was more committed to him than I had ever suspected. I raked my fingers through her hair, yet she harshly pushed away my hand. You don't understand, she snorted her disapproval. It's my fault. If the poor thing can't make it through to the morning, it's all because of me. She swallowed stiffly, as if trying to get rid of an acidic taste in her mouth. I paid a visit to the saint. What did you do? What did you do? Well, you can't actually call it paying a visit. Meryem put the idea into my head. There were a few bottles of banana liquor left in the house. I gave them to her a few days ago. I don't drink the liquor and she likes them a lot. We were talking about whether it would be harmful to the baby and that kind of chit-chat. Thank goodness this time around her pregnancy is not as difficult. Meryem told me she lost 3 male babies before Muhammet, 2 were stillborn, one died when 6 months old. So when Muhammet was born, she let his hair grow long like a girl. The kid went around like a girl until he started school in order to trick Azrael. I am curious, do women have special machinery or something chemical in their brains that prevents them from expressing themselves straight out? So many details, so many introductory statements, so many stories whirling. Circles within circles that never get to the point. I refreshed my rack but found no soda left on the empty shelves of my huge refrigerator. I needed to go out and get some. Anyway, the kid survived, but he was then constantly beaten up at school. Yet, Meryem said recently he had changed so much. That faint-hearted boy was replaced by someone utterly different and is no longer beaten up by his friends. It's like a miracle. I wondered whether the Islamist grocer across the street had closed yet. Though he did not sell gin, he carried tonic. Though he did not sell liquor, he stocked chocolate with liquor. In a similar vein, he does not sell rack but indeed sells soda to mix with rack. We were talking about how it could be possible for this child to change so drastically. Meryem then confided to me that she had made a vow to the saint. Which saint? I asked. Don't ask, she replied puzzlingly. If you have a long-awaiting wish, you too should go for it. If it ever comes true, only then will I tell you which saint I visited. So she asked me for a clean scarf. I wrote my wish inside, then folded it up like a Hairdresser's request and gave it to her. I gave up. By the time this story was over, the Islamist grocer would have long closed the store and gone home. Given my preferences, I decided to make do with water. She said, if your wish comes true, so much the better. It would be my gift to you. You gave me so many banana liquors. If it doesn't come true, no one will know. All we would have done is try. That's what she said. Well, maybe that's not exactly what she said, but it was something like that. I can't remember right now. The rack tasted awful. That damn drink is no good with water. So I folded it like a Hairdresser's ladder, as she'd instructed me. Let me be freed of this state. I wrote. Or perhaps I wrote, let me be freed of this. Man, if I could only remember. Everything got mixed up. What did I write? God, what did the saint understand? The man is dying there because of me. What I had just heard was so enormously, astoundingly, and fantastically ridiculous. I could not even consider it likely that she could really have believed this claptrap. Even if she did, I couldn't place much significance on the pain she would suffer because of it. After all, that is how things are. In order for us to truly share a person's pain, they first have to share the same reality with us. When we calm down a child who is crying because a part of her rickety toy is broken, when we swear to the anorexic who looks skeletal, but still imagines herself obese, that she really is not a fatso, when we put up with the absurd talk of our best buddy, mad at life having been cheated on by a worthless woman he's only been with for a total of 2 weeks, when we strive to distract until the arrival of his psychiatrist the mentally ill man who suspects his soul has been stolen by a pigeon and thereby chases all the pigeons out in the square to search inside the beaks of each and every one. In all of these cases we stand by these people but look at their pain from way yonder. The child shedding tears for such a simple thing, the anorexic who camps so far away from reality, the miserable buddy who cannot see it is not Worth getting upset by such a worthless woman, the nut incapable of comprehending that the poor pigeons flock around real concrete for wheat. Kernels instead of intangible elusive souls, all might plausibly expect from us some degree of attention and compassion, soothing or solidarity. They'll most likely get it too. We could indeed fulfill the role of comforter without much hesitation. Upon seeing how they talk nonsense because of their suffering and how they suffer because of their nonsensical talk, the chances are we might even feel emotionally close to them deep down, but that is the very limit. They might require and possibly receive our kind-heartedness at one of those moments, but they cannot convince us to enter their reality. We can pity or even love them, provided they do not expect us to sincerely share in their suffering. Flat number 10, Madam Auntie. At room temperature of 27 degrees Celsius and a humidity rate of 65%, the early stages of a housefly's life cycle involve 1 to 2 days as eggs, 8 to 10 days as larvae and 9 to 10 days as pupa. In laboratory research conducted under the same conditions, it has been observed that 50% of the male flies die within the first 14 days and 50% of the female flies die within the first 24 days. At a room temperature of 27 degrees Celsius and a humidity rate of 36 to 40%, cockroaches prove to be far more resistant than flies. Under such circumstances, they can survive without any food intake for 20 days. With only water, they can stay alive for 35 days. The eggs laid under the same temperature and humidity levels hatch between 27 to 30 days. The hatched offspring change skin between 5 and 10 times to become adults. Adults can live for approximately 6 to 12 months. Then, they too die. They rot and decompose, break apart and scatter, are no longer themselves and are muddled up into different things. Just like flies and cockroaches, food too has a life cycle. In a cool and dry place, pasteurized milk stays fresh for 1 year, halva with pistachios, 2 years, diet biscuit with cinnamon, 2 years, granulated coffee, 2 years, raspberry chewing gum, 10 to 12 months, chocolate with rice crackers, 1 year, a can of tuna, 4 years, a can of Coke, 6 months and corn nut with cheese flavor, 6 months. If left in a refrigerator, sliced whiting stays fresh for 1.5 weeks, yogurt drink for 7 days, mozzarella 1.5 months, packaged chicken 12 to 14 days. At the end of this period, these things also start to die. They rot and decompose, break apart and scatter, are no longer themselves and get muddled up with different things. Once tea or tobacco, wheat or cheese expires, these things start to produce lice, bugs or larvae in the cavities of the cups where they are kept. Clothes engender moths, furniture becomes infested with worms and grain gets raided by beetles. Cockroaches too arrive at such places. Cockroaches are everywhere anyhow. Just like flies and cockroaches and food, objects also have a life cycle. On average, overalls worn as a baby last 1 to 2 months, the battery-powered train acquired as a child lasts 1 hour and 1 year, diaries kept at puberty 30 to 60 days, the sweater given as a gift by a relative with no fashion taste 10 seconds, the pipe bought with the desire to stop smoking only to discover afterward how difficult it is to clean, 2 to 6 puffs, a printer cartridge 15 days and 3 months, a train ticket 1 to 20 hours, the gaudy ornament lovingly acquired when drunk only to seem not that nice when sober, 1 long night. Then they too die. They die and are thrown away, either to one side or to the garbage. From the moment they wake up till they go to bed, the denizens of Istanbul pass their days incessantly, unconsciously throwing things away. When Calculated in terms of weeks, months, and years, a considerable garbage heap accumulates behind each and every person, and just like flies and cockroaches and food and objects, humans too have an expiration date. The average life expectancy is 65 years for males and 70 years for females. Then the inevitable end comes and they too die. They rot and decompose, break apart and scatter, are no longer themselves and get muddled up with different things. When, after losing her husband in an accident 25 years ago, Madame Auntie had moved alone into flat number 10 of Bonbon Palace, she had encountered their objects belonging to the former residents, 181 ownerless and out-of-date objects. Even though the letter from the building's new owner in France had openly stated that she could dispense with these objects in any manner she chose, she hadn't felt like throwing away even a single one of them. When she read the letter from Pavel, Antipov's daughter in France, she had not been infuriated. Yet there were times in the past she had been infuriated at the ease with which people dispensed with the objects of others. Yes, she had been infuriated before. And even before, when she had been a young woman, her mother had thrown away her novels and diaries, and years later, when she had suddenly lost her husband, her brother had dispersed all photographs she had of him to friends and relatives. Perhaps she had not been able to reclaim her belongings in the past, but from now on she was going to look after the belongings of others as a steadfast safekeeper. To acquire items so as to use them for a while and then throw them in the garbage is a habit germane to those who believe themselves to be in possession of these items. Yet objects have no possessors. If anything, they have their stories, and at times it is these stories that have possession of the people who have meddled with them. Flat number 7, me. Following the lecture, Ethel came to pick me up in a honey-colored Cherokee. We left my car at the faculty parking lot and continued on our way in this new toy of hers. She did not seem in the mood for chatting at first, but then, as we got stuck in the traffic jam, her tongue loosened. I would have rather she had just paid attention to the traffic. Her driving gets worse by the day. As she started to chatter about the last phase they had reached in the university project, I noticed she had lost her initial enthusiasm. Either this business is going totally down the tubes, or Ethel has decided to part ways with it. I refrained from asking which. She will eventually, if not today, tomorrow, report to me everything anyhow. Hey, tell me, how are things going at the apartment building of the Wacky, was the first thing she said when, after struggling in traffic for 50 minutes, we had finally reached our reserved table at the restaurant, just as I wanted, all the way down, by the window. I chose to turn my back and Ethel her face to other diners. She apparently wants to keep an eye on other people. What do I care? Don't ask. Bugs all over the place. So bugs too are coming for entertainment. What a blessed bastard you are. You've ended up dwelling in a most hilarious place. Rather than an apartment building, it resembles an insane asylum. I know it's hard for you, but try not to exaggerate, I groaned. God knows. The apartment building I formerly lived in was probably no different, but back then I didn't have a clue. The only difference now is that I'm not indifferent to the neighbors at Bonbon Palace. Oh, yeah, I can see that. You're particularly interested in one among those, she snorted as she placed the first cigarette of the night onto her jasmine wood cigarette holder and sent in my direction 3 smoke rings, one after the other. I pretended not to have heard that last comment, having no intentions of quarreling with her tonight, but my deafness seemed to provoke her even More. You can't make it with that woman, Sugar Plum. You know why? Not because of a moral reason or anything, but simply because of keeping up. Images. At present there are no problems. You stay indoors, screw as you. Like, all is fine and dandy, but what will happen afterwards? Could you go out into the public with her? Could you take the arm of your 22-year-old high school dropout, deeply religious but just as immoral and decisively indecisive lover, to promenade and hang around together? Do you really believe an academic with such a clear-cut intellect can ever make it with that walking confusion of an ignorant petite missy? I could not come back with a response. Instead, I laughed away. Whatever she said. Before long, she got fed up with pestering me. Neither of us were in good spirits. As we waited for the mixed fruit plate, we made guesses about the people at adjacent tables, thus keeping the damage we could have inflicted on each other to a minimum, but it turned out Ethel had saved her. Real surprise to the end. Listen, Sugar Plum, I didn't want to be the one to tell you this, but maybe it's better that you hear it from me. Who else but me do you have to pour out your poison? Anyway, let's save the conjectural comments till the end. First, the actual data. Here's the astounding news: Asian is getting married. Oops. Remarried. Timing was the gravest error the moon-faced albino waiter committed. When at that instant he reached out to change my plate. Not that I am one of those people who constantly cause trouble at restaurants, shouting reprimands left and right, but I do hate to have my plate changed without my asking for it. Waiters generally do not want to even consider this as a possibility, but there are people in the city who relish the pleasure of munching on their leftovers. I cannot stand seeing the remains of my food being instantly removed as if it were something disgraceful. If it were up to me, I would not part with my plate until the very moment I leave the table. I could mix the remnants of the cold appetizers with the hot ones and keep nibbling for a whole night. Not only do I not feel the slightest discomfort at having the fruit slices smeared with the oil, sauce, salt, and spice of the hot appetizers, I sometimes sit down and make sweet and sour compositions with these. If I like this final fusion, I eat it. If I do not, I ruin it. Ethel knows this habit of mine. She does not meddle. The waiters do not know it. They meddle. Please excuse him. It's just that he's going through a tough phase, just got divorced from his wife, croaked Ethel to the waiter now standing beside me, with a scratched white plate, utterly unable to comprehend why he had been snapped at. The man intuited the mockery in these words and curled his pale lips into a smile, but at the same moment he must have felt the need to be cautious just in case, for he suppressed his lip movement, thereby lingering behind me with a face like a mask, one half smiling, the other half sad. Please, go ahead, you can change my plate. I'm perfectly normal, Ethel smirked. The waiter, defeated by this proposal to share a confidence, grinned with her while removing the dirty plate in front of her. If you ask me, the guy is a total pushover, Ethel said, shrugging, when we were once again left alone. It took me an additional minute to fathom it was not the waiter she was talking about, but Asian's husband-to-be. He's a well-intentioned pushover, meek and almost gullible, but a pushover nonetheless. Docile, compliant, and of course, domesticated. His limits are only too evident, corners on each side. Whichever way he faces, you run into a wall. In order to find just a spark of vigor in the guy, you have to dig at least 7 layers deep down into his past. I wonder if he ever experienced Any exuberance, probably once in his childhood. Even then, don't expect much, only a few drops. Now you'll be curious about his appearance, she conjectured, holding my hand. Let me put it this way, next to you, he would look like a senile badger. So that's it. Asian is going to get married to a senile badger. I place a slice of melon onto the corner of my plate where a thick garlic and walnut sauce had spread out. The buck-toothed one, was that a badger or a mole? Ethel mumbled as she removed her hand, leaving on my wrist traces of her nails painted a glittery indigo. Anyway, Sugar Plum, one thing I know for sure is this guy is really, really ugly. Basically, I'd say, Asian is using the trial and error technique. Once bitten, twice shy, she shuns handsome young academics. When we left, I sat next to her with more confidence, knowing that, compared to when she is sober, she drives more carefully when drunk. She brought me all the way to Bonbon Palace without any trouble. Then she took off in the gloomy street, radiating a corona of honey in the dark. Once on the third floor, I stopped to eavesdrop at the door of the flat across from me. No sound came from within, though I had not been planning to see her tonight. I rang the doorbell without really thinking. She had forbidden me to come unannounced, but I could violate the ban that night. The olive oil merchant would not probably spend the night in his mistress's bed right after a heart attack. Soft, almost fluffy footsteps approached, the golden light seeping through. The peephole darkened. We stayed just like that on either side of the door for a long minute. The door opened with an annoying tardiness. Her chestnut eyes looked at me with no radiance, love, or feeling. Without uttering a single word, good or bad, she turned her back and staggered into the living room, dragging her feet. I did not care. However weird her movements were, my drunkenness was just as good. I parked myself on the couch, turned on the TV. We started to watch without a sound. A singer of classical music, having smeared gold glitter on all parts of her body under her transparent, stone-studded, lilac costume, was telling the microphone what she had been through. She had broken her leg during a skiing trip, but because she could not bear to cancel the concert tickets and upset her dear fans, she had made the heroic decision to appear on stage in crutches. Standing next to her was her physician, who occasionally intervened to answer the questions the journalists spurted backstage. Dead, croaked the blue mistress. I looked at her face in perplexity, unable to figure out who on earth she was talking about. My eyes slid of their own accord in the direction of the television screen. The singer looked alive, but perhaps paler now. She blew a kiss toward the camera. I turned off the TV. Not knowing what to say, I sat next to the blue mistress. I held her hand. She did not hold my hand. She went to sleep. So calm. Too calm. I sat alone in the living room trying to collect my thoughts. I hadn't realized how much I had drunk tonight. A bulky lethargy swathed my movements. I could not think fast, act agile. Not only did I not know how to comfort my little lover, I did not feel a wee bit of sadness. The only thing I wanted to do was to go home and pass out. Still, however, I headed not towards the door, but to her bedroom. In the darkness, I laid next to her, pricking my ears up to all sounds to try and work out whether she was asleep or not. She was awake. He couldn't get over the attack, she whispered. He died at 3 in the morning. I touched her. Cheeks, dry. She was not crying. I snuck closer to her. She neither pushed me away nor responded to my touch. She kept lying down like an empty sack. The bed was warm. We embraced. I fell asleep. I woke up during the night burning up with thirst, glugging down all the water in the glass on the table. I shuffled to the bathroom. As I peed, I gazed groggily at the perfumed soaps in a glass stilt, the papaya shampoos lined up at the corner of the sink, the delicate perfume bottles shining in front of the mirror, the turquoise bath sponges, body lotions, and minutely detailed middle-aged supplies. I flushed the toilet. Amidst all these knickknacks, I caught sight of 2 razors. One had fallen on the ground and the other in the sink. This was enough to sober me up. I dashed to the bedroom. I turned the light on, drew the bedspread away from her. As she tried to sit up from her sleep, I pulled up her aquamarine nightgown extending down to her knees. There was nothing on her left leg, nothing new, but the top part of her right leg was wrapped up with a towel covered with wide, brick red stains. This loose wrap was so bulgy I could not understand how I had previously failed to notice it. As I hurried to untie the thin, long towel, she simply, patiently, waited without resistance. 5 scarlet cuts emerged from under the towel, each one almost the length of a handspan. 3 of them did not seem that deep. It was as if they were opened accidentally or reluctantly, as if they were the rehearsal for the other 2. For those were awful. I ran back to the bathroom, unable to find anything useful in the cupboards. I scampered to my house. As I ran from one end of Bonbon Palace to the other with hydrogen peroxide and cotton balls, the entire effect of all the alcohol I had consumed tonight evaporated. She watched me mutely as I cleaned and wrapped up her wounds. Then, thanking me, half bashful, half glum, she pulled over her the aquamarine nightgown that had somehow not been stained during this period of time, and once again curled up as round as a ball. I turned off the light. I waited for her to cry, blab, snuggle, seek shelter. In the dark, when she curled up into herself, leaving me alone by her side, I had to admit to myself that I did not know her at all. It is such an inexcusable gullibility to think that by cracking open the vaginas of women we make love till we can see through their body and, upon entering them, reach into their depths. Flat number 10, Madam Auntie and the garbage. The first garbage trucks and garbage company in Istanbul started work in 1868. Before them, the same job was incumbent upon the Guild of Seekers, working under the control of the litter superintendent. Just like today's garbage men, the seekers of old times were in charge of getting rid, even if only partially, of what the inhabitants of Istanbul wanted to get rid of. Entirely, eternally. However, when the issue came to how they did so, there was a grinding difference between the contemporary garbage men and their predecessors. The foremost purpose of the Guild of Seekers in gathering what was to be thrown away was to find among the gathered what should be saved from being thrown away. Before they discarded the waste, muck and debris they had collected into dumps, they would carry it all to the seashore in their haversacks, and there they would sort, rinse and rummage through this pile over and over. There were times when they encountered copper plates, steel rods, nails that could be reused, clothes not yet threadbare, non-oxidized silver or gifts that had been unappreciated. If lucky enough, they could even hit upon lost jewelry. The Guild of Seekers visited the sites of fire frequently. Whenever a house Turned into ashes in Istanbul, the city of fires, they carried away the wreckage. Just like from the garbage, from the ashes too, they collected items the seekers would gather to sift through. Yet the garbage men collected to throw away. For the city to modernize, the order of things had to be capsized. Once what was thrown away on all sides was gathered in one place by the seashore, now what was gathered on all sides was thrown away in one place by the garbage hills. As for Madame Auntie, being a seeker, she didn't belong to this age. Just like the bygone members of the guild, she too was rummaging around in the garbage for objects that should not have been thrown away. To this day she had never failed to find them. Flat number 8, the Blue Mistress and Me. In spite of sleeping only in dribs and drabs, I woke up early this morning. As I tucked the hair stuck on her sweaty forehead behind her ear, the Blue Mistress stirred slightly. I let her sleep. Lighting a cigarette, I headed to the kitchen. She had crammed the refrigerator with food, as usual. All of the things the olive merchant would have liked. In our happier days with Asian, I had become used to getting up late during the weekends to have lengthy, lazy breakfasts. Now she is probably breaking that old badger into her own rhythm. If the man is as Ethel describes, I have to meet him. Not that I expect to change anything, but I still want him to see me. I could trigger the fuse of the inferiority complex in him. I may even succeed in embedding in his mind the tiniest louse of suspicion. Let him then struggle with sifting through the sourness of the possibility that the woman he is about to marry might go back to her old husband one day. I must have awakened the Blue Mistress with my clatter. As she stood by the kitchen door wrapped up in her speckled shawl, she looked much better than the night before, even though her face was still pale and her eyes miserably baggy. I hope you are not blaming yourself anymore, I said, as I filled up her teacup. She does, and I blame her too. I blame her and everyone who acts as if they are the god of their squat universe. There is no way I can comprehend those who first pray with all their heart that harm be given to someone they cannot reach otherwise, and then, when fortuitously their wishes happen to come true, simply break down in guilt and shame. I cannot stand those who, on the one side, delegate all the problems they cannot handle and don't even lift a finger to resolve, to some other worldliness purportedly purified of all evil, and, on the other side, yearn for receiving a slice of otherworldly evil to purify their most mundane problems. It enrages me to see what people are capable of doing to themselves when they fail to distinguish their limits. Not because they overestimate themselves way too much, but because they underestimate evil way too much. The world is full of people who watch from afar for a chance to hurt someone and, when by chance that happens, do not hold Fortuna responsible, but the thoughts and wishes that had once crossed their minds. I did not want the Blue Mistress to join their ranks. I did not want to lose her in this way, and instead hoped to spare this lovely naive creature who believed that this god of hers who created the universe by pronouncing B could likewise destroy with the pronouncement of die. Asterisk, so I decided to explain what I had done. Will you please get this saint's tale out of your mind? There's no truth to it, I said, as I slid onto her plate half of the best omelet I had made in a long while. The holy Saint Meryem talked to you about most likely emerged from the writing on the garden wall, but it was I who wrote that. If I could only have grasped what she was thinking right at that instant. If I could only be sure that I was doing the right thing by disclosing this. Look, I'm sorry about the olive oil merchant, and don't get mad at me for referring to him as the olive oil merchant. I hope you're aware of the fact That even if there were a saint lying under the garden wall with his bones crumbled to dust, the outcome would not have been any different. Simplib caus my little 1-year guy passed away, not bcaus you wanted to get rid of him, but bcaus he had a heart attack. There it was again. Her looks became cast in shadow. Once again in my life, I witnessed that dusky phase wherein I started to awaken hatred in a woman whose loving eyes I had been accustomed to. Basically, my sweet, if you are going to blame yourself for every calamity and keep slicing up your body, there is no way I can stop you, but if you intend to give this habit up, I'll do everything to help. Now, if you'll see me not as your enemy but as your friend, let's sit down together and talk about what's going to happen from now on. After all, your life won't be like it used to be. But maybe, why not, it can be more beautiful. Why did you lie? She maundered. If you mean the saint business, I don't consider myself as having lied. The only thing I wanted was to get the apartment building rid of this awful smell. I just wanted to make those who dump their garbage here feel uncomfortable. It didn't even cross my mind that anyone would take that silly writing seriously. Her face clouded up as she once again got immersed in a thorny silence. I made a last effort to win her heart. The truth is, if the smell had indeed been coming from the outside, my writing might have helped to overcome this problem, but we'd been suspecting the source of the smell to be in the wrong place all this time. It turns out the smell was coming from the inside, from within Bonbon Palace. It worked. Now she was looking at me with less hatred and more interest. I shoveled the breakfast plate toward her. Seeing her take the fork into her hand, I felt a childish joy. She was going to taste the omelet I had made. She was going to make love to me again. I'm announcing our garbage commander. Hold on to your seat, I rasped. The thrill dribbling from my voice disturbed me for a fleeting moment, but I did not mind. Flat number 10. Our respected neighbor, the widow. You mean Madam Auntie? Whispered the blue mistress. No way, I won't believe that. You must be mistaken. She wouldn't do such a thing. She has indeed, my beauty. She's filled her house with garbage all the way up. How do you know? She asked, narrowing her chestnut eyes. Forget about where I found out about it. I'm telling the truth. God knows that's the reason for all those bugs infesting your house. Oddly enough, I had not thought about this link previously, but all of a sudden all the bits and pieces of events interconnected in my mind. I don't believe you. I won't believe you anymore, she said, putting down her fork. Oh, really? I repined, feeling no need to hide my loss of composure. What if I prove it, my sweet? Flat number 6, Nadia. Let's throw a big party, nurse. Let's invite everyone, even our enemies, hollered Loretta as she slid at the clinic door away from the arms of the faithful elderly woman crying tears of joy. Standing by her was the husband physician who had been struggling for so long to treat her, so that she could remember being married to him. Before they got into the car that was waiting for them, they turned around and waved simultaneously to the continuously crying wet nurse and the continuously smiling clinic personnel. His wife Nadia turned off the TV. Then, inspecting the contents of the smelly, amber suitcase for the last time, pulled the zipper shut. The shadow puppets looked at her offended from the corner in which they had been thrown. She could easily have picked up another suitcase, but for some reason unknown to her, she wanted to take this one in particular. His wife Nadia was leaving. The state of dormancy had ended. Just like bugs, humans too have an ecological potency, that is, an Endurance limit. When and where they run into negative circumstances, they react by limiting their life functions. Their bodily mechanisms thus function less or perhaps differently, and, thanks to this ability, they adjust their metabolisms to the new conditions they are subjected to. Within the circle of life, such a state of consecutive dormancy could emerge at any time, at any phase, and could be repeated many times over. Certain types of bugs, for instance, survive through winter by going through different stages of larvae as an egg. They minimize their material change by either stopping or slowing down their transformation until the cold weather has passed. Nevertheless, there is a limit to this stationary phase whereupon it has to cease. If the inappropriateness of the surrounding circumstances continues way too long, irreparable damage could be done to the metabolisms of the bugs. In order to be able to really know what we already know, every now and then we insist on waiting for a sign, if not a messenger, but who says the messenger has to be in a certain form and of a certain proportion? What matters eventually is not the guise of the messenger but our very ability to decipher the message. As Nadia Anissimovna pouted at the bugs infesting the cupboard where she kept her potato lamps, she had abruptly been swept by the thought that his wife Nadia's state of her life had been a state of consecutive dormancy. Although this period she had limited her life functions, dropped down below her capacity and frozen her transformation. And if she did not get out of this shallow stage as soon as possible, irreparable damage would be done to her personality. She was going back to the Ukraine, taking with her the Blatella Germanica that had come all the way to her feet to give her the message, to remind her that she was something else in addition to and beyond being baffled and lonesome, a bewildered soul searching for difference within sameness, a foreigner out of sync with the city she lived in, a spouse openly cheated on, a housewife incompetent in making a sure savory enough, a victim of the domestic violence of a wine imbiber, even the grapes of Leon. The sage could not satiate, glum enough to expect help from her monotonous correspondence with a religiously strict aunt who heard God's voice in the bubbling of soup cauldrons, a dispirited person whose every day was just like the previous one and blind enough to expect enlightenment from potato lamps. In addition and beyond all of these things, the bug had helped her. Remember, she was a scientist who loved the world of bugs way more than that of humans. Number 88, Bonbon Palace. On Wednesday, May 1st, 2002, at 12:20 p.m., a white van, in need of a wash, and decorated with the picture of a huge rat with needle-sharp teeth on one side, a hairy humongous spider on the other, and signs of various sizes all over it, stopped in front of Bonbon Palace. The ginger-haired, funny-faced, flop-eared driver, who did not at all look his age, was named Injustice. Pure Turk. He had been fumigating bugs for 33 years and had never hated his job as much as he did today. As he parked close to the sidewalk, he suspiciously eyed the gathering at the entrance of the apartment building. He checked the address his chatterbox of a secretary had handed him in the morning, Cabal Street, number 88, Bonbon Palace. The chatterbox secretary had also put down a small note below, the apartment building, with a rose acacia tree in the garden. As Injustice Pure Turk wiped off the sweat beads covering his forehead, he inspected the tree in the garden with pinkish flowers on some branches and purplish ones on others. This must be, he thought, what they called a rose acacia. Still, since he did not trust his secretary, whom he planned to replace as soon as possible, he wanted to see personally what was written on the door. With his nearsighted eyes, he could easily have asked the people gathered in front of the apartment building, but having become so terribly, immovably Used to taking care of his own business, and as he never trusted others, he left the van askew in the middle of the street and jumped down. As soon as he had taken a step, however, the small girl among the 3 children standing within the crowd screamed in horror, "The genie is here! Grandpa! Grandpa, look, the genie is here!" The older man with the round, graying beard, wide forehead, and a skull cap on his head, whose trousers the kid tugged, turned and eyed with a displeased look first the van, then the van driver. He must not have liked what he had seen, for his face turned even more sour as he drew all 3 children toward himself. Trying not to be offended, Injustice Pure Turk plunged into the crowd with determined steps. He shoved the people aside, got near the apartment block, and succeeded in reading the sign, relieved to see he had arrived at the right address. After removing a business card squeezed in between the lined-up buzzers and putting his own in its stead, he jumped back onto his driver's seat and put his van in reverse. Just then a female head popped in. "You came with only one van? It won't be enough," hooted a cross-eyed blonde woman with a plastic bib with leopard patterns tied to her neck. They had said they were going to send 2 trucks. Even 2 trucks could barely pick up all this garbage. As Injustice Pure Turk tried to decipher what the hell this woman was talking about, and maneuver his van amongst the trucks plunging into the street from 2 opposite ends on the other side, he lost his control over the wheel, crushing the garbage pile by the garden wall. That day, other than the van driven by Injustice Pure Turk, 2 other trucks turned up in front of Bonbon Palace, as well as the car of a private television channel. They left Bonbon Palace at the end of the day, the trucks jammed with garbage and the vehicle of the television channel with all the shots it required. Rather than the neighbors who were eager to be interviewed, the anchorman had wanted to interview the woman living in the garbage house. But once her apartment had been emptied out and fumigated, she had sealed the door of flat number 10, refusing to open it to anyone. Flat number 4, the Firenaturedsons. Sealish Firenaturedsons panted as she closed herself up in her room and hurled her little suitcase onto her bed. As she tried to regain her balance by holding onto the side of the bed, she waited for her heartbeat to return to normal. She had chosen the wrong day to run away from home. As soon as she had stepped out to the street, she had found herself in the middle of an insane mayhem with 2 bright red trucks approaching from either direction. It was unbearably red out there in the outside world. Amongst all the colors, the streets of Istanbul were closest to red. Why am I so disconsolate? I should have known I'll never be able to get out of this house. She picked up the mirror. The rash had covered up her entire face. The rash too was red as hell. She cried, first noiselessly and then howling increasingly. All of a sudden she heard a chirpy sound. Someone was answering her from inside. Though her head still swam and her sight fading out from seeing too much red, she followed the sound with wobbly steps. The canary in its cage by the window in the living room was merrily chirping. "Why are you so joyful? You'll never be able to leave this house either." Flat number 7, me. No matter how hard I try not to, I recurrently recall everything we talked about that day. As to what happened afterward, I'd rather entirely erase it from my memory, or at least only rarely, vaguely remember. However, Sue's curse seems to be working. Even if my body didn't, my memory did turn into a louse. Like a fleshy louse wedged tightly onto my head, my memory has become menacing, procreating every passing day. In my mind's eye I see my memory wandering around my head, sometimes on top of it, inside it at other times, making squeaky sounds as it lays its invisibly small, innumerably many, white eggs all around. Out of these eggs thousands of damned and unabashed hungry mouths come out, feeding on me, in spite of me. In tandem with their number, their appetite also escalates. Voraciously they bite through my flesh, numbing my head from pain as if thousands of pins have been stuck on it. I do not mention this to anyone, as I can no longer stand the person I am. When with others, I try to stay alone as much as possible and seek out the answers to the same unanswerable questions. If I had not written that nonsensical writing on the garden wall and had not babbled away, if I had used the intellect which I prided myself on so much, and so unreservedly to fathom the consequences of my act, to foresee the damage I was about to cause to another person, would all this still have happened? If I had never moved into Bonbon Palace and had not mixed with these people or learned their secrets, if I had succeeded for once in my life in being someone other than my typical self, would this tale still wind through the same routes toward the same ill-fated end? I can think of two different answers. One belongs to my mentality and the other to my heart. My mind says, don't worry, sooner or later this catastrophe would have occurred. Anyhow, you are not as significant as you think or as malicious as you fear. What difference does it make whether this tragedy happened because of you or for another reason, as long as the end result is the same? If it makes you feel better, call it fortuna. In any case, what else but fortuna can account for the fact that every secret eventually ends up in the hands of the one who will divulge it? I console myself. I need to believe in the righteousness of my mind. The issue is neither this incessant failing nor that flawed willpower of yours. Whether you like it or not, you are not the one making the impossible possible. There is an offensive consolation in what my mind claims. The human being is so vulnerable and primordial. It is coincidences rather than the consequences he causes that make an imprint on his life. Given that humankind is so weak, to what extent could you be blamed for what you did? The more I am degraded, the more I get acquitted. My heart instantly protests. Even if there is a fortuna, weren't you the one who deemed its whorishness doubtful? Are we to own up to all victories but blame adversities on the vileness of an uncanny feminine power? Wasn't the individual supposed to admit right out that he himself is the maker of his own fate rather than attributing the course of events to hollow superstitions? There is an honoring indictment in what my heart claims. The human being is so complex and capable. What we consider to be chance only marks the results we personally cause. Given that humankind is so capable, to what extent could you be absolved for what you did? The more I am elevated, the more I get besmirched. I do not drink more than before, but these days, I do sleep more than I used. 2. As my anguish swells, I seek refuge in sleep to then wake up even more anguished. It does not matter anymore if I leave or stay. However far I move out, never will I be able to step outside the range of the stink emitting from flat number 10. At my every awakening, the smell has become even more sour. No smell in life, even that of garbage, could be as venomous as this one. Occasionally I overhear the neighbors. They are planning to break down her door. I do not want to be here when they break into flat number 10. The Boyar and His Lover. The Boyar and His Lover on the wooden ladder leaning against the wall, fretfully snuggled closer. The house smelt of death. They no longer dared to breathe. Averting their eyes from one another, they stared at the half-emerald, half-obscure forest extending languorously yonder. When the door was broken, men with masks fully clad in white dashed inside. They placed the stinking corpse on a stretcher and carried it away. The old widow's corpse was so light, so petite, the residue of a body that had refused for days to eat, to drink, to take its pills. Madame Auntie had not been half as resistant to thirst and hunger as cockroaches. As soon as the men departed, the flat was fumigated once again. The insecticide spray drizzled on the eggs of the bugs, as well as on the 181 objects from the past, but fortuitously the Boyar and his lover managed to escape at the last minute. They went down the ladder, plowed into the woods, and walked out of the round, glazed, delicate tray of Vishniakov. A shadowy forest, half emerald, half obscure, remained behind on the tray. The forest smelt of neither death nor garbage, but solely of cinnamon and cream. Flat number 2, Sidar and Gaba. Back in his house, Sidar threw himself on the couch, gasping hard. He had been brooding on suicide for so long, but that old widow, who in all likelihood had never contemplated it as much, perhaps not even considered it until the last moment, had committed it much faster. When he got up, he wrote on small pieces of paper the 9 factors he had deduced that day and stuck them on whatever empty spot could be found on the ceiling. 1. Just like civilizations, suicides too have an east and a west. 2. The progressive mentality focused on rendering life meaningful through reason and reason alone, and expecting each day to be more advanced than the preceding one, feels the need to weigh suicide meticulously, reasoning it soundly. Such people, regardless of where they happen to be living, commit suicide in the West. 3. The suicides of those in their early to middle and late to middle ages usually fall within this category. 4. Since the close relatives of those who commit suicide in the West cannot find comfort until they get a satisfactory answer to the question, why, they follow the same line of reasoning to make an analysis of cause and consequence. 5. There are also those who commit suicide at the least expected moment, the very last minute, without having organized the details. Such people, regardless of where they happen to be living, commit suicide in the realm of the East. 6. When children and the elderly commit suicide, they do it in the East. 7. There is nothing as mind-boggling as the suicides of the elderly who were so close to death anyhow, and children who were yet so far away from death. 8. The suicides in the East, unlike the ones in the West, are in essence a mystery, or esrar as the Istanbulites say. 9. Esrar should not be given an explanation. Flat number 7, me. At the beginning I used to draw circles around Bonbon Palace, brief walks that did not end up anywhere. Step by step the circles started to widen. Over time I started to veer, sometimes on foot, sometimes by car, into the far-flung neighborhoods of Istanbul. It was the writings on the walls on the streets I was after. When Ethel told me she wanted to keep me company on these urban trips, I did not object. While I took notes on the writings, she filmed them one by one with her digital camera. With the Honey Cherokee, we snaked the rugged streets of destitute quarters, steered through the middle-income vicinities, flickering with the ambition of opportunities long lost, toured around mansions, derelict grasslands, sanctums and dens, at squares, courtyards, construction sites, squat houses, places of worship. Far and wide the writings were everywhere. Most had been written on the walls with paint, but there were also some written with chalk, pencil, coal and brick on doors, cardboard and assorted signs. Just like garbage, the writings about garbage had also been scattered everywhere in the city. At the places we went, we were immediately noticed. Children followed. Us curiously. Women suspiciously spied on our every move from behind the lattice tool of windows. The most inquisitive among the artisans surrounded us each time and showered us with questions. When forced to offer a plausible explanation, we told them it was our school project to gather the garbage writings of Istanbul. Despite the absurdity, it made sense to them. It did not at all stick out that both Ethel and I were too old to be students. In their eyes, somehow school was deemed untouchable, a place where every absurdity was considered permissible. Finding the people who had written these things proved to be more arduous than finding the writings themselves. We had to accept the fact that nearly all the writings were anonymous, but I did once manage to find out the perpetrator behind the writing on the wall of a dilapidated, soot gray edifice. Don't make me swear, I'll say bad things to garbage trawers. He who trows plaster here, come and get it, don't trow again and make me swear. The children of the street knew the man who had written it. Though nobody knew his name, they knew his profession. He was a gatekeeper at one of the universities who had resided there with his bedridden wife and mother-in-law until last spring. While the adjacent construction continued, he was so infuriated at the construction workers dumping plaster in front of his house that he had gone out and written that the man had passed away in the fall. The construction had ended right afterwards, but the writing on the wall had stayed all this time. Can't you dress more modestly, seeing as we create a center of attention wherever we go anyhow? I grumbled at Ethel after we left the neighborhood of the gatekeeper. Don't pick on me. Our subject matter is not my clothing but your guilty conscience, she snapped as she changed gears. This mess we are in is your pag, not mine. She pushed on the gas pedal though the road was getting rougher, narrower ahead. We hit the road for the project to acquit the gentleman's heedlessly hardened conscience. All your life you saw yourself as different from, if not superior to everyone around you, but the moment you realize you've messed up the whole lot, you need to prove to yourself that, after all, you are like everyone else. Only that conviction can ease your guilt. You seem to hope that the more we go around collecting garbage writing, the more uncontestable your innocence will be. God, what have I done? On me resides, if not the blood, the curse of an old woman. I am paying heavily for treating people lightly. At long last I saw the devil, and with my very own eyes I indeed saw him, but believed in you, my God. I'm just like everyone else. Look, your other subjects too have written on the walls of Istanbul. Thus what I had done in the past was way too ordinary. Accordingly, I wasn't as extraordinary a man as I thought I was. Thank God for my ordinariness. If you do love them, you can forgive me as well. You will forgive me, God, won't you? Pull yourself together, sugar plum. You won't get anywhere with such futile hopes. Don't you see the irony in your efforts to purify yourself via garbage? After a while, we began to classify the writings into groups. Ethel would transfer the pictures she took to her computer the same day, filing them separately, scrupulously. The most packed category comprised those writings with a slur or smear in them. He who dumps garbage here is an ass was undoubtedly the most popular one. In Galata, on a wall at the old Bank Street, rested, he who dumps garbage here is son of a. The rest of the sentence was scrawled out in Fadi, just at the corner of Ustarumka Street. Both fronts of a house with its plaster falling apart were entirely filled up with garbage writings, as if inscribed by someone punished. By the teacher who had to write the same thing over 100 times, SHE. Who dumps garbage is a whore. Again in the same neighborhood, in the broken water pump street it read, he who dumps garbage here is an ass who is also the son of an ass. Though swear words were widespread, the variety was rather limited. In Dolopdir, on the wooden sign tied onto a mulberry tree with a string was written, if the person who dumps garbage here is a woman, she is a whore, if a man, he is a pimp. A few steps down the street, another bit of writing caught the eye, this time in front of a house. Those who throw garbage here deserve all sorts of swear words. In Ornektepe, on top of a wall that was falling to pieces, there was loads of writing in black and white. Each bit of writing seemed to have been produced on top of an earlier one, augmenting the bedlam. One among them, written in indigo, looked pretty new, he who dumps garbage here is a son of a bitch, one who is a human being will understand what I mean. The most vulgar. In the swear word file was some writing in Dolopdir, he who throws garbage here, fuck his mother, wife, sister, his past, his future, his whole family. Second in popularity were the ones based on human-animal distinctions. In Galata, at Display Window Street a sign said, if you are a human being you won't dump garbage, if you are a bear, you sure will. In the little ditch street on the sidewall of a bank was written in coal, he who is far from being a human will dump garbage here. In Dolopdir, at the entrance to an apartment building, was written with chalk, human-like humans do not dump garbage. Similar writings had covered both walls of the ancient Assyrian church, don't dump garbage, be a human, the one who dumps garbage here is as base as garbage itself. In the third category were those writings we gathered which tried to promote consciousness of citizenship. In Kasteep, for instance, it was written, he with a habit of polluting the environment has a head but not a brain. Again in the same neighborhood, on a tin sign hammered on an intersection, was the sentence, let us not leave garbage here, let us not disrespect the environment. Unlike most of the other garbage writings, this one was neatly written. In Ballot, around the old well in the middle of the bazaar, one read, the one who dumps garbage has no honor. This place belongs to all of us, in Ornektepe, on the wall of a house that looked ready to collapse at the slightest earthquake, was written, the one who dumps garbage here would have done injustice to his neighbors. The visitors of the Greek Patriarchate in Fener were welcomed from afar by the sign, he who dumps garbage here will grow to be a most despicable person. Quite a number of these writings were left incomplete. Some looked worn out over time, others as if incomplete from the start. The one who dumps was written at all kinds of corners in Istanbul, with the rest of the sentence not following. In Harbay at Paparonkali Street, across the walls of the elementary school, letters had dropped off the writing, the one WHDMPS garbage HRE will be common as. Then there were also many bits of writing that gave outright threats. Among them, the one most often repeated was, he who dumps garbage here will get into big trouble. In Fadi, the historic fountain next to the Three Heads Mosque was filled with garbage writings, loaded with threats, do not dump garbage here / or else you will be dumped with trouble. Yet the worst among those containing threats and curses was the one written on a piece of cardboard, with a felt-tip pen hanging on the wall of a busy street in the same neighborhood, may the child of he who throws garbage here breathe his last. In addition to the insulting, there were also many that were way too polite. Will you please do not dump garbage, or it is kindly requested that you do not dump garbage at this spot. In the entrance of the Captain Pasa, an elementary school, there were 2 signs. Back to back, one written for the students inside and the other addressing the passers-by outside. Please do not throw garbage into our school garden from the outside. There was a similar sign on the wooden boards surrounding the construction at the entrance to Asmal Mesut, this time half Turkish, half English, dumping garbage is strictly prohibited, please. Once again, at Good Fortune Street, whoever loves God should not dump garbage. Here it is kindly requested. Among the garbage writings, prohibited was the most frequent word. On the walls surrounding the Wallachian Palace, engraved with big letters, was "It is very prohibited to throw garbage." Likewise, on the side wall of a famous tailor in Harbi, the writing was short and to the point, "Garbage here forbidden." The word absolutely was just as widespread. On the humongous wall of the SSK Oak Maiden Education Hospital Polyclinics, highly visible from down the street, was "Dumping garbage is absolutely prohibited," and a few steps away from it, "To dump garbage debris forbidden unconditionally." There was almost never a name given under any of the writing. They remained absolutely anonymous. Still, now and then we bumped into some exceptions. In those situations where the need to invest the writings with some sort of authority was crystal clear, the name of the head of the neighborhood was encountered the most. On the Mesnevihain Street it was written, "It is requested that no garbage be dumped. Otherwise a fine will be applied, / the neighborhood head." Municipalities also got involved in the business. The municipality will undertake penalty procedures concerning those dumping garbage here. Sometimes the inhabitants of the neighborhood owned up to the writing, as seen in Zurich. "May God bring misfortune on those who park or dump their garbage here / neighborhood residents." Writings concerning religion and faith came next. Around the remains of the palace rebuilt by the Moldavian Prince Dimitri Cantemir during 1688. 1710, it was written, "For Allah sake do not throw garbage here." Like the private Finner Greek high school, the surroundings of various mosques too were filled with similar writings. At Cachathane Smoky Street was a computer printout, "Those who have religion and faith will know better than throwing garbage here," and 100 meters down, "May those who dump garbage be eternally paralyzed." On one of the side streets opening up to the Katakoy Square was, "God will pour calamity on those who dump their garbage here." In Fadi, at a garden wall swathed with political campaign posters it said, "Please do refrain from throwing garbage here. They curse you." In the same borough, an old cemetery squeezed between 2 apartment buildings had also had its share of garbage writings. The front of an apartment building facing the cemetery was painted from one end to the other in capital letters, "For Allah sake do not dump garbage." Then in Sehangir, on a historic, dry fountain we chanced upon some writing, looking awesomely familiar, "There lies a sacred saint at this spot. Do not dump garbage." The smell of Istanbul reached the writings everywhere, at an unexpected arc, on a secluded hill where genies congregated, in an ancient cistern, on the long-lost remnants of a mansion, in dead-end streets, flea markets and bazaars, on the facades of stylish apartment buildings, dingy headquarters or hospitals with an appearance so awful it made you sick, in cold-looking schools and at shrines the names of which were not even included in God's maps, in each and every spot where the aged and the recent intertwined. There was garbage writing scattered all around. It did not take Ethel long to get bored. Before I knew it, she drifted away from both the garbage project and me. In her warehouse of lovers wherein Each lover remained as just another unfinished project. I too became an unfinished project. Flats number 7 and 8, the Blue Mistress and I. What are you going to do with so many photographs? Frowned the Blue Mistress, discontentedly scanning my flat, which increasingly resembled a depot more than a house. What purpose will they serve? I do not accumulate them to serve a purpose. Why on earth are you doing this? She insisted. I do not have the impression of doing anything. I guess in the last analysis, all my actions are determined more by not doing than by my doing, lack of action rather than action. I cannot help searching. When I search, I find what I find I collect. What I collect I accumulate, and what I accumulate I cannot bear to throw away. What is going to happen next? Asked the Blue Mistress adamantly. Next. What is going to happen next? Asked my cellmate adamantly. There is no next. The guy just accumulates garbage writings that will never be of any use to him. Nonsense, said my cellmate. I wasn't offended. After all, that is the coarsest way ever invented of saying you have a fanciful mind, and he might be right. Whenever I get anxious and mess up what I have to say, am scared of people's stares and pretend not to be so, introduce myself to strangers and feign ignorance about how estranged I am from myself, feel hurt by the past and find it hard to admit the future won't be any better or fail to come to terms with either where or who I am, at any one of these all too frequently recurring moments. I know I don't make much sense, but nonsense is just as far removed from deception as truth. Deception turns truth inside out. As for nonsense, it solders deception and truth to each other so much so as to make them indistinguishable. Though this might seem complicated, it's actually very simple. So simple that it can be expressed by a single line. Truth is a horizontal line. Be it a hotel corridor, hospital ward, rehabilitation center or train compartment, all are horizontal. In such places, all your neighbors are lined up next to you on a horizontal plane, for a fleeting moment. You cannot grow roots at these places. Horizontality is the haven of evanescence. I too have been living on a horizontal line for 66 days. In the 7th of the 10 cells lined up next to each other here lies are a vertical line. An apartment building, for instance, erected with flats on top of one another with 2 layers of cemeteries underneath and 7 planes of skies above. Here you can spread roots and grow branches as you please. Verticality is the shelter of permanence, a tribute to immortality. Bonbon Palace is an apartment building constructed on an area of cemeteries. A vertical line that ascends floor by floor. It is my lie. For I am narrating these stories not from a flat there, but from the prison. When on the 1st of May a group of revolutionaries impatiently decided to break through the police barricade, I was among them. When we were all detained and thrust in a police bus, I chanced to sit beside a ginger-haired, flat-eared, funny-faced man who did not at all show his age. I am grateful to him as that day on that bus, seeing the fear in his widely opened eyes enabled me to forget my own. While we were taken to the police headquarters, he kept whining, whimpering, and wailing that he had no interest in politics, that all he did in life was to fumigate bugs. That man was telling the truth. He was indeed a bug fumigator and had probably never hated his job as much as he had done then. His name was not Injustice, that I made up myself. The name is not entirely bogus, however, for he looked like someone who had seen plenty of injustice in life. Besides, his surname is true. He was released the Same day anyhow. They released him, but arrested me. Ever since I came here, I have not spent a single day without thinking of injustice pure Turk. It's all because of these bugs. I happen to be a radical with a deep fear of insects. Unfortunately, there are too many of them here. Especially cockroaches. I hear them in the toilets, air vents, and even the dents and crevices in the walls. They keep scurrying around and encouraged by darkness, incessantly multiply, but I can assure you that the louse is the very worst. No doubt, in order to observe all of these creatures better, you should come visit me and spend some time here. If you have no time, however, you ought to be content with my version of the story. Yet I too, ultimately speak only in my own voice. Not that I'll foist my own views onto what transpires. But I might, here and there, solder the horizontal line of truth to the vertical line of deception in order to escape the wearisome humdrum reality of where I am anchored right now. After all, I am bored stiff here. If someone brought me the good news that my life would be less dreary tomorrow, I might feel less bored today. Yet I know only too well that tomorrow will be just the same, and so will the succeeding days. Nevertheless, I should not give you the impression with my fondness of circles that it is only my life that persistently repeats itself. In the final instance, the vertical is just as faithful to its recurrence as the horizontal. Contrary to what many presume, that which is called eternal recurrence is germane less to circles than to lines and linear arrangements. I cooked up this story basically to overcome my bug phobia. Dreaming of a surreptitiously garbage-collecting old widow in some vertical world helped me to survive better the horizontal line here of cells next to one another. Still, I cannot be regarded as having entirely lied. If anything, I can be accused of merging the truth with lies, of returning to the beginning rather than reaching a decisive end. As for me, I will not be staying in this prison too long. The sentence they deemed fit for me is 1 year and 2 months. 66 days of that sentence are already over. Of these 66 days, I passed the first week by getting used to my place and fearing the bugs, and passed the rest trying to forget my fear by way of making up the story you read. Now that the circle of the grayish tin lid of garbage has stopped turning, I frankly do not know how I am going to spend the remaining 360 days here. However, as soon as I am released, the very first thing I want to do is pay a visit to Injustice Pure Turk, the first bug fumigator in Turkey taken into custody for being a revolutionary. Life is absurd, at its core lies nonsense. And if you ask me, Fortuna must be long fed up with tackling the possible answers to the impossible question, what will happen to whom when